Namaskar and a very pleasant morning to all of you. Warm greetings to you from DELNET Developing Library Network, New Delhi. It's a profound privilege for us to welcome you again to the third and the concluding day of the 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking, NACLIN 2022, being organized by DELNET from December 14 to 16. And today we are on December 16, the concluding day of the third and the concluding day of the conference. We are starting off our the technical session 5 of the NACLIN 2022, which is on cybersecurity. And we have with us this morning Major Vineet Kumar, the founder and the global president, Cyber Peace Foundation. I have profound privilege in welcoming Major Vineet. Vineet, thank you very much at the very outset, and for always being so very kind and gracious in accepting our invites. And it's a profound privilege for us, to welcome you on the platform of NACLIN 2022. Thank you so very much for taking all the trouble. Yeah, though you have been traveling, but you are still able to make it. We are indeed, much thankful to you. And it's always so wonderful to get connected with you. Thank you very much indeed. I have a profound privilege in informing you all that Major Vineet is going to speak today on emerging cybersecurity trends, issues, and challenges. And is the best of the, cyber expert available not only in India, but he's the one who is contributing immensely at the global level. Profound privilege in informing you all that Major Vineet Kumar is a social entrepreneur, founder and global president of Cyber Peace Foundation. He studied cyber defense and information assurance at Cranfield University in United Kingdom. He is also an alumni of Cambridge University, UK and the Geneva Center for Security Policy. He served in the significant position of Chief Technology Officer and Head of State Government Agency, Cyber Defense Research Center of the Government of Jharkhand. Major Vineet has also received 8 international and 18 national awards for his work on cyber peace and cyber security. The prominent ones among these includes Chevening Scholarship of the Government of United Kingdom, IBLP of the Government of United States, British Council Future Leaders 2017, United Nations Youth Assembly's Youth Achievement Award of 2008, United Kingdom's Youth Award 2007, semi-finalist for Forbes 30 Under 30 Asia 2018, World's Top 5 Students Entrepreneurs Organization of USA. Major Vineet Kumar has also been a jury member for the prestigious Mobile World Congress of 2020 in Barcelona, Spain, and continues to be at the forefront of ensuring knowledge sharing among multi-stakeholders of society through various international and national platforms such as Global Cybersecurity Forum Riyadh, TEDx events, Trend Micro Executive Defense Summit, Internet Governance Forums, ISAFE Dubai, Ground Zero, Basis, C0C0N, and also many more. Major Vineet Kumar has been quoted as an expert in the international and national media like New York Times, BBC, Channel 4, Forbes, Radio France International, CNN, CNBC, QZ, Mashpile, Digit, Money Control, India Today, Bloomberg, Mint, Z News, Ashtak, just to name a few. He has also published papers in the Cambridge Press, Association of Computing Machinery, and Rostrum Legal Journal on cybersecurity. Profound honor and privilege in having you with us, Major Vineet, with us. Thank you so very much. Always for accommodating our requests and always being, someone that we always feel so very proud of, I request you now, I will be requesting Major Vineet now to start the deliberations. It's over to you, Major.
Sure. Thank you, ma'am. I'll request if I can have the presenters control, ma'am, because I don't see it here now.
Yeah, sure.
Would request, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Right, ma'am. Yes. So I hope the presentation is visible now.
Yes, it's visible. Yeah, it's visible.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Great.
we can put it in the slideshow.
Yeah, just doing that, ma'am.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So I'll maybe just skip the introduction part and maybe just take a few.
Can you just put it in the slideshow? Yeah.
It's on the slideshow mode, ma'am.
No, it's not coming in the slideshow.
Not coming. I've already done it. One second, I'll do it again.
No, this has gone off. Yes, this has come. It's not in the, can we have it in the, with the slideshow? The full
Yes.
view of this?
It's already full view in the background, ma'am, but I don't know why it's not
Actually,
accepting on the
I think,
screen.
that's fine. Otherwise, if you can just scan, I think.
Can you see the slides next, or is the slide also not visible?
Yeah, so on the
Uh,
side part, the slides are coming, yeah. And the main is there,
okay.
but it would have been little better because our attendees will be viewing it.
Sure. One second. I'll just change the settings here.
Let's continue then, Vinit. No issues, yeah, please.
Yeah. Right. 1 second. Just trying to see if this can be fixed up. If not, then I'll continue, ma'am.
Yeah, sure.
Is it okay now, ma'am? Can you see that? Can you see the screen?
It is the same one. It is the same one, Navneet, but otherwise we can just continue now.
But I'm moving on to the next slide. If we can see the next slide, is it okay now? Can you see, or is it stuck on the same screen, ma'am?
It is the same one. Let's continue. Let's continue, Vinny. Perfectly fine.
Okay.
Perfectly fine.
So maybe I'll just take a minute to introduce. My introduction has already been given, but Cyber Peace Foundation, the organization from where I come from. So it's a grassroots NGO as well as a policy think tank. We are working on different aspects of cyber peace. And I feel cyber peace is a bigger word than cybersecurity because we work on different dimensions like policy, advocacy, cyber diplomacy. We work on the research aspects, and we also work on the outreach aspects. So it's a combination of all, and cybersecurity, we believe, is a subset, and that's why the word cyber peace, where we talk about peace and responsible online behavior in the cyberspace. So that's basically Cyber Peace Foundation, and we have been working with different entities. We have been working with grassroots organizations, with UN entities, with the policymakers, and all the different stakeholders trying to make sure that the cyberspace remains peaceful and is safe for everyone, starting with netizens to large-scale enterprises. So that's briefly Cyber Peace Foundation in a nutshell. Moving on to the next slide.
Major Vinny, that's not moving. Can you just do this Control F5, Vinny? Is it Control F5? If you do, it may come in the.
I'm on Mac, ma'am, but I've just changed one setting. So hopefully
Okay,
now is
okay.
it okay? Now
No,
can you
it's not
see that?
moving to the next. It's not moving to the next.
Okay.
It's still on the same.
Yeah.
I think Apple, system, it's creating some compatibility issue.
Right. Just checking.
Because it's when the display has now gone,
I know, ma'am. I've just taken it off,
okay,
trying
fine.
to do it once again so that
Yeah, sure.
people can.
Yes, this is perfect.
Perfect, ma'am. Okay.
Yes, very perfect.
So,
very perfect. Thank you.
Okay, great. So sorry for this. Sometimes system plays this devil's role, and yeah, finally now that we are sorted up, I'll continue to move on. And I was just mentioning about Cyber Peace Foundation and the kind of work that we do, the kind of activities that we do. These are some of the activities in pictures, and basically what we do is it's completely a volunteer-driven organization where volunteers from all walks of life, not just maybe one space, but different spaces. You may be ordering a netizen to a techie. Anybody from any walk of life can join us, can join the movement. And that's how, if you see all the activity, that's how things happen. Working with the National Cadet Corps, working with the Peace Corps in different countries. As of now, the volunteer base itself is based in 50 countries, and the entire movement started from India. The talk for peace started from India, and that's how things happen. Our mission and vision is, again, like I already mentioned, vision is a peaceful, responsible, and inclusive cyberspace, and this is inclusive for everyone. And some of the areas where we work are capacity building. We work with academic institutions to set up research test beds also. Just allow me 1 second. There's some noise here. I'll just try to tell people.
This is to inform you all that Major Vineet is traveling. He's not today in Ranchi or in Delhi, or he has gone for some of his work somewhere, personal work, and that's how,
Yeah.
he's, yeah, please, yeah.
Right. So sorry for this, but yeah. So I told you with a disclaimer that there will be noises in the background. So, but I hope now it should be quieter. But then these are different activities that we do. We work with academia to set up the resource hubs, centers of excellence to work on advanced cyber crimes, to work on advanced cyber security, different aspect of security. We try to bust cyber crimes also that's happening in different phases in different hubs. So we work very closely with the law enforcement and different agencies on that. Again, some of the activities and pictures you can see here. Uh, uh, this is our work with different state police, with the law enforcement, with the National Crime Records Bureau, where every year we continue to do the CCTNS Hackathon and Cyber Challenge. Again, in pictures, with the Ministry of Home Affairs, we're closely working on different hackathons and activities. And again, the entire idea to build the capacity for the law enforcement so that better investigations can happen. And we work, like I mentioned, prevention is one of the areas, because investigation sometimes is complicated, but prevention is one such space where we kind of work together and focus a lot trying to develop different guides, different handbooks, which can be circulated within the academia, within the different kind of organizations, so that people, netizens, are better aware and resilient. If something goes wrong with them, they understand on how things can be better and how they can report crimes, report different kinds of crimes that happen, and what platforms, whether to police, where to go, platforms, which platforms they need to go. And I'll be covering today, in fact, in the presentation. So I'll talk less and probably just giving you an outlook of what I plan to cover today, from prevention to response and the entire research aspect, where universities play a very key role. This is our resource center. It's already there. We have YouTube channels as well. So everything, I know it's very difficult to cover everything in a 1 hour slot, but what I have is certain resources that you can access, and these are the resources that's available on our YouTube channel called as Cyber Peace TV. We are going to also share a small booklet that we have specially created for the attendees of NACLIN, where you can understand on how do you safeguard different devices, different kinds of gadgets that you have. And it all starts with maybe one wrong click. And when I say one wrong click, you're aware what has happened in AIMS. And AIMS is one such thing on how things happen, but there are plenty of attacks happening on a daily basis. So it's not just a particular infrastructure. If you think libraries, if you think universities are not attacked, then you are wrong. And this is, again, we are saying, as per our experience, our next research is again cyber attacks on the academia, on the universities, on different colleges and institutions. And we have set up certain sensors. We are still studying the attack, and we see a large volume of attacks happening. So it's happening everywhere. It's happening with the critical infrastructure. I feel library should also be classified as a critical infrastructure, because the kind of data that they hold, the kind of researchers that they hold is enormous. I mean, and imagine university researchers and everything. It's something really massive and important. So this is what we kind of need to understand, that one wrong click, maybe one wrong interaction with a kind of a criminal or a kind of a person from outside the organization can land you up in a lot of trouble, not just you, but the organization overall. And again, a quick disclaimer here that I'm not here to scare you. My entire intention here is to empower you. I'll be sharing certain case studies which might frighten you, but let me also assure you that the kind of advices and the advices that I give during the end, if you follow that, I believe 99% of the cyber attacks you should be safe and secure from the cyber criminals. And this is one such repository. I'll share all the repositories in the end. The CBSE book that we have come out. This is with Central Bureau for Secondary Education. We have developed a game with NCPCI. We're working on a new game, trying to gamify the entire learning experience with children, because it all starts there. And we are catching them young, we are grooming them young, we are trying to make them safe at an early stage, so that in future they are more resilient to cyber attacks, and they are kind of aware and they don't make the mistakes, starting with cyber civics to, I mean, cyber morals and everything we are trying to cover in different set of modules and trying to push it at an early stage. Certain researchers, again, this is on the Columbia University, also on the LSE, on how end-to-end platforms are being misused, and different issues. And child sexual abuse material became almost is a very important issue, where all countries kind of work together on this. Anything related to child, everybody is very proactive. But what we saw was different platforms that are there. They kind of are being, the tech is being abused to carry out certain activities which harm netizens, and especially the child here. So I'm going to talk more about it later, but yes, certain activities I mentioned about the volunteer initiative, where all of you can join. You can start clubs in your colleges and institutions, and we'll help you there on setting up clubs. We'll help you setting up centers of excellence also, where the students can specialize in cyber skills, and you can set up a complete research environment and also contribute to strengthening the national cyber infrastructure that the country has via different set of activities. This is our current distribution, not current, but till 2020. Now it has grown much more, our volunteer base, and companies, even companies like Cognizant, Infosys, they are coming forward. We just signed our MOU with Cognizant, where their employees across the world would be volunteering for us in different aspects. So feel free. I mean, you can also join in. Your students can also join in, and administration people from the administration can also join in and contribute on different aspects here. This we launched with the AICT, called as Project eSaksham, to train 5 lakh students and educators. The program is still on, and in fact, I believe in the next couple of years we should be able to reach the goal here. But something that will be very happy to run in your institution. Similarly, we have BTech program in computer science, specialization in digital forensics, MTech and MBA programs with certain university, even diploma programs. So that's a quick intro on cyber peace and activities, just to make sure that, I mean, if any one of you would like to progress ahead and do something in cyber security, feel free to count on us, and you can reach out to us, and we'll be very happy to help there. Now, this is my presentation outlook for today, and I'd like to kind of start. This is a common slide that my every presentation that I use, I tell everyone, now you have to think like a cyber criminal before we venture into the presentation further. You need to think like a criminal, how a criminal would like to act, how a criminal thinks. This is what you need to think as we move ahead, and then you need to defend yourself. As of now, criminals, I say criminals, cyber criminals are innovators. They keep innovating. They keep trying new stuff. They keep exploring new platforms and technologies. So that's why we also need to think like them. We need to think like a cyber criminal, and then think about the defenses that we need to set up around you. If you think nothing is happening in your infrastructure, in your college, in your universities, then I think you need to change your thought process there. Things might already be happening that you are not aware. Attacks and different kind of advanced cyber operations might be happening, which you might not be aware. And that's how now the pattern of cybercrime is such, cyber attacks is such that criminals stay anonymous. They stay in, say, any kind of area. They are very anonymous, and they are also very silent. They do not kind of deface a network and kind of showcase to you about their capability. They will not like to do that. Instead, they would like to retain access to the entire platform or the infrastructure that you have, and then thereafter kind of constantly intercept the data traffic, the kind of document researches that you are doing. That's how criminals think today. It's not something that they'd like to showcase about the skill set that they have. So I'm going to talk about that. And yes, now this is again one of my favorite slides that I kind of tell people on how things are moving. Now, generally, I ask people, what do you think this is? If it would have been a face-to-face interaction, which I expect maybe next year we might have a face-to-face interaction in NACLIN, and I like to have a more interactive kind of a discussion with you. But then now, since we are all away, we are all remote, let me give the answer right here. So this is like what we may call it as Earth, we may call it as world, but then the entire face of Earth has changed. And this used to be the face earlier, I say, and version 2 is different. Version 2 has changed completely. Version 2 is something different, and the version 2 of the world or the Earth is something like this. So the connected dots that you see are, in fact, the green dots that you see are connected devices, devices that talk to each other, devices that communicate within each other, and these are the attack points now. Now imagine for a cyber criminal, the sphere or the kind of the area has increased, and for them it has, so the attack landscape has increased, and it has become very easy for them to kind of target these smaller devices, Internet of Things, or maybe individuals, machines, computers, remotely from any particular location. It's very easy now, and they can be anonymous. They need not be in your country, in your place, in your city. They can be anywhere. So this is how it is, and there's one website. I'm not doing it as a live kind of a case, but then you can visit the website. It is called internetlivestats.com. Now these stats, this has been taken by me a couple of days back, but now if you just go on the website, you'll see the numbers increasing. So it's always increasing. Every second you'll see a number of users getting added to the tech world. People are getting added to this one, to in the internet space. The total number of websites getting increasing. The total number of Google searches are increasing. The blog spots that are the blog posts that are written, the numbers are increasing. Photos that get uploaded on Instagram, that is increasing. You may check it yourself. Again, I'll repeat the website. It is called internetlivestats.com. The number of tweets that happen every second, you'll see the numbers just increasing. It's just moving ahead. So that's one good example to show how much we are getting connected. The more and more we are getting connected, we are also becoming vulnerable to new and advanced form of cyber attacks. Now, this is the space of internet governance. In fact, I just added a slide so that you should understand that there's something called as internet governance. When we talk about how the cyberspace should be governed, the future set of policy rules. Now the drones are coming in. How would drones react? How would driverless cars work? And what are the rules that would govern them? What would we are now talking about ethical AI, ethical artificial intelligence. What would that mean? So all of that is being discussed under different internet governance initiatives. And here there are multiple pillars within internet governance, where cybersecurity is one of the, I would say, pillars that is being handled. But there are a lot of other things like the human rights thing, net neutrality, legal issues, socio-cultural issues, economic issues, development issues. All of that gets kind of factored in when we talk about internet governance. And it's not just one entity. Nobody owns the internet. My internet is supposed to be a multi-stakeholder thing, where we are also one of the owners. You can count that we also have a role to play. Earlier, it used to be in control of the US, but now the entire thing has been decentralized, because to ensure that internet remains open. Though there's still some control, but I feel internet of the future would be completely decentralized, and something that all of us will have a very important role to play. Now that's what in fact the space is, and I already mentioned how things are moving. This is another slide on how internet penetration is happening, something similar to what internetlifestats.com I showed. But yes, the numbers are increasing. 2022, if you the infographic is still not out, but I think it should be out in some days time, you'll again see a steep rise in the numbers. So it's constantly rising every year. And why it's rising? It's because of the connectedness and Internet of Things. IoT is one such example, because now if you start mapping your house, if you go your home and start mapping things at your home, you will see that on an average, you might be having around 10 such devices. 10 devices in an average home is common now. In fact, my home, one day I was just mapping and I found out that there are around 25 connected devices that are there, smartphones, including smartphones, Wi-Fi routers. In fact, there are smart switches that are there, smart lights that are there. So it's common. And in fact, I live in a tier 3 city, and imagine a tier 3 city having that level of connectedness. Imagine cities like Delhi, cities like Mumbai, and other places where how the things are more and more connected there. So I'll move on to the next slide. So how categorization of cyber threats? Cyber threats are different kinds of cyber threats. One is technology related threats, where anything that we discuss, like the denial of service attack, if we discuss about harassment, if we discuss about fraud, if we discuss about hack threats, all of that is categorized as technology related threats. Threats that happen because of technology. There are issues related threats also, like issues are number one is cross-border investigation and evidential matters. So cross-border investigation, like a crime that happens from one country, probably, I mean, it may not happen that every crime happens from one country. Sorry, just allow me a second, please. Sorry for the pause. Yes, so I was just mentioning about the technology related threat issue. So normally what happens, the nature of cybercrime is such, it is global and it's cross border now. So crime may happen from some other country and it becomes a very important kind of a pain point for us when the other country is not cooperating. China may not cooperate with India on certain matters. In fact, there are certain cases that we have solved where we have got IP addresses of the other country, but the other country did not kind of cooperate with us. So that's one kind of issue that we face here. International collaboration is again an issue, but yes, something that countries are working together. And during the G20 summit that is currently happening in India, in fact, we are talking about international collaborations on how collaborations can happen in the cyberspace also, because everything is with the diplomacy has moved to cyber now. International laws, yes, this is something that's being discussed. Not sure whether we'll have one common cyber law for all the countries or whether we'll have country specific law. This is something that is still being debated and discussed. And then you have the cyber content related threats, where we talk about sedition, we talk about defamation, we talk about chat forums and electronic bulletin, we talk about child sexual abuse material or online porn that is happening. There's a lot of discussion and threat related things that is happening here. How a hacker may target you is again it's very simple, and I would say it's just one particular vulnerability. Like in your house you have doors and windows. If you leave one of the doors open or one of the windows open, and if the window is not properly protected, a hacker may get inside your house and try to damage, steal data in whatever form they want to get access to that data, and it becomes very easy. So at the end, it just comes out to be that it's just one particular vulnerability that the hacker needs, and and on an average, like if I talk about the computer and if you're running Windows, it may have around 65,000, close to around 66,000 ports that are there. And if one of these ports are open, it becomes easy for the hacker to target you. And same is the case with mobile devices, IoT devices, and all that. When we talk about crimes, the different kinds of crimes, and it is going up. So there are plenty of statistics that are there, but in a nutshell, it is going up because we are getting more connected. It's not something that the crimes are going really high, but because things are getting connected and cyber criminals are now shifting to this domain. Now, any traditional crime today has a cyber component into it because of smartphones and other things that are involved, and that's why the number of cyber crime generally is shooting up. And the states are also preparing. The MHA has also taken out certain circulars on how this thing can be kind of more such capacities could be built in doing all these tech-based investigations. So it's going up, and the modus is quite common. It's one is these fake job offers, employment scams that you see. So I'll be talking about that later through some photographs, because I just don't want to just talk and talk, but I'll show you something on how it's happening, how job offers, how people lure you, how people trap you with some interesting stuff. Sometimes it is something very interesting or attracting, like a very good job offer that you may find it very difficult to ignore. It could be those KBC based scams where people offer you, say, 25 lakh rupees and offer you a seat in KBC, or Kaun Banega Crorepati based scams where people offer you, say, 25 lakh rupees and offer you a seat in KBC. So, and then there are, I mean, dating scams and all that is happening, where people target you on these dating websites and try to get access to your content and get access to you. Then also emotionally, they try to pull, not just financially, but emotionally also pull you. So I'm going to talk about that as well. Cryptocurrency is, again, I'm sure many of you might be researching, or many of you might be possessing some cryptocurrencies. For them, again, it's something that people have to be extremely careful, because a lot of crypto frauds happening. People claiming that they're giving you, say one particular Bitcoin, for example, by just filling a survey, which is not possible. Bitcoin still, though the rate has gone down, but it is still an expensive affair to possess a particular Bitcoin. So, so all of that is happening, which I'll be kind of covering, and leading to cyber warfare, leading to cyber weapons. Cyber weapons is anything, like I showed you all the green dots. That all, it's possible to kind of control all the green dots and target somebody. So anything that is connected is hackable, and is kind of can be used to target different people, organization, entities. I already mentioned about how people hack you, but yes, if you've seen the movie Terminator, whatever is shown in the movie, you might term that as a sci-fi thing. That okay, is it possible to control a smart grid, or is it possible to control a car, four-wheeler, or a pacemaker, that one is having a wireless connected pacemaker? Whether it is possible or not, the answer is yes today. Uh, in those sci-fi movies, it was difficult. People used to believe, no, it's not possible. Nobody can hack a pacemaker. How is it possible to hack a pacemaker? But during the years, we have seen proof of concept. We have seen case studies. In fact, in 2012, and it's not 10 years back, somebody tried to hack the wireless that was there in the pacemaker of the then vice president of America. And this was a terrorist group trying to hack and trying to kill that person by disabling the wireless on his pacemaker. So this is 10 years back. Imagine 10 years now, things have moved on to a different sphere. And in fact, we have gone very much advanced. We're talking about autonomous vehicle. Now, one of the research centers that we have is right now working on autonomous vehicle security. In fact, there are a lot of vehicles that are being launched, and the majority of the vehicles are connected or semi-autonomous in nature. And let me tell you, give you some examples in India also, like the Mahindra XUV 700 that has been recently launched. It's also a semi-autonomous vehicle with ADAS and a lot of things inbuilt, where it kind of detects any kind of collision and stops the vehicle. So that shows that the vehicle is becoming semi-autonomous in nature. It's just a matter of time that it becomes fully autonomous. It also controls the steering. Like on the highway, you are in one lane, and if you're coming closer, then it will alert you that the vehicle will collide soon. So all of that feature is there, and which shows the semi-autonomous nature of the vehicle. And same AI, now we have refrigerators with AI. You must have seen certain companies launching refrigerators with the AI capability, and also it has become very common now. So in a nutshell, from a needle to an airplane is hackable. And if you don't secure it, then it could be used to damage you in some way or the other. This is the attack kill chain, from reconnaissance to the command and control. Normally, this is the phase that happens is people try to recon, scan the environment, then deliver the weapon, then install the weapon, and then with hands-on access the attacker and try to achieve their objective. So this is how traditionally, I mean, I would say this is the stages of a cyber attack, how it happens. And the end goal is command and control. And command and control, not just like I told you, it's not just leaving you there like they hack you and they kind of tell you that they have hacked you. It doesn't they don't follow the same MO now. It has changed. They will hack you and they'll stay in your system, and they'll be very, I would say, In fact, they'll not be in an active mode. They'll just be there and kind of intercept the kind of traffic, intercept all your activities for years, not for a day, but for years they will kind of intercept these activities. And this is basically how the internet is divided between the surface web, deep web, and the dark web. I'm sure you would be knowing much about it, but yes, the issue is in all these spaces. Surface web, I mean, in fact, even the platforms that we are there, we are still struggling. Like I was mentioning about end-to-end platform. In fact, end-to-end platform it's really good when it comes to privacy, but then it has given birth to a new set of cyber crimes. Like I was mentioning, the CSAM trafficking is happening through cyber, through these particular platforms that are end-to-end. So there are issues with end-to-end platform. Also, the drug trafficking, illegal active animal trafficking is also happening through these platforms. So on the surface web, forget the deep and the dark. Dark web, this is a different territory. We are still struggling on the surface web, which I'm sure in times to come we should be able to kind of create a better space. One example, now this is the marketplace. Now you go to a mall to buy some stuff, to buy certain, you have the entire, things placed on different racks. You pick and choose and then you pay at the end. Now, similar cases with the underground marketplace. What you see here is a complete marketplace. You go there, you log in, then you kind of pay. Like if you need a ransomware toolkit to attack a critical infrastructure, for example, you may end up paying $1,800. Why the range 10 to 1,800 is because 10 is easily available. Those ransomwares which are available, which are also detected by antiviruses and all that, so you pay a lesser amount. But if you need a very sophisticated antivirus, which almost the capability that is unable to kind of it is not been detected by any of the antiviruses or the malware solution, then you end up paying more. Like in this case, you end up paying around $1,800. You may actually hire hackers as it's like a service that you may give to the hack. You may employ them. Not, I'm not asking you to employ them, but this is how criminals do it. The bad actors do it. They actually pay them say $5 to $20 to kind of attack a particular e-commerce website. So during the sale, and many times it has been seen that competitions also, the competitors also try to do it for against each other, where they'll hire the service for for an hour, and they'll end up they'll pay $20, and during that time, that other e-commerce website will get a large volume of cyber attacks, and that time the site will not be operational. So that's how things happen. And again, there are banking trojans, there are cash out services. Again, you get all the banned stuff from child sexual abuse material to maybe trafficking related. Entire marketplace is also there. Everything, drugs are also delivered at your doorstep through this underground marketplace. And then you have these leak databases. Like what we found out was this one, Kotak Life Insurance Bank BB for sales. And so many data, you see user ID, mobile number, username, password, email, designation, locations, language ID, everything, probably the entire history of the user. If you have a bank, if you have an account in this bank, then your entire history is known to the attacker now. Similar is the case with the attack that happened on the hospital management system. It has also been found that there are certain hospital records which have been found on the dark web, where similar kind of, even the health history, if somebody is HIV positive, that is also known. And this is what we found out when we were doing the research there. Then you have these hubs like Jamtara. Interestingly, there's a good show, in fact, and it's just for awareness, but I would recommend for the adults only. I'll not request the children to go through it because there's some abusive languages. But one thing, and this is by the time I left Jharkhand police in 2014, and during those time, in fact, something that, in fact, I had given, and there was one more, he's currently the DG of the Narcotics Control Bureau, Mr. S. N. Pradhan. We both had kind of detected that something of this kind is going to happen. And this was an alert that was given, and later on this place became the hotbed no, I will say the cybercrime capital of the entire country. And it's all the world map now, where youngsters are being recruited and they are being developed, the skills are being developed. And then thereafter, what they end up is doing all the cyber frauds that you see. And the best way to learn about it is watch the movie Jamtara on the Netflix. And we have a guide also, which probably through Sangeeta ma'am will try to circulate the entire guide, the entire booklet that we have made for people like you to be aware of different crimes. And this can also be posted. The posters are there. It can be kind of displayed on your notice boards and everywhere, just to make people sure. We have developed everything, the entire collateral involved the same set of Jamtara characters. They have been like the ambassadors to promote it at these different places, different regions. So we have created the entire booklet. And on the right, the image that you see is a snapshot from our booklet. The booklet is named as Sabka Number Aayega. We have all the important case studies, histories. We did a thorough research on that area and found out the most common set of crimes that are happening through that area, which has been highlighted in the show. And in the season 3 also, we'll have some more new case study that will come. So do watch it. Similar kind of hotbeds are now coming up in different regions like Rajasthan, Haryana, Assam. It's almost everywhere. Now, if you have a mobile devices or IoT device, you need to be aware that about a spyware, and one spyware that I generally give an example of is Pegasus. Pegasus is not new; it's known to everyone. It's quite popular spyware, but I would say these kind of spyware existed since 2003, 2004, when we got first hold of such mobile-based spyware that was made. This kind of activity was being done from years. It's not something new. So what generally happens is any link, any random thing. Again, these kind of people, what they do is they just hear you. They just kind of try to understand what kind of interest you have, whether you have an interest in a particular subject, or maybe if you they would like to study about your likes, dislikes, maybe your social media profile. Through that profile, you might get a targeted kind of attack also, which would be something that a subject that might interest you, and it may end up in clicking on that. So one is that they'll study your likes, dislikes. The other thing is a generic kind of a message that gets shared, mentioning that you are a lucky winner, or it could be some of those romance scams also, where you'll get messages like अगर आप अकेले हैं तो आप इस मैसेज को ये करें, आप मुझसे दोस्ती करें वाले messages. They are highly risky. Let me tell you, if you get anything like a message like this, and just for curiosity, if you feel कि अच्छा देख लेते हैं, let us see क्या है इस message में. Let's just open one such message. The moment you open that message, you are gone. That is the end, I would say. And if you click on that, then in the back end, kind of a malware or a backdoor gets installed, and then it kind of spies all the activity that is there, that is happening. Like for example, one is how it can be delivered. It can be delivered through SMS, message, iMessage, or via some unknown vulnerability. So if you think Apple is safe, think twice. There are attacks for Apple also. Android, yes, in terms of vulnerability, it is vulnerable, quite vulnerable. Apple is pretty secure, but not 100% secure. And there's nothing as 100% security. When you talk about security or cybersecurity, there's nothing as 100%. It's just maybe you're safe from majority of the cyber attacks. From 99% of the attacks, you'll be safe. That's what it is. And what it can harvest, like for example, if you click on one such link, what it can harvest, it can harvest SMS, email, photos and videos, contacts, record calls. Or if you might be having an application to record calls, so it also kind of records those conversations, records those kind of calls that you are doing. All of that is getting recorded. WhatsApp chats. It can these kind of spyware can also activate microphone. They can also activate camera. They can also steal your GPS data. So this is what it is, the kind of access that you kind of grant through some set of activity. It could be delivered in the form of an interesting app, because there are a lot of interesting apps. So one of them being know when you will die. आप कब मरने वाले हैं, किस जगह मरने वाले हैं, कौन सा डेट होगा, what would be the location of your death. I've seen a lot of people kind of installing such application, astrology apps, for example, and then posting it on the social media that I'm going to die in a beach in Goa on such down to 2060, maybe 70 or 80, and because of a heart attack. So the exact reason is known and everything is known. So all these apps are bogus apps. And once you install it, you give that application an access to each and everything. The gold that is there in your phone, you give access to the gold that is there in the phone, and that's how they kind of compromise you. So this is one such format. I'll just quickly check if my voice is clear. Sangeeta ma'am, is my voice clear, or are there breaks in the
It's
voice? Because
perfectly fine. Major Vinny, it is
perfect,
perfectly
perfect.
fine.
Right,
Yes, yes, we are listening to you with
okay, right,
repetition. Yeah,
right.
please.
Okay, great, great, ma'am. Great. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, fine. Another video. Now, this is a custom video that we have made for all of you who are not caring about the cell phone security. This is an awareness video. We don't compromise people. But what we have done is we have taken two phones and a similar way, like sending a link to one person, or maybe sending a good morning kind of a message, a GIF to a person. And if you interact on that image, so what happens in the backend, all the data, all your interaction is captured by me remotely. So tomorrow, if somebody sends you a good morning messages or a JPG or a Word file or something like that over WhatsApp, over any kind of media, think twice before kind of opening it. In fact, I would suggest if it is coming from a stranger, don't open it at all. No need to open that. If it is coming from somebody known, please call that person individual and check with them whether he or she sent that file or not. If you are expecting the file, then that is great. But if the file is suddenly coming up, it may be something that the other person's phone might have also been compromised. So just check a quick video here. It's a silent video, but you understand, and I'll also explain it on how things are happening. On my right hand side is the compromised phone. Imagine it's your phone with Facebook, Instagram, everything there. On the left is the hacker screen. That's my screen. So I can see that entire thing, whatever is there, every single messages that is there in a phone, every single activity that you do in a phone. I can also, in fact, if you screen the scene, let me kind of use a pointer here. And yes, if you see this part, tools, I can enable camera, I can disable camera. I can switch on flashlight, I can switch off flashlight. I can enable auto locate, I can disable auto locate. I can ring, I can put your phone and in the silent mode or vibrate mode or the ringer mode. So I can enable, disable rings also. I can steal your contacts, I can steal your text messages, I can steal your call logs, I can even delete if there is a history. Like for example, I originated a message from your phone, I can delete that message. If I got a OTP on your phone, I can also delete that OTP remotely. So this is what hackers do. You may understand, like there was a case in Delhi, you must have come, it's in news that the hackers just did two missed calls and then the entire amount was taken, which I feel, and we are waiting for the investigation report to come, which I feel is not possible. There might be some kind of interaction, either in some form, or you might have clicked on a particular link, and then in return, the hacker must have got access to your phone, and then any OTP or any interaction would have come, might have directly gone to the hacker, and they might have deleted all the logs and history. So impossible. So let me play this video for you. One sec. Disable this. And here you go. It's a silent video, but I'll just keep moving this one. You can see the interaction that is happening on the screen. Silent, vibrate, ring. I can enable, disable. I can enable Wi-Fi, disable Wi-Fi. I can enable any kind of thing. Well, just imagine your phone is in my hands. It's there in your pocket. It's there with you, but the entire control lies with me. I can send notification. I can send SMS through your phone. You might not be even aware, but what I'll do is I'll activate net banking through your phone number and then transfer all your money. Yes. It's a long video with a lot of features. So what I'll do is I'll just cut short because I've explained everything to you about different features. You can see all the phone numbers, contact list, call logs, everything is there. Call list to everything comes here. Outbox, your emails that are there, your WhatsApp, for example. People believe WhatsApp is end-to-end encrypted, so nobody can hack my phone. Now, if a thing like this happens, if you click on, I'm just giving one such case, if you click on a random link or if you download a random photograph, the criminal sits in your phone. So whatever you see, the criminal sees. So end-to-end encryption also becomes irrelevant in such cases. Net banking, mobile banking, any kind of activities, any kind of passwords that you enter, everything gets captured. All your interactions, everything gets logged, and everything can be deleted also, so that you aren't aware by any chance that the hacker was sitting in your phone. That's one video that I wanted to showcase. Ma'am, is the video also visible, or just checking once again so that we don't miss out on anything?
You can play that. The only thing is it may not be that audible, because it has to be uploaded otherwise, but we can
So
just, you can try.
yeah, this is a silent video,
Yeah,
but
sure.
the next one is it has an audio. So I'll explain, but just for people understanding that this is how it
Yeah,
happens. So, right. Right. So same way I mentioned net banking, the moment you access net banking, I'll be able to kind of access all the touches, all the inputs that you give to enter your password or the PIN. Everything is something that we can access, and we can kind of compromise those stuff. Moving on to the next one. Yeah, so in your phone, you see there's so many things. Like this is again password being one. You generally tend to keep your credit card numbers, deleted files are there, phone logs, name addresses, recent flights, your current locations. Like I mentioned, I as a cyber criminal, if I'm a cyber criminal, I can even know your remote locations, what locations you are going, what locations you are traveling. Everything is kind of captured, and something that I can misuse it at any point of time. Even your Aadhaar details, for example, if you have an Aadhaar application, I can capture information from those applications also if I'm sitting on your phone and kind of doing, because like I said, it's remote control for me. Whatever you are doing, I'm able to see it, and I'm also able to capture it. Be careful again while installing any application. There are certain kind of researches that are being done. In fact, cyberpeace is also doing researches. Do check our social media for such reports and all, where we kind of tell you in advance about certain applications that could be risky for you, that could be stealing and capturing more and more information that they should not capture. So we keep doing such researches, and we publish one of these researches that Clario published. I'm just sharing here for a reference. Like if you install a Facebook application, see the kind of access, the kind of data that Facebook collects from your phone. Similar goes with Instagram, Tinder, Uber. If you install Uber, the kind of access that you have given to the Uber. In some cases, you also give access to your, in fact, live locations, your religious belief. What is your religious belief? And certain data that they should not have captured, but they are capturing. Your hobbies, your interests, your weight, your next of kin, your current employees, your past employers, your current employers, past employers, everything they're capturing. So your entire history. Probably you might also not be knowing so much about you that the tech companies today know. So they capture a lot of information. That's their business model. Another interesting video, I would say, and something that you should be aware if you're using WhatsApp. WhatsApp has something called as WhatsApp for Web. And this is our partner organization, eSafe, where they have created a video. I'll just play the button and I'll explain you what is happening. In fact, let me explain you in advance. This is a video from a library. It's a public library. One sec, let me go. Yeah, it's a public library where a student is sitting there. A stranger walks in again and requests her phone and gives an excuse that his phone battery is not there and it has died down and he needs help. He needs to make an urgent call to somebody for him to be picked up from a location. And the girl kind of, in order to help that individual, agrees and gives her phone. Now she makes a mistake there. She gives her phone and then she does not monitor her phone also. Within seconds, the chap was able to kind of steal the entire information that the girl had on her WhatsApp. And today we live in WhatsApp. We share so much information, photographs, videos, content, text messages that we don't even understand that we have so many messages. But then that's how that boy who was a criminal, who kind of gathered information from that small, it's not even a hack, it's just a trick that he used, and through that trick was able to get access to the entire content on the WhatsApp and then further blackmail the girl to extract money or some favors. So watch the video carefully. If the audio is not there, I've already given you the context, you may be able to relate properly now. Yes, so I hope you understood. It's just by scanning a QR code. So what that boy did was he had the WhatsApp or web screen open in front of screen to scan the QR code, and immediately he got the girl's phone, scanned that QR phone, and the entire messages, videos, audios got transferred to his particular laptop, and then he started blackmailing because he had all the data about the girl. Now this is a live example, live no, I'll say a screenshot of a ransomware attack where we have just taken a screenshot. It's a very famous ransomware attack. You must have heard about WannaCry, which hit us around 3 to 4 years back, and it compromised Windows machine and particular vulnerabilities in Windows machine. Anybody who was using an outdated version of Windows without patching, updating, actually they were trapped into this attack, and the machines were locked with a timer running. You had, say, 7 days time to pay money, and if you pay money, then only you get access to the data, or decryptor gets in. If you don't pay money, then all your data will be destroyed automatically like a time bomb within seven in fact days. So that is one such example. And payment in terms of Bitcoin cryptocurrency, not regular bank transfers, NEFT and all that. No, everything is being moved to cryptocurrencies now, because cryptocurrencies are the way and the future of transaction, I would say, how it's happening. So they kind of did this, and it's still happening, and that's why ransomware is still a big issue. What happens in AIMS was a ransomware attack, as far as we know. The kind of access to information that we have was a ransomware attack, where the systems were encrypted and they were asked for certain money, and in return, if you don't pay the money, the entire data gets destroyed. And that's the format these criminals generally use. In certain odd cases, we have also seen that even if you pay money to them to get access to the data, they'll accept the money, but they'll not give you the decryptors, the keys, basically to decrypt your devices. So this is an issue which the entire world today is struggling, and it has become one of the major issues for an individual to a large scale enterprise or the critical infrastructure or the governments. So a lot of effort, even Interpol and other organization entity, they have come together, kind of doing a lot of these, discussing, kind of holding different kind of talks, dialogue to bust these networks. So things are happening, but yes, in times to come, we'll probably have a good solution to this. What will be the future and the Internet of ransomware things is, take an example of your house or your kitchen, the smart kitchens that you have. These kitchens can also be accessed. These lights, these cameras, these toasters, they are all connected. Even the dustbins are smart, the doors are smart, thermostat is smart, the microwave is smart, everything that you see in this room is smart, and whether it is hackable, the answer is yes. And ransomware is something that can be deployed, and later on you may be charged for every device. Like every device that you have in your home, they'll ask money for every device. So you need to be aware. It's not just buying good stuff or buying expensive stuff and all, but the most important part is that any device that you buy, you need to know in and out of the device. What is happening to the device? What issue can you face from the device? All of that, and how can you secure the device? And why are these attacks happening? Is because we don't follow the practice of cyber hygiene. There are some basic minimum benchmarking, security controls that we do. One other example I will give you. In your home, say when you kind of install internet, a chap comes, gets a router, installs the router in one corner of your house, gives you the Wi-Fi password. That's it. I've seen people not bother to know what is my device password. For example, on an average, the research that we have done at different locations, we have found the default passwords for that router is admin. Now, it doesn't take even a second for a criminal to access your router. That criminal doesn't need your Wi-Fi password. I'll access your router and do whatever I want to. So basic stuff. When I talk about cyber hygiene, think about those devices on which you are dependent. Like for example, the router, that the Airtel router or the Geo router that you have in your home, whether you have taken an extra step to ask that chap कि इसका password क्या है, what is the password for this device, and instead, if I would have been at your place, I would have said, okay, you do install the basic minimum, get the networks in place, and then give the controls to me. I'll set up my own password. I'll set up my own keys. I'll set up my own Wi-Fi password to the admin password to everything. And on every 15 days or a month, for people who are very busy, it becomes difficult to kind of check back every 2 weeks. But at least make it a habit. Maybe once in every month, you kind of like, for if you buy a vehicle, you check your vehicle for maintenance, whether the fluids are proper and all the things are properly running or not, or you may be taking it to a technician once a month to get things checked, if things are proper. Okay. Similarly, when it comes to digital devices, make sure to take one Sunday off, sit and kind of just check whether things are going fine with our digital device. Is the device patched properly? All the security updates have been patched or not? Just check it, check the health of the devices, and that's how you'll be able to safeguard yourself from attacks. People don't do this. That's the problem. People buy device and then forget it. It's on auto mode. Whether the install update is getting installed, security fixes are being installed, we don't bother to kind of check that, and that's why we end up kind of facing these kinds of attacks. Another one is the Wi-Fi that you have in your airport, that we have like public places where we kind of access our internet. Now, as a say administrator, you might be having access to a lot of admin passwords for your library management systems. Also, you might be having access to your entire system or the admin access. Now, imagine something goes wrong. You're sitting at the airport. On the airport, you are there. You think, okay, fine, let me fix that. Let me connect to the Wi-Fi at the airport, the free Wi-Fi, and try to fix the issues. I would suggest think twice whenever you are doing activities like this. One, you are on open internet. You are not behind a VPN. If you are on open internet, and that too, there are cases where people have deployed a fake Wi-Fi. Like if I'm on Terminal 3, there's a original Terminal 3 Wi-Fi, and I, as a cyber criminal, can also create another Wi-Fi with the same name. So you get confused, and then you end up sometimes going on the wrong Wi-Fi, and then end up losing the data also. And how it happens is again a small video here. Yeah, I'm going to skip this because you don't have access to the audio here, but just wanted to give you an idea that if you get connected to a free Wi-Fi, it could be at your hotel or any hotel that while traveling you might be staying at the airport or at a coffee shop. It's a trend today to offer free Wi-Fi. People are kind of more interested on free Wi-Fi than any other freebies today. So if you are kind of getting access, if you're getting connected to such networks, be extremely careful there that you should not kind of do any kind of sensitive transaction, and plus make sure that this is a genuine one and not a rogue one. There are kind of internet security application that even alert you that this particular Wi-Fi is not found to be secure, and we would recommend not to use it. So make sure that these applications are installed, and even if you are on a I mean, I would say on a genuine network like a T3 official Wi-Fi network, still use a virtual private network to encrypt the communication that is happening, because you can see anybody who's there on the network can see exactly what you're doing, what activities you're doing. Everything is visible to that person. So this is one. Second is the charging points. This is again interesting. Charging points that you have maybe at the airports, at the railway stations. At the railway stations, I feel is high risk. At the airports, there's still some level of safety, but at the railway station or any coffee shops, if you find a charging port, make sure that you use your own adapter and not just plug your USB cable directly into the charging station. If you do that, then you may be a victim of juice jacking, and all your data can be remotely transferred to the hacker, because it could be a kind of a trap kind of set up by the hackers. On the social media, again, a lot of things, a lot of platform, not just Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram. It's much more. A lot of gaming sites and all, which are also now coming, and it has become a platform again for people to kind of access to information or get access to any particular information and then target people in any form. So do not fall prey to any kind of such attacks. And one of them is phishing. Phishing is the most common one. Phishing is very common. Phishing is very common. Like I was mentioning earlier, the different form of attacks that happen. Now you'll see those in images, like phishing being one. This is a phishing attack. So on the website, and Sangeeta ma'am, can we check with anyone if anybody can point me the error that is there in the website? If can I ask
Yeah,
somebody to kind
surely
of
they,
point me
yeah,
the error that?
yeah, they can
Yeah.
send across, in the chat box. They can write it. Our attendees
Yes.
can write it.
Uh,
Yes,
Fantastic.
it's
So a
it's
quick
nice
question
start.
for you.
Yeah.
Identify. Yeah. Sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yeah, we are just requesting all of our attendees,
Yes.
please
So
kindly, as being requested by Major Vinny, tell us, what is wrong in this particular, screen that you are able to see. This is a Facebook page. What's wrong in this? Facebook spelling by Dr. Gulvinder Kaur. Dr. Gulvinder has been able to spot it, and also Betapa MP has been able to see that. Abida Durrani has been able to. Spelling is wrong, Swati Jamkar. Devendra Singh Rajput also, Dr. Suresh Srinivas, Rashtriya today, everyone, they are able to notice it.
great,
It's from Karna
great,
Safapuri,
great, ma'am.
Kanchana Pandey. Yeah, not many now, it's getting flooded, yeah. So everyone
Oh, great,
writing,
great, great.
yeah,
So
so.
fantastic. So good. That's really nice. You're right. The spelling is wrong, and double O has been replaced by 00, and there's an extra
Yeah.
K there that has been there. That's one of the difference. There's one more. There's another issue in the same URL. So now you have identified one. You are correct. Bang on. But there's another one. I want you to kind of identify the other problem also that this website has.
HTTPS, someone has said
Yes,
instead of it's only
correct.
HTTP, not HTTP. This is Dr. Kulvinder Kaur again, Dr. Prasad M, Kanchana Pandey, Siba Pandey, Devendra
Right.
Singh Rajput, Shaheen Momim,
Great.
Gulab Chandra Sharma, Vijay Vikram
Fantastic.
Singh Parihar. Yes, yeah.
And I think we have a smart lot of students today, ma'am, so they know the issues. So that's great. So HTTPS, you're right. That's one. And secondly, the URL is changed, and that's how the phishing attacks, majority of phishing attacks happen this way. This is one form. The other form is they'll scare you in some way. And by scaring, I would mean that you'll get a message suddenly on your Facebook, and they'll say ki you have done something wrong, like you have violated the kind of community rules that we have, guidelines that we had, and we are closing a Facebook account. If you want to appeal for that, here is the link. And in panic, people end up clicking on that link and then verifying their account, and then later on they kind of lose access to the account. This is another form of cyber attack. Then you might have seen an email coming with an interesting video link or a message, or maybe verifying. It could be a mail from Apple to verify your Apple ID, that we have observed certain issues, suspicious login in your Apple account. We'll request you to verify your account right here. So that's one more thing. Now, one more scam that I found out. This was via text message, and something that somebody texted me very interestingly, that we are selling a list of VIP or vanity numbers. If you'd like to get one, please let me know. And the numbers are very interesting, like 9000000 till the end, nines and 9 times 0. So I tried to check, and in the end it was written that and it looked like an official ID to contact say XYZ person at airtel121.com. Now we all understand that Airtel has the 121 as the customer care service. So a lot of people, I'm sure, must have got confused. Okay, Airtel 121, that means official website, airtel121.in. When I checked the domain again on who is and all that, I found out that this is a domain registered by some other person and on a parked kind of a space on GoDaddy it was running. So it clearly, in fact, after that, my team actually started doing interaction with that individual. Then they sent us the link. Then we verified the link. So this is how it happens. They might like to lure you into something interesting, some good offers, and trick you in certain things. Like in this case, it was for a common person, it would have been difficult. You would have thought Airtel 121 means Airtel customer care, but in return, it was not the customer care. It was something else there. So that's one of the ways. Again, then the permission on the social media application, जानिए आप किस celebrity के जैसा दिख रहे हैं. Again, a bogus one. They'll tell you that you look like, say, Shah Rukh Khan or Salman Khan and all that, but this is all bogus. But in return, if you see the kind of access, your likes, your birthdays, your friend list, your public profile, your email address, in some cases, the OAuth ID is also stolen by this particular application. These are again different apps, like know how much popular are you on Facebook, yeah, increase followers on Facebook. Don't fall for it. These are all traps again. Then the misinformation, especially I've seen messages related to some which may arouse communal tensions in certain places. This is something they do a lot of rounds on the social media and also the OTT messaging platforms like WhatsApp and all. So these kinds of messages are quite common. So I would just suggest that please don't, if you get this message, don't even click, don't even forward, don't do anything, no interactions to be done. There are messages when it comes to these, if you love your mom, you need to forward this to 10 people, otherwise something would happen, and all these. No, it's all again a trap, trying to get you in some way and get you trapped into somewhere. Next one is something very common now. Very common. I'm sure most of you who are attending to this talk might have seen or experienced somebody talking in. Is this extortion scam that is happening via the WhatsApp? Now, how it happens is anybody any individual might get a video call from an unknown number, and you generally it's a tendency. Okay, fine, it's an unknown number. Let me kind of check who the person is. Now your phone camera has a front camera, the selfie camera, and a back camera. The moment you accept call, you must have seen one side of the call is you in the frame, and the other side the caller is in the frame. Now in this, what happens is the moment you accept the call, you come into the frame, and on the other side there's a lady in the frame. She'll start stripping in front of you immediately without any reaction. By the time you say hello, she'll start stripping. She'll capture the video, and then she'll send a link to you that I have this video, I'm going to upload it on the social media. You might have, well, maybe some of you might have experienced it, but this is very common. A lot of people in my home also have experienced it, and some of them got into the trap. Also, one friend of mine who runs a chain of restaurant got into the trap, and he was in a state of panic that now everybody will get to know, my wife will get to know that I have accepted this, and I was watching this kind of content and doing stuffs like that. So he was very nervous. He was even suicidal at one point of time, which we are able to counsel and get him out of that. But I'm just telling you that they will, and somebody again will come and say, I'm from YouTube and your video is going to be uploaded here. I'm from the YouTube security team. I can get your video removed only if you pay me XYZ amount. It'll say X amount. It could be any amount. So, and I have heard there are people who pay also. After paying also, what these guys do, they don't take it off. They'll ask further money. Once you get into the trap, they'll kind of keep they'll keep trying to get more money, extract more money out of you, till the time you finally end up going to the police station. So the first time it happens, you don't pay, you say do whatever you want to, and you'll see that person has a long list of numbers to call. So they'll not kind of come back and follow up with you, because he says, okay, fine, this person is strong, he'll not give up to whatever thing we say or whatever kind of messages we send to him. So they'll not waste much time on you. So that's the best trick. If you, even if maybe land, one is you don't accept such calls. Like I mentioned, all these are stranger oriented. So any random calls, any video calls coming, don't accept it. Even if you are getting trapped into some way, then the best example is don't give any single amount, any single money, and just ignore that other individual. Out of frustration, they'll move out. The other thing is the display picture that is there on your WhatsApp. Make sure, go to your security settings, privacy settings, and the display picture which is there, you should make it visible to friends only. Another case that has happened with a senior government official, a serving government official of almost secretary rank. That person, in fact, had the display picture made available for everyone. This person just got access to that picture, and then through that picture then reached out that and tweaked that picture, morphed that picture with some lady, etc. And then shared this picture is going to go viral tomorrow, it will be on all social media platforms. So things have happened, and things have happened with people of all level, not just one, from a normal person to a senior government official also. They have been got into the trap. This is how it happens. See the kind of messages, how it happens. Sangeeta ma'am, I believe I have just 10 more minutes, right? Maybe
Take a little more.
11:30 is
But
when I can. Ah,
no
okay,
problems. You're
okay,
most welcome.
okay.
Please kindly. Yeah. Mhm.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. So basically, if you see the message, this is how it starts. They'll start interacting with you. How are you? I'm good. And then say कि आप कैसे हो? Then दोस्ती करने के लिए, and then that's how कि मुझे एक video call करना है. आप अकेले हो? मुझे आपको देखना है. This is the kind of MO and which people somewhat, lot of people I would say, get into the trap. क्या आप अकेले हो, मैं वीडियो कॉल करती हूँ, एंड देन उसके बाद यू कैन सी बेबी जी को देखना पड़ेगा, मैं कपड़े उतारती हूँ, and all that. And some people actually end up looking at the DP of the other individual and beautiful looking girl. They kind of say, okay, fine, let's come on a video call also. It has happened that way also. So this is one such example from a live case. I've just blurred the actual numbers, but the message is there just for your understanding how it happens, how it goes. Next is the instant loan application. Instant loan application surged during the COVID times. You must have heard many of these applications are also Chinese run. The whole idea is to kind of, for them is to kind of get access to the people who are looking for loans, because COVID times, may all of us, a lot of us have struggled. People have lost revenue, lost jobs, lost their businesses and everything, and desperately looking for money. And that is when these surge of instant application happened. Collateral free loans up to say 50,000 rupees, collateral free. They're ready to give you. All you need to do is just go install a particular app. Now here is the catch: install a particular application. The moment you install that particular application, again, think, I'll take you back about that spyware, Pegasus, which I showed in that slide. The moment you install it, it gets you access to the entire phone. Same is the pattern, same is the MO with this instant loan application also. It gets you access to the entire phone, entire digital device that you are running. Now here, if you are unable to pay loan on time, then that's where the real game starts. They'll start blackmailing you. They'll say, I have access to your entire contact list. And I'll tell you that this person has taken loan and is not returning money, and he's a defaulter. I'll try to defame you. I'll try to tell your employers. I'll try to tell to your friends. I'll tell everyone that you are a defaulter and you have not returned the loan on time. So that's what they do, and they kind of trap people. The other side one is they charge high interest rates to return the loan. Until the time you don't return it, it's like you have a nightmare every day. Like you can't sleep. The kind of calls, and they'll threaten you the way they'll do it. They'll not just threaten you, they'll threaten your family also, to a lot of extent. But any of you or any one of you who know a particular victim who has been threatened, please do connect that victim to us. And we are kind of constantly researching on the instant loan application and also giving a list to the government. We have busted few campaigns also, running a loan kind of a campaign in the name of Honorable Prime Minister, PM Loan Yojana. I'll show you a screenshot also. We busted it and the people were caught from Mumbai and other places. So similar kind of thing. Now, one more thing that is now happening is, if you don't pay the loan, if you don't have the money, that's when the real problem starts. In one case, they reached out to the wife of the victim, and then they asked the wife to come and meet at a particular location, uh, just to get the loan waived off, for the lady, for the family. And once she was able to kind of go to, she went thinking that once she goes and meet that individual, she'll be given a complete waiver of the loan. She went to that location where she was raped, and further she was pushed into prostitution and trafficking. So this is how it happens. It does not just end with a loan, with a particular issue, with maybe some kind of money or involved. It goes much beyond, where people are even trafficked, or they get involved into something wrong further. So that's how the digital blackmailing happens in this world. Live check-ins, are you sure? Avoid live check-ins as much as possible. Robbers are there looking for you, and there have been cases where robbers check your social media and then come to rob the house. It happened in one of the cases in India. This is a India, not to happen in other countries. In India, where it was a gated society. There was a family living in, but they had a very bad habit of kind of adding strangers to the network, just to make sure, to get that feel that they are very popular, they have a lot of followers. And it ended up in a bad way, wherein one day they decided, one day, no, they decided in advance that they'll be going to Goa to spend a vacation with family in Goa, and they had posted in advance on Facebook, on social media websites, that they are going to go in this particular location to spend their holidays. The day they started, they posted it. Crossing all the toll plaza, they posted the photograph. We have crossed this toll. Now, after reaching Goa, they wrote that we have reached Goa, settled into the hotel, we are happy and everything. Now, this robber then got activated, and after that, what he did was, he went with a truck. When the guards at the society stopped him, he was very confident. He said, "ये साहब ने मुझे भेजा है, वो अभी छुट्टी पे गए हैं, उनके घर से कुछ सामान इकट्ठा करना है और ले जाना है." The guards thought, okay, fine, he knows the name, he knows the flat, he knows everything, he knows that they are out on chutti. So they also just allowed him. The robbers stayed there for one complete day, robbed everything that is there in the house, loaded everything onto the truck, and then moved on. So similar cases, I mean, live check-ins, this is one such example. The other example is, again, people can be, I mean, kidnapped because of this, and there had been cases also of kidnapping uh, through the live check-ins. Deepfake, another example for the social media. I'm going a little fast because I have less time now, so, and a lot of things to share, but something that you should need to know. I'm trying to cover all that. So deepfake is one such thing where you have different applications. Like, I'll give you an example here. First, you might have heard about the trending sari challenge. Now, it was trending, but there had been similar kind of challenges like the daughter challenge and others. But these challenges, the worst part of these challenges are, they are all, majority of these campaigns are made by cyber criminals. And the intention is that this becomes a place where people they upload photographs of them dressed in sari, of them with their daughters, and then it's a ground for the cyber criminals to make porn, catfish, and even blackmail people, because they'll collect all these photographs through the hashtags, and then later on kind of blackmail you. They'll use these applications again, like deepfake, to make a complete nude photograph of yours or a semi-nude photograph of yours. There are applications which do the job, and you do not spend time. You just enter a photograph, and within seconds you get a nude of that person. That's very easy today. So that is what is this deepfake kind of application, wherein a new AI application that swaps women into porn videos with just a click. So a photograph can make your videos also, And deepfake has also been used in the current tension between Russia and Ukraine, where Ukraine president's video was made, and in the video he said, I'm surrendering to Russia, and it looked like a real video. It's real, and it looked like he's speaking in that video. So all of that is possible today, and targeting women and young girls. Deepfake today is targeting them quite a lot. One of the COEs that we have, Centers of Excellence, that we have in Mumbai, we researched on deepfake, and I'll just show you an example. What we are doing is, we have in one of the frame, we must have seen the movie Three Idiots. So in the Three Idiots, what we are doing is we are replacing Amir Khan with Jack Ma. Jack Ma when he was young, and the kind of look that he had, we are just replacing it, and it looks like Jack Ma is sitting in the Three Idiots class. He's sitting there and kind of accessing the I mean, he's watching the class and responding in the class. I'm just so that was from our Center of Excellence. Again, I had to skip it because of the limited time, but you might have got the idea that we replaced Amir Khan with Jack Ma, and Jack Ma, it was looking like Jack Ma is sitting in the class and responding. Even his lips movement and everything seemed very familiar. There are a lot of videos. So it's very interesting as a subject also for you to research. Maybe if you just go on YouTube and type deepfake, you'll see a lot of deepfake videos that are there, which are also used in misinformation, especially during the campaigns where people create a deepfake of a politician, and the politician is kind of doing some activities or saying something that he should not have said, which he would not have actually said in the real life. So that's how people kind of misuse deepfake. Now coming to the threats to young children, you might have children at home. The major set of crimes that we see that is targeting young children is child sex predators are on the rise. Cyberbullying, blackmailing is common. Access to inappropriate content is very common. And this we have seen, and there's a gaming report also that we have released. If you check CyberPeace gaming report, you'll see the entire report has come out. We're doing another report in which there are games like World Cup cricket. A lot of children, youngsters, they play it. But during the game, they suddenly get an ad popped up saying that there's a dating website or mujhse dosti karoge, and the girl is semi-nude. Imagine a child getting exposed to a semi-nude content, which is a crime, but then it's happening today. So that's the access to inappropriate content. It's happening everywhere, even on YouTube. I've seen parents giving phone to the children to access YouTube and to see cartoon videos. There's a character called as Doraemon. They see Doraemon cartoons, and suddenly, as a suggestion, they say Doraemon having sex with, say, some character, and then the child gets exposed to that sexual content also. So that is something as parents we should know, that there's a difference between normal YouTube and there's something called as YouTube for kids, where the content is made for children. This normal YouTube is made for anybody who's above 18, and not just for children, but it's open. It's open territory. Child self-generated sexual content is another stuff that we see. In fact, a lot of children today, born in the e-world, they get married. Sorry, they get paired up in the e-world, and then all the breakups also happen in the e-world. But during the process, they share a lot of self-generated sexual content, which they should not have shared, because after the breakup, these are the content that actually surfaces, and people are targeted. Children are being targeted through different stuff, and when they are getting married, then these are the content that suddenly surfaces up by their ex. They kind of publish it on different sites. So we have been dealing with such kind of cases. A lot of cases are again coming of this kind. Cyber scams and phishing, again, gaming website, I would say, a lot of gaming website. What children do is they take credit card, debit card of their parents, and they in order to play a game, in order to get a special weapon in the game, they kind of enter the credit card details of their parents, and many times they end up losing money. And sometimes these children are also suicidal. A case also happened in Madhya Pradesh where the child committed suicide, thinking that he had actually taken cards of both their parents, mom and dad, and now he has lost all the money. So he could not face them, and he committed suicide. So such cases, it's very sad, but it's happening because the tech-based abuse is happening in different forms. And but there are ways and means, a lot
we are not.
of initiatives are being undertaken by the government to again regulate this. So I'm sure in a couple of students are adopting. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, ma'am.
Able
Hello,
to
ma'am.
hear you for a few seconds. We were not able
Sangeeta,
to.
ma'am, can you
It's
hear me?
perfectly fine. It is fine now. It is fine now, Vinay. It is fine now. Yeah, we were not able to hear you
That's fine.
for a few seconds, but it's fine now.
Okay,
It's perfectly fine. Yes, yeah.
got it. Great, great, ma'am. Great, ma'am. So I was just saying esports is also a career. So this doesn't mean that I'm showing you the slide. So tomorrow you should ask your children that you stay away. Banning has never been a solution. It will never be a solution. It's just about responsible gaming, responsible online behavior and whatever they do, and have that confidence in your children. Just try to groom them in such a way that they don't end up in doing something that they should not do. Especially like in cases where they take your card, enter that your card in a wrong place, and your card details get stolen, even all the money gets lost. So this is what as parenting we have a separate cyber parenting module also, but then this is one just a 101 which I thought to give on the cyber parenting, on how things are happening and how the space is shaping up. And for the children now and children of the future, the space is going to change completely. With NEP, again, you must have seen, all of you are into academics, so you must have seen that things are moving and it's in a different space where, I mean, it's just now, tomorrow it will be things of specialization. Like I can be a YouTuber and also earn money. I can be a gamer and earn money. So that's how the career spaces and the shift is moving now. Now, online harassment again happens on different platforms, social media, gaming. It happens on OTT messaging platforms and everywhere. And you must understand that what is considered as harassment. One is when you have a forceful sexual conversation with someone, if you troll someone, if you pass some remarks on someone, like if somebody is fat and you kind of make fun of that individual, then that is also considered as harassment. Sending objectionable materials, if you send some porn images, porn links, porn content, people, and that too I've seen people putting it on groups. You're not doing it in private, you're putting it on groups, porn content posting on groups, which is totally considered a case of online harassment, and you may be booked under the IT Act. So be careful. Even sending spam links, if you have the habit of sending too many good morning messages, ideally, I mean, if somebody takes a if decides tomorrow that I should report about the individual because he's spamming, he's sending too many of these messages which I don't want. I don't want so many good morning greetings every day from emerging from that individual. That can also be called as online harassment, and under the IT Act, it is all covered. One more example, this happened with a child under 18. He had a breakup and he posted on the social media that pain makes you stronger, fear makes you braver, heartbreaks makes you. He wanted to write wiser. He made a spelling mistake and wrote wisher. Imagine the troll army, and suddenly emerge, and the kind of messages that they wrote, that chota bheem band ho gaya kya TV par, and then Horlicks makes you stronger, Horlicks makes you braver, Horlicks makes you wisher. Why? They're making fun of his English, making fun of his feelings. In the real world, we would not have done it. In the real world, we would have gone and kind of consoled that person, help that person come out of that situation. But in the cyberspace, we forget. We have no feelings. We just make fun of everything. And that's where things go wrong. And this is one such example of how bullying happens. It may happen in different form, but this is one form, and this is a punishable offense. On the financial fraud, I've already covered, but then I'm just flipping the slides. Different scams, fake job offers, tower scams. Somebody will come with an attractive offer that I want to install a, say, Airtel tower in your home. I'll offer you 40,000 rupees a month. All you need to do is click on this link and deposit 5,000 rupees. Things like that. Everywhere at the end you'll see they'll ask for certain money. Now, genuine companies, those who are there, insurance companies, tower companies, they will never ask you for an upfront payment. They'll never send you a link to do. It's all something that will offer you some money. Even if there's a genuine company, they'll offer you money and straight away acquire the land and do something. But people don't understand, in order to get a good deal and good offer, they kind of go a step extra and say, okay, fine, I am ready to deposit money. Never do that. Then you have now that Musk has taken control of Twitter, there was a new phishing campaign that emerged. New phishing campaign which exploits Twitter's plan to charge for blue tick. And then those who, like, I have a blue tick in my account or my Twitter, on my social media. I also got a message wherein people said, do you want to keep this blue tick? If yes, I'm from the Twitter security team. You need to verify on this link to retain your blue tick. Now, this emerged, which I didn't respond, but then this is how things happen. these kinds of campaigns are being run. They kind of exploit situation at different times, and this is just an example. And a lot of people losing money on OLX, on other sites. So it's already happening. Sorry. Cyber frauds that's happening, where in fact with different people, with police, with law enforcement, with ordinary netizens, and it comes in different form. These are some of the campaigns that we have busted. Cyber Peace Foundation team has busted at different places. So some like SBI that you see that you'll just get the IP details. It's not a website. It's just a number. The number is written like 78.138.107.132. That would be the link. So it's difficult sometimes to tell whether it is the genuine SBI or a faked one. Which in our case we actually search and we kind of try to track the details. There are ways and means to track that IP also. But then some people may end up paying money, thinking that it's an income tax website, and on that I have to make money. There are different kinds of work from home scam during COVID-19. A lot of people lost money because they offered 200 to 3,000 rupees a day by just spending 10 to 30 minutes. This offer was unbelievable. People thought, okay, इससे अच्छा तो offer हो ही नहीं सकता है. And all you need to do is reply one by clicking on that link. The moment you clicked on that link, there were Chinese monitoring you from a remote location, trying to get access to your data, trying to steal information from your phone and access your phone remotely. This is the same work from home scams, similar scams being run. Like if you see, I'll not ask the question here again, but just to give you an example, free Paytm cash. If you see here, it's not paytm.com. The actual URL is .com-free.ga, and Paytm is a subdomain. But it looks like it is a paytm.com URL. So that is the difference that you need to identify and kind of understand before you make a payment. Similar case goes with, I mentioned your Apple ID is expiring. You need to confirm your Apple ID at this link. Don't ever respond on that, because Apple doesn't work that ways. This is the again scam that in fact our team busted. Pradhan Mantri Loan Yojana. For a lot of people, it looked like a genuine Government of India loan scheme, and it was a complete fake one till we kind of reported, identified, and then the government acted on it. Wishing scams again, Jantara style scams again. Uh, Electricity bill scam is the most common one, where people will say that you have not your electricity bill is due, and all you need to do is kind of install a particular application and make the payment online. That's the fraud here, where they'll install a remote access application in your phone, and then further they kind of will steal OTP and make transactions for your phone. A lot of people lost money here. Also, KYC scam, anything that you Google tomorrow, like if something wrong happens, if your Paytm money refund has not come up, don't go on Google and type Paytm customer care number, because then you'll land up in a fake call center. Go to the app. In the app there is a customer care section. Same goes with Amazon and other places. And through the app, please raise the complaint, not through Google or any of these customer care numbers. Remember one thing: UPI is to receive money. I mean UPI pin. Whenever you transact money, whenever you're sending money to somebody, then only you need a pin. You don't need a pin to receive money. Where in most cases people kind of put their stuff on OLX, and there is a person who says, "Ki, I like the deal, I like your sofa, I'll offer you 5,000 more." But in order to accept, you just give me the pin. I'm transferring the money to you. Don't, because it is just UPI. Again, I'm repeating, it is just to send money. Pin numbers are not asked when you receive money. So always keep this point very clear. Cloning and stuff also happens. It's usual stuff you might be knowing also. Credit card skimmer that gets installed on the ATM's machine. Like this is a skimming device here. It copies the magnetic strip information that your card has, and then further duplicates your card also. The black strip, they make a duplicate of the card and do the transaction. There are cameras installed at different places to steal your PIN numbers. It's quite common and most of you must be aware, so I'm just skipping it. Here it is a small camera that is installed on the pamphlet box, but there are other ways now. There's small sticky cameras that are there installed in ATM machines, so be careful there. Even on trays also, what they do is they have an additional tray. Money doesn't come out and you feel ki paisa andar hai, but actually money is out and it is collected in a tray that is just above the actual tray. Even the trash receipts that is there, please, I tear it and then throw. Don't just throw here and there with the complete details. Anybody who have these signals in your card, be careful. I suggest as of now, the best trick is use a silver foil. Silver foil जिसमें आप ये in fact food रखते हैं गरम रखने के लिए, same foil, you just take it out, enter your card in that foil, I mean, wrap your card with that silver foil and then keep it in your wallet. Otherwise, what you do is there are special wallets that are being made that do not emit the signals. In this case, again, a video wherein this person is actually having the a POS machine and the other person is standing. Without his knowledge, he just takes the POS machine towards him and the transaction is done. So be careful there. And whenever you go into the ATM, please rub the keypad before leaving. Don't go to a ATM which is located in an isolated place. Go in a public place where a lot of people come in and go out. Guards are there. Guards are watchful. So all of these practices you need to follow whenever you're doing the transaction. Now, these are the attacks, our research studies that Cyber Peace Foundation has done. It's all on internet. I'll not talk much, but yes, all sectors are being attacked, and I'm sure once our report comes out for the academia, and I'll request some universities and colleges also to come forward for this research so that we are able to gauge on the number of attacks that happen on you, on your infrastructure, on libraries and critical networks. So we'll be able to kind of have an idea on the kind of attacks that are being mounted, the pattern of attacks, and then later on, how do we safeguard people from these attacks. So this was one which we did for oil companies. We did one for health sector. Now, we raised an alert 2 years back, 2020. If you Google Cyber Peace and our report, you will find out that we had raised an alert then also that there are going to be attacks on the health sector. It's already happening on hospitals and hospital management servers, systems, and all these places in 2020. And you see what had happened in 2022. Now, we expect many more hospitals and infrastructures to be compromised, not just AIMS, but I feel some more hospitals would be compromised, which eventually we'll get to know. But it's happening. The attacks are just happening. And a lot of attacks are because of, again, like I mentioned, outdated version of OS, third-party vendor, weak data, obvious password 123, ABC 123 is the password in our critical network. So these are something which are kind of the age-old habit, but because of that we get compromised. Security misconfiguration. Imagine the router password is admin. So no matter whatever defenses you install, the firewall password is just admin, and that gives you access to everything. Now, finally, I talked a lot about the problems, some security tips that please follow, and some mistakes that you might be taking is no or poor data management, classification, data classification, and backups people don't take, improper surfing habits. People have improper, they access, like I told you, freebies, iPhone 4S in 4,000, or sorry, iPhone 14 in just 4,000 rupees. Who gives that offer? But then you fall for it sometimes. And that's where you end up doing free movies, free music, downloading third-party apps, like I mentioned, those apps which give you certain things, like they tell you how much popular you are, or know like when you will die, what location you will die. These are all bogus applications. Don't do it. Transacting on public Wi-Fi or unsecure connection, again, a no. You should not do such important transaction. Poor password management, like you're using the same password over years. Change it at regular interval, ignoring updates, trusting a stranger online too much. You saw what happened when somebody trusted a stranger and then lost all the household items that he had. Robbery happened and everything. So it's something very basic, but I think we all need to at least do a check mark on all that. Okay, fine, we don't do this. So this is something that we don't do. Rather, I would say not a check mark, but we should kind of do all these habits. We should make sure that this is what is not there in the list, and we kind of do all the correct habits that we have to follow, not following this what we are currently doing. Ignoring security warnings, system, website, smartphones, don't ignore. Always kind of have these things. Anti-malware solution, there are a lot of anti-malware solution. If you have a smartphone is a powerful than a computer today. So make sure that you have an anti-malware solution for smartphone. This is equally important. You should have data encryption. You have encryptions for your phones also enabled, so that you don't fall for juice jacking kind of attack. And in Android, you have a special feature, which I'll show you in the screenshot next. You need to lock your devices. You need to protect your data, avoid accidental deletion of files by write, protect your disks and all that, store data safely. Access control should be deployed in the university, oblique the college institution, where you should have access controls. So people should not be able to mount attacks through your library or through your connected network and then access to the student records and all that. It's all possible today. The attacks can be mounted from different regions. The process of protecting information assets organization wide is basically what is ISMS, which I know you must be understanding. Another set of device suggestions that I have, and especially for the institution, is practice and train everyone in cyber hygiene. Library staffs, to in fact even the board members, the trustees that you have in your institution, they should be trained. The students should be trained. Students are the core, so they should be trained. The clerical staff who are accessing records on a day-to-day basis, they should be trained. So practice and train everyone. And what we have is a phishing simulator also. What we do is we do an information security skill assessment. I mean, we do a check whether your institution where people are aware or not. It's not just the awareness program, but we should do a check back whether they are aware. We should send them some random link and see if they're clicking on it or not. If they are clicking, that means they are not aware. They need to be further aware. Have an ISMS plan in place, appoint an assist staff. IT person is not enough. Don't give the same task. IT person is able to handle the IT infrastructure. He's not a security expert. So have one other person, or today CISO as a service is also available. Chief Information Security Officer as a service. If you have a very low budget, then CISO as a service can be taken. Audit from time to time, backup data efficiently, follow national standards and protocols. In fact, NCIPC has issued guidelines on a regular basis. Follow that. Certain has been issuing guidelines. You need to follow that. And also now our cybersecurity strategy in the country is going to come up soon. So please do follow that and make sure that you're complying. Don't have a NC there, and protect against any phishing ERP. That is quite common here. Think before you post anything online. Key tips on your email. On the email, we highly recommend enable two-factor authentication. Now, I have a dongle, like I don't have even the OTP one-time password on a phone. I have something called the YubiKey. I install that YubiKey in my laptop, then give my fingerprint, then only after entering the password, I am able to access to my email. So have those tokens, have those hardware tokens if possible. Don't just rely on OTPs and all, but hardware tokens are the best form today. But if you don't have anything, at least set up a authenticator. Like on emails, you can have Google Authenticator, where you have a software, Google Auth, and through that you get random OTPs. That's one of the ways where you can protect. Be cautious of friends. I've already told, beware. Be aware of the security privacy settings. I'll show some security settings. Like this is Facebook. Go to the privacy settings, and on the settings, just do friends or only me. It should not be friends of friend or everyone. Make sure that these settings are friends or only me, and not friends of friends. If you have friends of friends, you are at risk. So please do change that. On the WhatsApp now, in fact, you can do this exercise now. You can take out your WhatsApp, and on the accounts privacy, all you need to do is last seen, profile photo, about, status. This is an old snapshot. Now you have access to the groups also. Earlier it used to be a practice key. Any individual used to add you to the group without consent. Now they cannot. If you have that setting enabled, now you'll be asked first to be added into the group. Once you give your consent, then only you'll be added into the group. So all of these should be my contacts, and my contacts. And remember, in my contacts also, I have seen a lot of people storing numbers of chaiwala, say, in fact, the household help that we are having at home, or maybe paperwala and all that numbers. So if you have that saved in your contacts, make sure you put them in the blog list so that they can't access your status, they can't access your photograph, DP, or whatever status you are giving. So all of that is something that you need to follow. There are no free lunches. Simple concept. No free lunches. Everything has a price. If anything is free, that means kuch intention hai behind that. So always know about those. Know about the intentions. Try to never log in from any unknown or untrusted accounts. That is very important in cyber cafes or public places where you go. Don't try to log in from those places. For password, never use a guessable and common password. Like the best thing that I do is I use a phrase, like for example, a phrase like I love to eat, say, burgers. And what I do is I'll pick up one characters from here, I, then L, and something like that, then add special numbers, characters. That way I'm able to kind of remember the password, and I don't end up in writing a complicated password and then losing out their diary. Also, I've seen people doing that. They write all their passwords in a diary, then the diary gets lost somewhere and it gets into a wrong hand, and people do transaction and kind of access the emails, and all that happens. Another case that has been reported to us that I would like to tell you, it's not there in the slides, but this is very important. If you have a number, if you used to have a number, and you have accounts, when you were creating a Facebook account, you use that number to create the account, make sure that you go to the Facebook settings and remove those numbers, delist those numbers from the account. Because in some cases what we have seen is the number, after a certain time, if you don't recharge it, they go into the public market and anybody can kind of get that number, and through that number they can get access to your account. So again, a security tip that you should remember, that you should keep a track of all your digital assets that you have. If any of the assets are going in public, make sure that you delist the device from all the other accounts. If you are sharing your laptop or a phone in public, you are giving your phone to somebody in public, or maybe putting it on OLX, make sure that it has been properly wiped, cleaned, not just trading like this, because then that's how things happen. People recover and they kind of cause damage to you. There are password managers also that you can use. Some of them are good, like LastPass is they offer encryption, and it's quite better compared to the other ones. And rest all I've already covered. Never share anything. Be smart about your passwords, secure your devices, don't use unsecure connection, monitor your devices. On the Android phone, if you are an Android user, go to security and under encryption, make sure that it is your encrypted phone is encrypted. This feature should be turned on. You can take a snapshot of this slide, or maybe just register it into your mind. Go to the security settings and make sure this is encrypted. Then you use this website, android.com/find, just in case if you lose your device somewhere. Then you can track your device to this particular URL for Android phones. Another freeware which has been tested, tried at our end, so that's why we are recommending. It's called No Root Firewall. Just remember, no root firewall. If you go on the Android store, you'll find this. A lot of people have downloaded. You can see the number of downloads and comments on the application. It is a very good application, and on the Android phone, you can control the entire activity of your Android phone through this application. Even certain applications which are running in the background, which are automatically installed, like all these Chinese phones, Vivos, OnePlus, and all that, they have some kind of application that are pre-installed. They also kind of steal data. They take a lot of data. Now through these applications, you can also close, ban those applications. In fact, disable access to these applications. It's called No Root Firewall. And then whatever, in fact, on the social media, try to keep limited information about you. Don't reveal everything about you that can help the criminals. All these platforms, whether Instagram, Twitter, WhatsApp, Snapchat, they have security, privacy, safety, well-being features. Just go to those features and kind of enable these features. Some of them you can see it here, like for Facebook and for iPhone or maybe Android, you have two-factor authentication available. So this should be on. You should have getting alerts about unrecognized login. This feature should be on, and you should constantly review the settings if anybody is active from some other location. Like here, it shows your phone, iPhone 7. You are accessing it from iPhone 7. There's another phone, OnePlus 5T. It could be a cyber criminal's phone here. So kindly remove if you find any unidentified devices here. When on Instagram, and when on Instagram, you should again enable two-factor authentication, hide offensive comments. Anybody who uses vulgar words will those comments will automatically be filtered, and go for a private account, not for a public account. If you are not into the public space, like you're not a politician or a celebrity, then you should kind of avoid. On the WhatsApp, again, one more feature is fingerprint lock for Android phones. For iOS, you have the screen lock feature. So this feature should be enabled. And rest all, I think I've covered all. Post should be friends, or I mean limited until unless you want to do a private public post, you should use friends, and these features I've already kind of share with you. We have kind of created a booklet which I'll be sharing with Sangeeta ma'am. So you need not memorize everything. Whatever I have said here, I've just kind of compiled a 12-pager. And in that 12-pager, you have all these steps like talking about the phone security, what steps you need to perform, like security lock, encryption, remote wipe, applications, messaging, no routing, NFC, everything with specific guidelines. When talking about VPN, we have also recommended what VPN you should install. They're not all VPNs are not safe, but there's some of them which are good. Like I recommend Proton VPN and Proton Mail. Both of them are good. For myself, for my personal use, I use the combination. All my phones are also on VPN. I use Proton VPN there. I've taken a subscription also for multiple device and for also the email because it offers end-to-end encryption. For Wi-Fi's, again, the entire steps that is there. I've already spoken to you about Wi-Fi and the kind of stuff that you do, starting your default password, your encryption strength should be minimum WPA2 only. WPA3, if possible, you can move to WPA3, update your firmware. All of that I've spoken, but we have just kind of created a booklet where everything has been collated together. Beware of fake websites, online, if you talk about online e-commerce shopping. So always make sure that you don't fall for those rush offers like iPhone 13 in 5,000. It's all bogus. Beware of fake Wi-Fi scams. Use VPN. Use strong passwords. Change passwords at regular intervals. Shoulder stuffing and all should be avoided. Fake news, again, make sure that you don't fall for fake news. Now it's just a summary of whatever I've said. Intimate pictures you should never store on your phone. Geolocation should be off. Add strangers, you should never do it. So all the crosses is something that you should not do. Check marks are something that you should do. Update security settings, update application, review tags and mention, review login alerts, and also login from public Wi-Fi should not be done, but login alert should be enabled. You should review if anybody is tagging you, you should get an alert, because it happens that somebody makes a communal post and tags you, and that can land you up into a lot of trouble. We have these resources, whatever I've said, we have made short videos. You can access these short videos from our YouTube URL. If you want to know that my phone is hacked, what steps I need to do to identify if a malware is running, we have videos there also on different frauds and again how to safeguard. If something goes wrong, don't worry. There's already help available. There are help available at different places. And the first help is, again, you should know the Act, the IT Act. And there are different provisions under the IT Act and how you can report. Next is you have the platform-based reporting. You can report abuse on platform. There's something called as DMCA. It is called Digital Millennium Copyright Act. And this is applicable to all US-based platforms. If there is a photograph or a content, if it's your picture or a video that is going viral without your consent, then you can reach out to Facebook. You can type Facebook DMCA. There will be a form that gets opened. On that form, you just need to claim that this is your photograph, and the platform will take off that particular content after you report. And this is without going to the police station. You need not go to the police station. You can just do it sitting at your home, and they'll honor your complaint and they'll take corrective actions there. So all the US-based platforms comply to the DMCA rules. We have the cybercrime.gov.in. This is the Ministry of Home Affairs portal, where again you can report crimes. Any child-related complaints where child is getting abused, you can report it to the NCPCR. It's ncpcr.gov.in, but this is for children only. The cybercrime.gov.in is for children, adults, everyone. This is limited to children only. For women-related companies, additional option that is available to you other than cybercrime.gov.in is ncw.nic.in, and here you can just go and make the complaints. I'm sorry, I missed the HTTPS here. Please, I missed the S part here. My typo, but HTTPS and then ncw. No, it's added now. ncw.nic.in. That is the portal where you need to go and make the complaint. This is the complaint form and all women-related matters. Supposing you have ordered something from Flipkart and you get something else in return, like you ordered for an iPhone and you got something else, or maybe a box, empty box. You go to the consumer awareness helpline on Jago Grahak Jago, on the toll-free and also on the web-based chat facility on the chatbot. Also, you can report complaints and seek help. RBI Ombudsman is another place where you can go and seek help for anything related to financial fraud. We have a chatbot that CyberPeace also runs just to assist victims in guiding them to the right place for taking complaints or helping and assisting them. The number is 95700000066. It's a WhatsApp-based chatbot. Soon we are running this as a pilot. We are soon trying to convert into a IVR and a phone-based and email-based helpline also in times to come. Any breaches that happen, supposedly your infrastructure has been breached, you need to report it within 6 hours to certain. And the moment you identify about the breach, you need to report within 6 hours, because that's the mandate now by the certain. A lot of organizations are reporting about breaches. So supposedly there has been a cyber attack on a university and things have been compromised, data has been stolen, do go out and report to the certain to kind of inform to the regulators also. Secondly, if it's a critical infrastructure, you can go to nciipc.gov.in, where you can again, if you fall for any of the sectors, then you can go there and report also. With this, I think I am sorry for taking a lot of time. I also extended by 30 minutes. Really thankful to all of you, even Sangeeta ma'am, for allowing me to take the additional bonus 30 minutes for the session. But I am done. Thank you so much for a patient hearing, ma'am. If you are open to questions or anything, I'm happy to answer those questions as well.
Thank you so very much, Major Vineet. And I would like to say that you deserve a standing ovation. So on behalf of Delnet and on behalf of each one of us here, let me stand on this virtual platform to give you. You have really delivered. May God bless you. May God bless you to the core. You are such a wonderful, you're a person, who have really, to the country, you are an asset. Because we know you from the time more than a decade when you started off. Dr. Kaul, always had such a great, appreciation for you. A person, you have dedicated your entire life to sensitize the, society, to make the society more secure by setting up, by founding this Cyber Peace Foundation. It's highly laudable. You have given your entire, it's like putting in your entire life, in setting up this organization. And let me share with all our attendees that Major Vineet is the best, the bestest we can think about, and then a person who is so genuinely being, wanting to do, and it's all being because of his, determined efforts that CPF also now has got offices overseas, including in US, what we are knowing about it, and in many other countries. And he's wanting to, we have been able to witness in the last 2 hours how genuinely he's wanting each one of us, to stay secured. What else, we can as a human being would be wanting, to do. The more digital ways we are going in, what are the code of ethics, that we need to have. The things that we always tend to, forget, or we tend to, take it very casually. Major Vineet has made it possible for each one of us, to get, sensitized about it. And also not many of vulnerabilities that we are encountering at every moment. And he is the one who is always so approachable, someone who is really selflessly, contributing to the society for the cause of strengthening, the cybersecurity, not among just in the institutions, but bringing it down to the people, to the masses, making it as a people's movement. And we greatly, appreciate and value your work that you are doing it, Major Vineet. And may God bless you, and you keep on scaling up greater and greater heights. May the organization that you are spearheading, CPF, also, it should have offices in every part of the world. And may you, keep on having, you keep on doing, it's really something, a remarkable contribution of yours, not only just simply today, but we are knowing it, how wonderfully and how diligently, you are doing, the work in the field of cybersecurity. And you are the one, who is leading the entire, the country as such, when we talk about. And CPF is under your able leadership, you're able to do so much. And may God bless you. Has truly been a great honor and pleasure, Major Vineet, to making it possible for us to have you yet again on the NACLIN platform. And you have been the one who has always been so accommodative of a request coming from Delnet. And thank you so much. We can never thank you enough. And And we would really like to, through this platform, I would like to mention, as we have deliberated today, Delnet may like to, we have a long time association, and all because of, your so very kind cooperation that you always extend to us. Would we definitely be interested to see how in our institutions, fairly say 8,000 institutions, 7,800 institutions that we have, for our member institutions, this is a direct question, Major Vinay, to you. Can we explore, Vinay, to have a kind of a cyber security corner? That would be a CPF Delnet cyber security corner in our libraries, in our member institutions, wherein, because we also keep on interacting a lot with our institutions, and we can think about having, means this would help in sensitizing in some ways, wherein we can have some posters that we can send it across to them, when we are sending it, even up, in a print copies of those posters. Libraries can create a small corner wherein they will have a resource, it can be a physical resource and even a digital resource. When we think about, as you have also created, a lot number of digital resource, we will be happy to even create a link on our main portal, because Delnet does have a portal which is accessed by our member institutions, by their faculty, by their students and others, and we can create a link, and this would be that, the CPF Delnet cyber security, it's like not only in a digital but also in the physical. We would like to have that. So that's a kind of a partnership, we can.
Oh, that's a fantastic idea, ma'am. Because like you are mentioning, ma'am, in fact, I mentioned the idea of maybe clubs. That's something that is more to do with engaging students and all into some activities like quiz competition and thus. But this corner would be a very important one because technology is evolving. Like whatever I told today, probably next year when I come or whenever I invited next, things would change. Even the pattern of crimes would change. So it keeps evolving. So if we can have some corner, we can update the users, anybody who comes to library or the students who kind of come, or even the faculties and the management, they can access to the latest trends of what's happening and how can they safeguard with those infographics, with those posters, small booklets, not a very bulky booklet, but a small booklet that they can easily flip through and understand how they can protect themselves and safeguard. And that's an excellent idea, ma'am, and would be very happy
I
to
think we
work
would definitely,
together with
we would be very much inclined, to work together on that and to see to it. And then we can also have a digital one, and even we can then think about having good amount of, activities to do it. Whether we can do it in person, we can do it in digital, and because we should always try to see to it that these individual institutions, and we are very much wanting that these libraries should remain as an epicenter for bringing in, that kind of sensitization in their respective institutions. So they will become the hub, for ensuring the institutional, lot many of activities, and then CPF can give them, a kind of a helping hand, maybe a consultancy if they want it, for certain things.
Right.
So couple of
Right,
so we will
that's
be
a
happy
very
to
good idea.
that. Yeah.
Right.
Thank you so much. Now a very quick
Right.
thing, we are making now the floor open for questions. So if say for another 10 minutes, 10-15 minutes, we may like to have. And one thing which we are able to see it all across, in our chat box right now, everyone is just wanting to know that how this mobile device that everyone has all the time with them, how to really make it sure that it is not a compromised device, means how, because you have shown it to everyone that, they may not be knowing even if someone has already hacked into their phone. So a couple of, our attendees here are just wanting to know that, sir, how really to safeguard, and also have to know whether my device is safe or not, the mobile device.
Right, ma'am. So one is a quick answer on this one is we have a YouTube link also, which says how to identify if my smartphone is hacked. So a couple of advisory that is there on the YouTube link. Secondly, I would suggest certain applications, ma'am, that we should install. And this is, again, both the platform, Android as well as Apple. One is for the Android phone, I just shared one freeware called as a no root firewall. That is completely free. That gives you complete insight of the traffic that is coming in and going out. It's like a virtual wall that gets set up between yourself and the outside world with the cyberspace. That's one. The second option is another, because we keep testing antiviruses and application also in our research centers. We have the Indian-owned Quick Heal antivirus, which is, and they have an internet security package, which can be installed on your phone. They charge some amount. I think they have a free version and they have a paid version which charges around 499 rupees or something for a year. But I highly recommend, I mean, the kind of data that you have, this is hardly any money. So Quick Heal antivirus is one. Bitdefender is another good antivirus application, internet security application, which has been tested and it has proved well in our lab. So one is no root firewall. Secondly is Quick Heal anti-internet security application, which is Indian owned. But if you prefer Indian owned, if you don't prefer, if you are okay to have antivirus from the other countries, then we recommend Bitdefender. Bitdefender is really good. And the fourth one is Malware Bytes. It's Malware Bytes. If you Google, you will be able to get access to these websites, the official website. And then I recommend that you download it. And once you download it, you'll be able to see, scan your system, scan your phone, and see if there are any vulnerabilities, number one. And secondly, we can also check if there are any particular malware in your phone. If it is there, it will alert you that your phone is infected. All you need to do is clean up the entire phone and constantly keep on monitoring, run that particular scan probably once in a week, if not every day. You can run complete phone scan once in a week. Normally, these are very advanced antiviruses. Some of them have now AI capabilities inbuilt. So they constantly keep checking your patterns, like any different pattern or a traffic movement happens, they kind of detect that. And if they find anything malicious, they alert you. So certain things that I suggest that you need to do to track if there's something wrong happening, or if you're being targeted. So this is one such example. And otherwise, just follow basic cyber hygiene practices. Phone should be updated on a regular basis. Even the application, for example, if you have VLC player or a QuickTime player, anything like that, any app, Paytm, for example, make sure that it is up to date. It is not the older version of the application that you are using. People tend to kind of follow this practice that they're not updating the application. So your operating system firmware should be up to date. Your application should be up to date. Pattern screen lock should be enabled. It should not be something that is your phone is completely open and anybody can access to your phone easily. So making it difficult for a criminal to kind of get access and control by setting up different layers of security is something that I would recommend. Yeah, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Major Vineet. We have one or two questions on the same. They are just wanting to know how safe is Instagram and Snapshot app? How safer are they
Snapchat,
to
ma'am.
use?
Yes, ma'am.
Snapchat
So
and
Instagram
Instagram.
and yeah. So Snapchat and Instagram, as I mentioned earlier, in fact, you've seen my slides, they do collect data. I mean, if I say they are 100% safe and they don't collect data, they don't collect information, then I'm wrong. If you are on social media, that means you are there to kind of exchange notes and you are there to network with people on this particular platform. And you will have to give up certain information that we cannot kind of I mean deny. We'll have to give certain information to them. So in terms of safety, the platforms are safe, but they do collect information. Provided that you follow their safety, security, and privacy settings, you are able to kind of implement those privacy settings that I mentioned briefly, that going to the settings and then enabling two-factor authentication, enabling privacy settings there so that you have control the people who see your post and kind of download your content from the social media and all that. So all of these practices, if we follow it, then it's pretty safe. But then it comes with something like I mentioned, there are no free lunches. So for them, the revenue model is that they are giving you the platform for free, but they'll collect something. And why they are collecting something? To give you those targeted ads through which they will earn money. So that's the only thing, ma'am, that I'd like to say.
That's great. Thank you so much. There is also, we are able to see we have Dr. Felsi D'Souza in our librarian at St. Joseph's Engineering College, and she says that now they're introducing a course. It's an engineering college. They're introducing a course in cybersecurity. So just
Wow.
keen to know, yeah, means from CPF, what kind of, any kind of, expert help or anything that you can offer to this institution, and especially there may be many other institutions who may have now, the courses in cybersecurity. So anything specifically that you have, any plans for them, how CPF can be of any assistance?
Yes, ma'am. So basically, in fact, it's great when many institutions slowly and slowly are catching up. They're understanding the importance of the course, but what they are missing out is creating that ecosystem. Now, if you just have a cybersecurity course, but you don't have a research environment, then it's a complete mismatch. So number one is while we'll be very happy to support you, ma'am, in terms of getting the faculties, because we have collaborations with NYU, New York University, with Indiana University. We have been running a course on cyber security. You can find it on their official website also. So yeah, we'll be happy to bring those experts from the industry, from the academia, and that too from different countries, from Australia, US, and all that, so that students have a wider exposure. They're not just limited by stuffs here. But additionally, what we can help you with is setting up those labs like the cyber range, where students can practice the skill, where they can be exposed to the live projects that they have to do. So once they are able to do those live projects, when they get exposed to a live attack and then defending those attacks, all of that will clear the concept well. So we have these diploma programs. We have BTech, like I mentioned earlier, also BTech, MTech, executive MBA program that we are currently working with different universities. We have rolled out certain programs also. Would be happy to kind of run such programs with you also, and kind of whatever support we can provide, please count on us, ma'am. I'll probably request Sangeeta ma'am to share my email or the secretariat's email, so that we can kind of handhold you and support you in whatever form we can, and kind of make sure that the entire thing is fruitful. Even the students get to do internship with us remotely on live projects. All of that we'll be able to do.
Thank you so much. I have already sent across, in fact, your email ID to her. And this also prompts me to say that even through this collaborative partnership that we are envisaging between CPM and DILNet, we can think about, because we have a huge, large number of engineering colleges, and there may be many institutions who have already now started, introducing this program in cybersecurity. So we may then think about, having a very centralized repository of those resources, which can be accessed by them under this special initiative of having something common, for these institutions, especially for the academic institutions who are running some courses, and providing them a kind of, some experts, the international experts also, which will definitely be a kind of an encouraging thing for the young students who are getting enrolled in these courses. Perfectly fine. Now, we could see that there are not many questions, Major Vinit. You already are into the session for more than 2 hours now, but we could see that, it can, I will just take another 5 to 10 minutes, not much now. We have a question coming from Dr. Rajesh Sharma, and there is one more colleague, who is wanting to know about, this hacking of their Facebook accounts. They are saying that it's happening every now and then, and they are putting in the, they have lodged in the complaints to the police and all, but still it's happening. So how really, to safeguard? There are one or two more, professionals who are just wanting.
Sure. Right, ma'am. So just to quickly answer you, ma'am, in fact, like the settings that I have already mentioned, if you could make sure that the settings are enabled, number one, so that the current account is safe, and in fact, there are no more future attacks. Number two is, in your existing set of attacks, if you could, like, one is you can go to the cybercrime.gov.in and seek help. There are cyber police stations in almost every state now. Now every district is having cyber police stations, so you can walk up to them also. In fact, in majority of the cases, what happens is people are not comfortable going to the police. So what they do is they land up on our helpline, and what we do is we try to informally help them, because we have some existing set of connections with Facebook. We work with Instagram, we work with Google, all these platforms where in fact the users are, and that's why we are working with them to make the platform safer for our users. So if you are still unable to get any kind of support and the case is not getting resolved, we can reach out to us. We are the trusted partners, and through that, certain cases we kind of take up to them directly, that this is a case and you need to give a quick resolution. If the ID has been hacked and you are unable to get this restored, then we kind of pressurize them to kind of make sure that this gets resolved on time. And in many cases, our helpline has been able to resolve a lot of cases. So it's a very small team. We are just a 5-people team where they work from 9 to 6, but a very dedicated team, and would be very happy to go through your case and try to see how we can assist you and how we can get the solution for you. But meanwhile, I will suggest please do implement all the security settings, privacy settings, two-factor authentication, everything that I've covered during this session today. That will help you safeguard from the different kind of cyber attacks. Also, there could be one more thing that I suspect. Maybe please check your digital devices. Maybe one of your digital devices might be compromised. and that's why criminal is trying to get access again and again. So please check your phones or the laptop that you're using. Make sure that it is sanitized by installing any of the anti-malware solution and running the entire scan of your digital devices plus the phone that you have. So I think you'll be able to safeguard yourself, and we'll also kind of assist you in kind of helping you to kind of get your particular case solved by the tech company, by the platform.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Vineet. Only the last two questions, and in one go only I'm asking both of them,
Yes,
so that, no further questions, and requesting all our attendees, please kindly do try to also understand that Major Vineet is there for more than it's now 2.5 hours time, and we can go on with him like this, and he's also someone, who is always so very generous. Two questions, quick questions. And number one is, how safe is this practice of downloading, the apps from the Play stores? How safe is it? This is from Mr. Harilal Ji, who is wanting to know. And from Mr. Devendra Singh Rajput, he is wanting to know, can just a normal feature phone can also get hacked?
Interesting questions, ma'am. And just to answer the first one on the apps on the Play Store, especially on the Android store, one example, in fact, the kind of cases that we have seen is the lot of bogus applications that are there. Some are also the crypto mining application. Like for example, you download an app to again astrology app to check about your say day or maybe predictions and all that. But in the background, what happens is it's a crypto mining application which kind of uses your power of the phone, the power of the phone, and kind of mines for cryptocurrencies when the phone is idle. So I don't say that you trust all the applications, but whenever you are installing an application, first go and kind of read about the comments that user have. If you are on genuine Android store or Apple store, and Apple is still better. Apple goes through multiple checks, I think 5 level of checks before the particular application is uploaded on the Apple store. So it is relatively safe, but in Android there are lesser checks and balance, and that's why the risk is. But in Android, what you can do is you can see if you have that green tick like play, it's a play protected application. Android also verifies certain application and says it is safe. The application is marked as safe. So download the safe application. Additionally, go through the comments that is there. What users have written about the application? What are the challenges that the users have faced about the application? So go through the number of downloads. If it's a new app, you need to be extremely careful. If it's a new app, I can instantly code an application and put it on the Android store. It will come within few hours. But this could be a risky application. It would have a malware inbuilt. So you need to see if it's a new one or if it's an old one. If it's an old one, go through all the comments, like I mentioned about those antivirus, also Quick Heal, Bitdefender. Once you're going to install them, just go to them, read the comments of the users, see the number of downloads that these applications have. These are a few checks and balance that you can do before downloading any application. Read about their application, read about what the users are saying about that application, and then finally make a download. So that's answer number one. Answer number two is Thank you. So answer number two is feature phones. So feature phones basically are safe on grounds of like my dad uses a basic Nokia phone which does not have anything, does not even have Bluetooth. So you're closing all the doors. If the phone does not have anything, it's safe. But for example, if it has one entry point, like some features phone have Bluetooth inbuilt, is a Bluetooth facilities there. Some features phone even have the Wi-Fi there. It's not on Android, it's not on iOS, but it's on a custom OS. But still, the attack points are there. So you need to be aware that you need to use limited features. If you are not using Bluetooth, then turn it off. If you're not using Wi-Fi, then turn it off. All these things, settings, you need to do it so that it is safe. But otherwise, if you don't have anything, you are safe. Just be careful. I mean, when you give your phones at some location, or if you leave your phones, then physical access to the phone is one way that people can get access to if you're not protecting it. And if you're going to a mobile shop, if something goes wrong with your phone, and if you're going to a mobile shop, then make sure that you watch each and every activity of the shop owner, whatever he or she is doing. You need to watch every activity, because those are also the points where your data can be stolen. But otherwise, internet wise, since the phone is not connected to internet, the attack vectors are already lessened and there are few attacks. So remember, if Bluetooth, turn it off when not in use. Wi-Fi, turn it off when not in use. If it has, let's say, 4G or 3G, then again turn it off when not in use. And again, because the more features it has, you're open to attacks. Even 4G will open you to a number of attacks if your phone has 4G inbuilt. But if you're not using it, it's pretty safe.
As a special case, Major, we need one last question, because this is something which number of, and I think this is a repeated question being asked on a couple of times to you only, and especially on the NACLIN platforms. And let's each one of us, 965 of our attendees right now who are there in this session to get benefited. And this is from Dr. Vrishali Dandavate, who is saying that sometimes we are getting our own activity reports on Google Maps, visit to the cities and to the places and all that. How really to stop that?
Yes, ma'am. So Google Maps, definitely, because if you have location services on, then it's basically whatever activity you do. Like if you go on your Google account, there's something called as Google Dashboard. On the dashboard, you will see everything, whatever places you have visited, what mode, whether you took railways, whether you took a four-wheeler or a bus, everything gets highlighted into the Google Dashboard. Say they monitor all your entry points, and by default on an Android smartphone, there are 200 sensors. 200 sensors that track you, track your different move, track your activities. So they do track you, but location service is one sensitive stuff, which I feel you turn it off when not in use. And there are apps, for example, you use apps like Uber, which is totally dependent on location services. Then you can activate the feature that when you use the application, then only location services will get turned on. By default, in the silent mode, like WhatsApp also has a feature where by default you can turn on the location services, and it is very useful for you when you kind of share your live locations. But then in return, it also kind of takes your live positioning, live data on a frequent interval. So I would suggest that location services turn off totally when not in use, and use only when you are using. Otherwise, it will keep on capturing your location, keep on capturing your location wherever you are traveling, and this is how things happen. On iOS, it's a very good feature. iOS also alerts you. If some application is kind of consuming or kind of taking your live locations, then you can disable it. On iOS, it warns you that do you want to enable location. Enabling location will reveal your all the activities and everything, and wherever you are at different locations. So it warns you. So all this feature is there in iOS, but in Android, you turn it off when not in use. That's the only advice that I like to give to you.
Thank you so much, Major Vineet. And this is to request our attendees, because it's still the chat box is getting flooded with the questions. And I'm going to forward those questions now to Major Vineet. And he's going to, just to inform, with your permission, Vineet, to let you each know that Major Vineet can be reached at his email ID, Vineet, VINEET @cyberpeace.net. You're most welcome. You can write to Major Vineet. And we are not able in a position now to any further take the questions, because we have already had enough from Major Vineet, and we are really wanting to do that, but it's more than continuously. He's deliberating for past more than 2.5 hours, has given us so much. There's not much to our entire digital behavior, digital etiquettes, are going to now take a drastic and dramatic change now, because the moment we should, the moment you are getting into something, you should always remember the words, the words of caution from Major Vineet. This is to ensure that you remain secured, in this digital world. It has been a great honor and pleasure to have you with us, Major Vineet. Would like to thank you. You have been the one who always makes it so simple to understand, so simple. Everyone feels so connected. Everyone, it's so appealing. Everyone gets etched. It's because that comes, from your very selfless core, that you are doing it so genuinely, and that's how you are a very blessed one, that you are able to reach out to each and every one. Every single word that you say, it comes out of not much of experience, but also it comes out because of your, a great commitment, to this entire cause of, making everyone getting secured, and may God bless you, and you keep on,
Thank you, ma'am.
contributing immensely to the world of cybersecurity and make the lives of everyone so secure. On behalf
Thank
of
you so much, ma'am.
Delnet, behalf of 953 attendees that we have right now, it's a small token of our great appreciation for you, for what all that you have always been doing for Delnet. You have always been the one, in spite of right now also being away, still you have been, you have been the one. We can be sure that yes, we can always approach at any time. And he's the one, who would always be helping us out. May God bestow all the, the most special blessings on you. You keep on, moving ahead in life, take the organization CPF, to the greater heights. And has been a great honor, Major Vineet, having you. And we really look forward to working together, CPF and Delnet, taking, getting into the institutions, helping out the institutions, sensitizing, each and individual, whosoever is being connected, because even when you think about institutions, it's not only the academia, it's not only the students, so it is one is to many. So, and as you have in your presentation so vividly, you have been able to cover up all the aspects, like even the parenting. So those who are coming in, even sensitizing them how being a parent, what they need to do, how being a youngster they need to do. So we would really be delighted if we can, have joined our hands, with CPF in doing something constructively in a more meaningful manner with our institutions, and we would be requiring all your support in that then.
Thank you, ma'am. Surely, ma'am. And I've also been very thankful to Delnet, and NACLIN has been like, it has been a great experience over years. I'm really looking forward that whenever we have this face-to-face next time, looking forward to be present next time also in the NACLIN, and really looking forward to collaborate. And I've developed that 12-pager, ma'am, which I'll also share with you so that it can be distributed among the participants. And this would be a great point for them to kind of have a takeaway from the session and implement certain steps, some basic cyber hygiene that they can do it in your home, not just in their work environment, but also in their home with their families. So it would be good to start from there.
Even
and
a
also
digital poster. Even a digital poster, if we can make it, Major Vineet, we would be happy to give this, as a CPF and Delnet, and even a digital one that we can send it and they can get a color print.
Right. Definitely, ma'am. We'll get it done. It's already there. I'll just maybe take 1 day's time. By tomorrow, you should have all the content which can be distributed among 2 different participants here, ma'am. And I also wanted to show you a quick glimpse, ma'am, of where I am. And I've been very thankful to my network, and also my laptop was almost just 4% left. So I was worrying that there's no electricity here. How would I charge, and how would I've saved all these in the past 3 years? So this is where I am currently. And so this is my village. So
that only we can do. No one else can think about doing it. You have really that, the desire to do, the will to do, and that makes you, to stand out in a, in a huge big crowd. You are so very unique, and you are the one, a real doer. You are an inspiration. You are an inspiration, undoubtedly, Vineet. May God bless you. It has been a great honor and pleasure, and do convey our regards to everyone at home, and has been a wonderful pleasure. And we look forward to seeing you. It has been a long time that you came to Delhi and to Delnet, so it would be a pleasure, to see you in person.
Pretty soon, ma'am.
God bless you. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you. God bless. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vinny. Thank you so much indeed. God bless. God bless you. Thank you so much for making it possible for us to have you here today. Thank you. God bless. God bless. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It has been a great pleasure in having Major Vineet, and for the past 2.5 hours, yes, exactly 2 hours and 35 minutes, we have been able to deliberate so wonderfully, exhaustively, in such an excellent manner, all because of Major Vineet, and hats off to him and to the spirits, that he's so genuinely and so selflessly has dedicated his entire life, in making the society more secure, in making everyone also get sensitized about the cybersecurity. And I think there have been not many takeaways for each and every one. We assure you that from Telnet, we are certainly going to work. As I said earlier, we have been working with CPF and a number of programs that we have done it even in the past. So we would really like to take it to the next level, and wherein we would like to contribute to the institutions, and especially to make our libraries as an epicenter of our activities for safeguarding, and sensitizing the institutions and whosoever is being connected in that. So this booklet also that Major Vineet has been talking about, so we are going to receive it from him by tomorrow, and we assure you, as we are on the third and the concluding day of NACLIN 2022, we request you to allow us a time maximum by coming Tuesday, that would be the 20th of December. Allow us a time wherein we are going to upload the entire video recordings of the 3 days. It's because it's going to be a very bulky files. It will be taking a little time in getting them uploaded on the YouTube channel of Telnet. And we are also going to let you have, all the other supplementary information, the email IDs of all our speakers. Session wise, we are going to also let you have all those details, including the cyber security this booklet, which you can take out a printout. Even where we would be, as we discussed, we would also like to send it to you, a digital poster of that. And especially for our member institutions, we would also like to see to it that when we get into a kind of a collaborative mode with CPF, and then also to send across, as we keep on interacting with you also through posts. So we would be happy to send across a nicely printed, some kind of posters that you can put up, in your libraries. And this would definitely be able to, help in the mission of sensitizing, everyone. So it has been a great honor and pleasure. We are now, firstly, would like to mention that now we are into the last technical session of the 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking, NACLIN 2022. We take immense pleasure in welcoming Dr. Jagtar Singh Ji, our invited speaker for the session. Thank you so very much, sir, for joining us today. I would also like to mention that our first speaker, invited speaker, distinguished speaker, Dr. Pierre Goswamiji has not been able to make it. His presentation file is there on our system. He's having a bad throat, a sore throat, and being down with the cold. So I would just like to mention that he would be speaking to each one of you on 29th of December. Please mark your calendar. 29th of December, Telnet will be holding a webinar session that's under our monthly webinars, as we do. All of us are fully aware about it. Every month we do, towards the end of the month, we conduct the webinar session. Since he's unwell today, so we have scheduled that session on 29th of December, 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock, 3 to 4 o'clock. So Dr. Pierre Goswamiji is going to address each one of you and would be taking this session on skill development for new millenniums, LIS professionals, and overview. His presentation file is already there in the system, but since he's not well, so we have thought of, that let him, directly speak to each one of you. So please kindly, we are going to notify you. We are going to send you a link for joining us on 29th of December. So please keep 2 dates blocked. I do hope you still remember. You have to keep December 21st. That would be celebrating Library Networking Day on the 81st birth anniversary of founder Dr. Kaul. We are going to have a program, and also on 29th of December. So 21st and 29th, please kindly keep it blocked, and we are going to notify you and sending you the web link for registrations. Immense pleasure in welcoming Dr. Jagtar Singh Ji, and it's a very, very difficult task, for a person like me to introduce him. And the introduction that I can speak about him is, he's a one, who has been of great support to Telnet ever since the inception of Telnet, a great friend of Telnet. And Dr. Kaul, he had a very, very close association for years altogether. And this brings back the wonderful memories, of the, large connections that we had, with Dr. Jagtar Singh Ji, who has always been very kind and gracious in extending his support to us always, and it's more a timeless connection that we have been having. On the occasion of NACLIN 2022, especially on the occasion of 25th NACLIN, it's a nostalgic moment for us, because this brings back the memories of having Dr. Jagtar Singh ji and Dr. Kaul, both of them who were very closely, great professional friends, and also having been, on the various forums in very prestigious committees, they have been have worked together. So it's a profound privilege, sir, to welcome you to the 25th NACLIN, and I have immense pleasure. I would just make an attempt, in informing you all that Dr. Jagtar Singh ji is currently, as all of us are knowing his great contributions, stupendous contributions that he has made in the field of library and information sciences, one of the most respected and well-renowned expert in the country and also at the international level because of his prolific contributions that he has made. So Dr. Jagtar Singh ji is currently the professor and head of Department of Library and Information Sciences at Guru Kashi University, Bhatinda. All of us have been fully knowing about that he has been a professor and head of Department of Library and Information Science, and also the professor in charge at Bhai Kahan Singh Nabha Library at Punjabi University, Patiala. And it has been a very long stint that he had it. He has his postdoctoral research in electronic publishing under Commonwealth Academic Staff Fellowship from Loughborough University in Loughborough from UK, and has been an honorary fellow also, with an experience of nearly 4 decades and in teaching as well as the research experience, out of which 10 years experience has been as an administrator and an open selection professor. He has been at Punjabi University, Patiala, and also it's very astonishing to note that Dr. Jagtar Singh ji has visited 27 countries on prestigious academic assignments. And this is a very rare distinction, and that shows his involvement, his contributions, at a global level. He has been, associated with a number of UNESCO's program and also the IFLA's program, and has immensely been contributed, at the global level in the field of library and information sciences. Today, our distinguished speaker is going to speak on upskilling and reskilling the LIS professionals for engaging and empowering the information seekers for sustainable development. I have a profound privilege, sir, in welcoming you once again to the 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking, and we always greatly value your support and your presence with us on these platforms. It's over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, for this kind introduction. You had been always very kind to provide me the platform, this Delnet NACLIN platform, to share my perceptions. My this PPT is visible? Hello?
Very much visible. Yes, sir, it's visible, sir. It's very much visible.
Before wasting much of time, let me start because we are running behind the schedule. So I directly start. Here has my PPT gone.
So we are able to see it?
No, I'm finding this because of my this picture. Just a minute.
Sir, surely take your time, sir. No problem. We are able to see it, sir, from here.
No, I have to look for
there
my
may be
PPT.
some pop-up appearing. You can take it sideways, sir, this pop-up, if it's of GoToWebinar.
Just a minute.
Sure, sir, please.
So this PPT visible?
Yes, sir, PPT is visible, sir, very much.
So my PPT should be visible. People know me very well, so there's no need for my video camera. So first of all, I want to tell you about paradigm shift. Because when we are talking about upskilling and reskilling, we must see what sort of ecosystem is changing around us, what ecology is there. So when from my personal perception, I see that there is a paradigm shift from printed publications to digital documents. We are having into the digital context. That's why upskilling and reskilling is very much necessary. Then another shift is from standalone libraries to library and information networks. Another shift is from ownership to access. Previously, we were buying documents, but now we are buying access to databases. And then previously library and information seekers were coming to the librarian, and librarian was serving as intermediary. And the now end user is becoming empowered with this Google and Wikipedia, etc., or various search engines. So they think that Google is their godfather and they can find information from Google, but they are sadly mistaken. In library, everything is controlled. Ultimately, they will have to come back to the library, but we will have to remain relevant. We should provide such services that readers are forced, information seekers are forced to come back to the library. Previously, we were developing these collections in anticipation when we were saying best reading to the largest number at the least cost. But now it is not just in case that just in case the reader comes and asks for the information, what we will do. No, it is just in time. People want real time access to information and timely access to information. Real time access to information is that information is available to you as it happens, just like the cricket match. In cricket match, you see instantly what is happening on the ground, on the screen of your mobile phone or your TV, like that. But now just in time means timely access to information. Supposing I am to deliver lecture on upscaling and rescaling, then I need information today before this lecture, not after tomorrow when this lecture is over. So that is timely access to information. Now we have moved from earth to cloud and from cloud to fog. Previously we were working in the physical paradigm, silent zone, libraries within the four walls. But now we have moved out. The library has moved out the four walls of the physical paradigm. Now we are talking of cloud computing. From cloud computing, we are talking of fog computing. These changes are taking place, and our systems are also becoming dynamic and interactive. These are not static systems like print on paper publications. Those were static publications, and only letters to the editor could be written. But now the systems are becoming interactive and dynamic. And similarly, there is a paradigm shift from 9 to 5. Previously, we were thinking that our work starts at 9 and it finishes at 5. But now it has changed. The information is available to us 24 hours a day, 7 days of the week, and 365 days of the year. So these are the paradigm shifts which the library and information professionals must be aware of. If you are not aware of these changes, then there will be difficulty in upscaling and rescaling. Why this slide is not moving?
Uh,
Just a minute. Yeah. Now I want to talk a little bit about the information and its nature. Because we are talking of that we are an information society, perhaps without knowing what is information. Information caveman was also dealing with the information when he was designing his instruments to safeguard him from that way he was also, but the basic thing is that he was the producer as well as the consumer. He knew his needs and he could design the products and services according to his need. But today in information society, information services and products are generated elsewhere and the consumers or users of information are somewhere else. But information is basically a critical resource. It's a commodity because its sale and purchase takes place. When anything, any product or service is put on sale, it is known as commodity. It's a process. It helps us in decision making and for problem solving. It's an intangible entity. The basic feature of intangible entity is that it grows with use. I'm sharing my knowledge with you, my tacit knowledge I'm sharing with you. I am not losing anything, but the participants of this webinar may be gaining something. That's why it grows with use. So the information is critical because it can make or mar the future of individuals. If it is inaccurate information, it will do damage to you. But if it is correct information, quality information, then your decisions will be quality. That's why I say disinformation, misinformation, malinformation, fake news, and these conspiracy theories can mar the future of individuals, organizations, and nations. Its information also has the tendency to leak and multiply. Once shared, it cannot be unplugged. Once you share critical information with, or your enemy is able to steal this information, then well, you will not be able to unplug that or get that information back from that person. He can do the damage to you. Hence, you must be careful about how to manage your information, how to control your information. Information basically facilitates wealth creation. These the information and information based products, Microsoft, etc., these companies have made a lot of wealth on the basis of information. It provides us security also. All the countries, nations of the world have their intelligence systems to control, ensure the security of that. Similarly, it helps you to control, even take the case of your health. If you are having diabetes but you are not aware of it, you will be eating sweet things and inviting your death. But once you become aware of that you are suffering from cancer or diabetes, you can control your health system. And finally, recreation. Today we are talking of edutainment and infotainment. But before we move towards upscaling and this rescaling, we should also be clear about the domains of information. Now, information is to eliminate uncertainty and to facilitate decision making. Even if you are to cross the road, you need information, and that information is not coming from the traditional sources of information. I mean to say the this authors, institutions, and documentary or non-documentary sources. That information is coming from your left and right, and then you process and finally make a decision to wait or to cross the road because nobody wants to kill himself. So that is information is for decision making, and knowledge is for problem solving. You have seen we have suffered a lot because of COVID-19, because problem was there but we did not have the knowledge to address that problem, to find solution. So still we don't have radical solution to that problem, but we have the vaccination. And wisdom is to direct the human behavior, human feelings, thoughts, and action. That should be in towards socially desirable conduct. That's why I say in the case of library and information science, it should not always be laws, regulations, and rules. It should be self-regulation. Self-regulation is the most important thing. So now, what is the biggest challenge for library and information professionals? It is how to provide. Now, we'll read between the lines. Well, this is the most important message of my PPT today or message of my talk today. That it is to provide massive timely access to quality information. Every word matters in this message. We are to provide massive timely access to quality information, and that too in affordable manner. Nobody should be left behind. So for that, if we want to provide massive timely access to quality information to one and all in affordable manner, then we need to upskill and reskill. If we want to remain relevant to the information seeker, we will have to upskill and reskill the library and information professionals. UNESCO has media and information literacy program, and it wants that media and information literacy skills should be promoted vertically and horizontally. It should start from the school and go up to DLET level or the lifelong learning level. And similarly, IFLA is talking about freedom of access to information and freedom of expression. These two important things are that the poor people do not have access. There are many gaps and divides, and we are to bridge in or abbreviate these gaps or reduce these gaps with having infrastructure or superstructure. At policy level, we are to address well, that policy should be at national, state, or institutional level for providing access to information. That means quality access in affordable manner, timely access, massive access, and as well as we are to ensure freedom of expression. Then we have national education policy. I want to see, well, there should be a symbiosis between library and information science educational programs, professional practitioners, and industrial sector. Because after all, our products are to find jobs for economic security at the grassroots zero. So that's only possible if we are providing employable skills. That's why this talk is very much relevant. You have seen India is the only country which had its National Knowledge Commission in 2005, where it focuses on three pillars. That was quality, equality, and inclusion. It means there should not be any compromise on quality and then equality. There should not be any discretion or discrimination, and then inclusion. Nobody should be left behind, and then also equity. Equality means that the person has the right to equality. He can go to the library. But equity is different. He is going to the library but not getting the book. But equity means he is coming to the library and get the book also. It means what in the principle of book selection is said, best reading to the largest number at the least cost, or right book to the right reader at the right time. That should be the superstructure. And we have national mission on libraries and Rajaram Mohan Rai Library Foundation. But still these infrastructures are in place, but perhaps still more needs to be done. And then we have Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Here I want to say that awareness and understanding is very important. First of all, library and information professionals must be aware of what is available, where located, and how to get it. And then they should thoroughly understand what sources and the resources are available and what are the consequences. Now, upscaling and rescaling. Now, first of all, we should scan the ecology. Ecology is changing very rapid at warp speed. You see, now we are talking, previously we were talking about the physical paradigm, physical libraries, traditional libraries. Then we will talk about the automated libraries. Then these computerized libraries or these digital libraries. Today we are talking of virtual libraries, web-based resources and services. The internet is the biggest platform where perpetual symposium of minds is going on, sine die, and it's a vast storehouse of knowledge and information. So that digital content, we must upskill to address the challenges and opportunities being offered by the digital environment. So convergence is taking place. Everything is in your phone. With phone, you are connected 24 hours of the day, 7 days of the week, and 365 days of the year. And via mobile technologies, well, you are able to access information locally, regionally, nationally, and internationally. So we should be also careful, as the previous speaker was saying, artificial intelligence and algorithms. At stake is your privacy and security, and you should have those skills also, how to safeguard your privacy and security. Then there is a need for collaboration and partnership. No single library can meet the requirements of the information seekers, because the basic function of higher educational institution is creation of knowledge. That's why done by research, and then dissemination of knowledge by offering various degree programs. And today we are talking of resource-based lifelong learning, student-centered learning, project-based learning, or problem-centered learning. That's not possible to be supported by single library. So there is need for networks. There is need for resource sharing via networking. We have the networks in place like this Delnet and Flipnet, the internet, and the biggest bibliographical utility is OCLC. Do you see there the WordCat and the article first? First of all, you should be aware. Similarly, we have National Digital Library of India. That awareness is necessary. Then you should also be able to access those resources and services by upscaling and rescaling yourself. Then we have moved from permanent education to lifelong learning. Education is a top-down system. It's a one-time event, but learning is a lifelong process. And if you go through the UNESCO, the treasure within, you see they are talking about 4 pillars of learning that I will discuss later on. Firstly, let me talk about the one permanent education has 4 pillars. There can be many pillars, but at least on these 4, there should not be a compromise. First is the faculty. I personally feel that there should not be a compromise on faculty. If a bad teacher enters into the system, if he is there for 30 years, he will spoil the future of 30 generations of students. So there should not be any compromise on quality and faculty. The faculty should have learning attitude. And then second one is students. In library and information science, unfortunately we get average students because the cream goes to medical profession, engineering profession, pharmacy, or the management courses, or where the more job perspectives are there. So the biggest challenge for librarians and library and information science teachers is how to empower these people, how to empower these students, how to engage these students, how to explore the, how to do SWOT analysis of these students, how to engage these students, and how to empower these students by upskilling and reskilling with the more and more use of the tutorial and the flipped classroom. And then the third is courses. The courses should be not what the teacher is liking or what the institution is liking. These should be tuned for the industry or for the job marketing, existing and emerging job market. So similarly, library and information professionals, see, libraries are laboratories for library and information science programs. So they are also to give practical training to the students when they come out with degrees and join these libraries. And final is resources. The whole thing is the library and information professionals will have to upskill and reskill to put, because Ranganathan says value lies in use. He has in his 5 laws of library science said books are for use, means data, information, and knowledge are for use. And if we want to remain relevant, then we will have to fine tune our resources and services to the likings, to the requirements of the users, because end user is the king. Today, we are not to work for the end user satisfaction, we are to work for the end user delight. Similarly, 4 pillars of learning in this the UNESCO's report, Learning the Treasure Within, it is saying learning to know. First of all, you should be aware of what is happening all around you and what are the resources and services available worldwide at local level, at regional level, and at international level. So similarly, you should be subject experts. Library and information professionals cannot be subject expert, but they can have partnership with the subject experts. So learning to know is the first pillar, and then learning to do the skills, what we are talking today, upscaling and rescaling. But we should, supposing traditionally we were busy with classification and cataloging only, half of the syllabi was devoted to classification and cataloging theory and practice. Indexing was neglected. Just like Wikipedia, indexing was not taken care. Wikipedia is just like a child whose parents are not known. So we would want to have credible encyclopedias. So similarly, learning to know, learning to do those skills, and then learning to be the most important pillar. You want to be a competent librarian. For that, if you want to be a competent librarian, upskilling and the reskilling is the only way out. You cannot be competent. Competent person means thorough knowledge base, and then skills, pertinent skills, proactive attitude, and the strong value system. And final is learning to live and work together. Delnet is providing us this platform, and we are also participating to share our knowledge. So that partnership and collaboration is necessary. So 4 pillars of education are faculty, students, courses, and resources. 4 pillars of learning are learning to know, learning to do, learning to be a good librarian, effective librarian, competent librarian, and learning to live and work together. Now, here I want to remind, when we are talking of upskilling and reskilling, you must read that article, beautiful, highly informative article by Christine Bruce, that is 7 Phases of Information Literacy. The first phase is information technology. Okay, we cannot be experts in information technology, but basics we must, information technology literacy should be there. Second phase is sources of information. We should be aware of the various sources of information, maybe human sources information, documentary, non-documentary, or institutional sources available at local, regional, and international level. The process, how to do this, how to make decisions and how to solve problems. So we, no decision can be taken, no decision can be made without access to quality information. If the information is inaccurate, your decision will also be inaccurate. So you should have media and information literacy skills if you want to be effective in the process of decision making and problem solving. The next pillar is knowledge construction. If I am to survive and thrive in this digital context, I will have to learn and I will have to build my strong tested knowledge base. That's why I'm reading, I'm listening to people, I'm participating in conferences because I want to build my strong this tested knowledge base. Tested knowledge base means my personal knowledge base. And then knowledge extension. Now, from my personal knowledge base, I am extending my knowledge. I am sharing my knowledge that is coming from my subconscious or my this memory chamber, and I am sharing that knowledge with. Why I want to empower? I want to explore the strengths and weaknesses of the library and information professional by asking them to ask me many questions and then engaging these people they should be able to define their problems, and then they should have the analytical and evaluation skill, and then we are to empower the library and information professionals by skilling, upskilling and reskilling, and also to empower the information seekers. So that is knowledge. And the last one is wisdom construction. So if the knowledge is not used wisely, then the knowledge, I mean to say, wisdom means that knowledge should be used for construction, not for destruction of society. So formal creation and innovation, that knowledge and knowledge-based products should be the bottom line is lead, follow, or quit. Well, there is no place for the grumbling people. As Archimedes has said, that give me a place to stand. Give me a place to stand and a lever long enough. I can lift the whole world. That should be the attitude of the library and information platform. You have got the platform. You have got the job. Now it is to deliver. And you have the long lever. You have the education and learning attitude. And with that, you should lift the whole universe of information seekers. You should go out of the normal call of duty to bring delight on the faces of the information seeker, whether they are students, researchers, or general people. So these skills are needed continuously, whether you're talking of upskilling or reskilling. These are the skills which will be needed, media and information literacy skills. So that is, you should be able to define your information need. You should be able to ascertain the information need of the information seeker. Then you should be aware of the various sources of information and terminology associated with it. And then you should be able to access that information and retrieve that information, synthesize that information, and provide that information and promote the ethical and legal use of information. That is all information literacy. For media, why I'm talking about media is controlled by governments, politicians, NGOs, and corporate tycoons. They have motive. The government wants to remain in power and they will not be sharing all the information. Corporate tycoons want to sell their products and make profit, then be careful. And similarly, politicians also want to gain and retain power. They have their motive. So that's why a lot of misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, fake news is coming. So media and information literacy upskills you and reskills you to address that issues, and then makes you aware of the various fact checking and verification sites from there. The most important thing I should just like learning to be a good librarian, we must have very strong communication skills. I feel jealous of Sangeeta Gupta. She has very effective communication skills. I feel why I cannot be a good speaker like Sangeeta Kaul. So we should have the communication skills. Communication skills. If you are not able to communicate, then how you are going to satisfy your user, how you are going to bring delight, or how you can get benefit from the authorities and the purse holders. Similarly, critical thinking does not mean that we are to criticize everything. Critical thinking means deciding the things on merit. Supposing it is a collection development, first of all, we are to see we are not to safeguard the interest of our friend authors or the publishers or the booksellers. We have to see what is needed. The book collection development should be based on use and user studies. For that, we need critical thinking and independent learning. It's not the time for education. It is the time for independent lifelong learning. And similarly, self-regulation culture, that's the most important skill. That is more important thing. We should not be working in the library by looking at the watch from 9 to 5. We should forget about the time and we should go beyond the normal call of duty. That culture should be there. We should also promote the culture of this ethical and legal use of information. And then teamwork and leadership. I have already said lead, follow, or quit. Either you should lead or you should follow the good work, or you should quit. If you are not neither leading nor following, then you are grumbling at your seat. You have no place in this profession. So teamwork. You should have unlimited capacity to carry people along with you. And then we should have ethical and legal mindset. So that way we can make decisions and solve problems. That is these sort of skills that are not now needed. That these are needed sine die. Now we were talking about sustainable development. What is sustainable development? Means we are not the commit resources of the future for present needs. What is happening? You see the political situation. Lot of freebies are being given. In my state also, free travel is given to the people, female people who are even working. So when they are getting 1 or 2 lakh salary, where is the point by seeing the Aadhaar card and along them travel freely? How can you sustain the economy? And similarly, free electricity is being given. How can we sustain? If we start providing these books and then we don't put a fine that you return the books in time, nobody will return the books and then we will have to take hard decisions. So if we want sustainable development, then we are not to commit the future resources for the present needs. And then you should also be aware of 17 sustainable development goals, and particularly the goal number 4, which is talking about inclusive education. And there is a symbiotic relationship between educational institutions and libraries. See, if the main mandate of the universities or higher educational institutions is creation of knowledge by research, promoting research, then the function of libraries is the preservation of documentary heritage and also providing access to that. Access can be of 4 types. Bibliographical access, what is available, where located and how to get it. Then physical access, the documents, whether digital or whether print on publication, should be in the hands of the information seeker. And then language access, if the language is not known to the information seeker, then that information is of no use. And finally, translation services should be there. If we cannot provide the translation service, at least we should be aware of from where we can get the translation done from the authoritative agencies. And finally, it is intellectual access or conceptual access. If we are not able to differentiate between data, information, knowledge, wisdom, and common sense, it means there is a serious problem. Conceptual access means we should be able to differentiate. We should be very careful about the terminology. So IFLA FFE is continuously promoting freedom of access to information and freedom of expression. UNESCO is promoting media and information literacy. It has education for all program and information for all program. 4 pillars of education and 4 pillars of learning I have already discussed. All of you must go through this national education policy, because national education policy is giving you the framework through which the educational institutions and the library should work. So there should not be any compromise on quality, equality, and inclusion. That's only possible if we are not having lifelong learning attitude. See, attitude, when we are talking about a competent person, it means knowledge, thorough knowledge, and you should be having thorough knowledge, positive and proactive attitude, creative and innovative mindset, and then pertinent skills and a strong value system. So the message is, let no one is left behind as the case of freedom of access to information is concerned. So I have already told you the higher educational institutions deal with creation and dissemination of knowledge, and we deal with preservation and access to documentary heritage. So information should, A3 means information should be available, it should be accessible, properly organized, and it should be affordable. A4 I have already told you, bibliographical access, physical access, language access, and intellectual access. CN means, first of all, we should be clear about the context. We are now upscaling, trying to upskill and rescale in the digital context. Then content creation and content management. Then container or conduit, the formats, various formats through which the information is coming. Then community, more use and user studies should be there so that we are to remain relevant with the requirements of information, requirements of the information seekers. Then competence means upscaling and reskilling. And finally, I want to tell you that there should be not any bickering between the LIS departments and libraries. There should be horizontal and vertical mobility. There should be collaboration and partnership between the library and information science departments and libraries, different types. Let libraries be laboratories for the library and information science program. There should be symbiosis, just like there is symbiosis between cataloging and classification. Similarly, there should be symbiosis between LIS education departments and the LIS practitioners. I think it is time to say thank you for your kind time, for your valuable time and kind attention. Thank you very much. Dr. Sangeeta, floor is with you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you so very much for such an exhaustive and enlightening talk, sir, and on this upskilling and reskilling and many aspects and issues that you have been able to, sir, deliberate so nicely. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for being there. We would like to, sir, with your permission, we would like to make the floor now open for questions and requesting our attendees to come forward and any questions that you would like to ask to our distinguished speaker, we request you, either you may ask through the chat box, or if you want, we can give you an audio control also. So whatever way you feel convenient in, we would like to request you. I would like to, sir, ask you one question. What is the role that you foresee for library associations, for library networks like DELNET, for undertaking, this work for upskilling and reskilling? What is a model that you think should be adopted, especially for by the national library associations, networks, for that matter? Country is too big enough, sir, and we have a large number of professionals. What is a kind of a model that we can think about implementing it in order to ensure that we are able to?
Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, every association has two facets. One is its academic and professional facet, and another is trade union facet. So, they are to provide leadership in both. First of all, when we are talking about today, we are talking of DELNET is doing this, that exploring, engaging, and empowering library and information professional. That role is role of the library associations. They should provide leadership, which DELNET is doing. First of all, they should sensitize the stakeholders that these are the cutting edge issues and these are the channels. They should make the SWOT analysis and then they should lead. And then there should be cooperation between various library associations in India, and then there should be collaboration and partnership with IFLA, UNESCO, etc. So we had Joklai, but unfortunately those meetings are not taking place. So when I have said lead, follow, or quit, these associations are to lead. If they are not leading, then they should follow the networks. What DELNET or InflipNet? Rather, the best model is that there should be partnership between institutions, associations, various agencies, and various networks. But it's not the place for no individual can do wonders. It's we will have to do that partnership and collaboration. So that leadership role, I see. Trade union, that is there to protect their salary scales, etc. That's not a big thing. But main thing is that if you see CLIP, American Library Association, the Australian Library and Information Association, what those associations are doing, those can be models for us. Even for code of ethics, we are to prescribe the code of ethics for and we will have to fight for the rights of the library and information professionals, and more training they should provide for upskilling and reskilling by organizing regional workshops. Delnet is doing that, but associations can also be central, eastern, western, northern, and then online technology, thanks to the technology. But that can be theoretical only. If we want to end service training, then it will have to be face to face. That's what I immediately
Yeah.
feel about.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much for sharing this. I would just like to request all our attendees, I have just lowered all your digital hands because was not sure whether you had raised it in the previous session or right now. So right now, those who of us, who are wanting to ask any question, could you please help us in knowing if you want to ask any question? We can see we have Dr. Kumchung Nanda Singh, who is wanting to ask a question. This is for Mr. Kumchung Nanda Singh. Could you please unmute yourself and ask your question? I have unmuted you.
Okay,
Yes, we are
thank you.
connected. Yes, we are connected.
Okay.
Yes.
Actually, sir, I belong from Manipur, and right now I'm working at Kohima. Manipur.
Charger.
Hello, sir. Can you?
Yeah, Mr. Singh, please, yes, kindly ask your question. You are audible very much. Yes.
So, like Manipur, so we have these Manipur Library Associations. We are very much concerned about the developments of the library in the Manipur also. But still, we have lots of challenges, so to say. Still, we don't have a proper implementation of Library Acts, and still many these are backends for the library professions in the schools and colleges also. So, what suggestions will you give so that we can take up some solutions so that we can fight for that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh, for sharing this concern. Sir, would you like to, say something about it? Mr. Singh was from Manipur, and he has mentioned about that there are no implementation of the Library Acts yet, and then issues about the trained library professionals in the colleges and the schools. So, in that way, how really to anything that you may like to, mention and say something. Sir, could you please? Sir, may I request you? Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, very
Yeah.
much, very much. Sir,
Previously, I was muted by you. Now,
sir,
could you please repeat the question?
Sir, the question is, Mr. Singh is from Manipur, and he has mentioned that they don't have an implementation of the Library Act yet there, and also they have this growing concern that there's not much trained manpower availability in the colleges and in the schools, library professionals. So how one can think about bringing in a change in such a scenario?
See, these are only two important things. These are two important things. First is that if we are talking about they are not having Public Library Act, but that is see the lack of willpower of the government of the state. If you take the case of Punjab also, we are working in Punjab for public library law, I think since 1915, but we have not been able, not that we are not able to convince the government or the government is not convinced about it, but libraries and Library Act is not on their priority list. They are doing where they can get the votes. So same thing may be happening in there. As far as this staff is concerned, that is also you are to take up the matter with the concerned government or the institutional authorities. In Punjabi University Patiala, I have seen replacement is not taking place. At one point there were approximately 80 staff members. Now there are only three deputy librarians, and all is the non-professional staff. And the library hours have been increased to 22 hours. Still, we have not closed down the library. So it is just like the situation is just like that. The 9 of the excellent players are out now. We want to win the match with the last two bowlers who are playing on the ground. So that is the situation of the library and information professionals. What we can see, we can engage in, I have seen in Singapore that they are engaging the retired people who are coming for voluntary work and similarly unemployed youth, or we can have trainees or volunteers who can come. So till that library positions are filled, that is the only way out. We can have this retired people, and for professional jobs, for classification, indexing, cataloging, indexing, etc., the library staff will do. For the routine work, these people can, or we can train. We in our library also have trainees. Firstly, we train those people and then they help the existing library staff. That's the only thing I can foresee. What can be done in the right situation now?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We can see that we have a couple of our professional colleagues, who are wanting to get the inputs, from our distinguished speaker. May I request Mrs. Jayanti Chakravarti? Jayanti, could you please unmute yourself? We have unmuted you from this end. This is for Jayanti Chakravarti. Jayanti, could you please unmute yourself? Jayanti, if you're not able to do that, I need to go to our next attendee who may like to ask a question. Mr. Kumchung Nanda Singh, we have already given a chance. Let me just go to some of the other colleague who is wanting to ask. This is from Jyotika Nanda Das. Jyotika Nanda Das, could you please get connected? We have unmuted you from here, Jyotika Nanda Das. This is for Jyotika Nanda Das. May we request you to please unmute yourself? If you're not able to do it, we need to ask Dr. Krishna Kumar Pandey. Dr. Krishna Kumar Pandey, could you please unmute? Yes, you are connected, Dr. Pandey. You may ask your question.
Yeah, very good afternoon, ma'am. I am KK Pandey from Nalanda. I want to ask from the distinguished speaker, we find very decrease in library users, number of, how to draw in information science user, library users to get attracted to again towards library. What are the up skills or re skills are essentially required for them, library professional, to draw the library users towards library?
Hello.
Hello, sir. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Sir, yes, we are able to hear you.
Okay, the question is that the library users are not coming to the library.
That's right, sir.
See, this is the question we should ask ourselves. Why these library users are not coming? When all the products are available online and we are ordering, Amazon.in is doing wonders. Everything is coming to us. So this is very important question. Why the users are not coming? There can be two things. Either the library collection is not relevant to the needs of information seekers. We are to have to address our collection development policies. Are these relevant or not? Secondly, what we are doing to promote the library use? Have we any media and information literacy program or orientation program or library initiation programs, or do we deliver lectures in the beginning of the session to tell, or do we have any program? See, recent additions to the library, or the title that we take the contents page photocopy and then bind it and send it to different departments, and then also we are displaying. And see, we are to outreach. We cannot sit and wait that the information seeker will come. We will have to move out of the library. We will have to innovate, supposing those mobile technology based services. Once they come to know about the, supposing if I am able to tell systematically on this subject, we have this collection, these are the good books, and then we send it to the dean or the heads of the department, and we prepare an information sheet, and this is put on the notice boards of the departments. Like that, we see either the collection is not relevant, or we are not doing enough to promote our library resources and services. That can be the problem. Otherwise, in my library, I will share with you. You give me your mobile phone, I will give you there is a fight for chairs. They are saying that there are 100 chairs only and we don't have the chair to sit. I have asked my vice chancellor to give me 50 more chairs. If readers are coming from my library, why they are not coming? You are to analyze. See whether the collection is relevant, up to date, or the old books are there, new editions are not there, or are you doing sufficient work to initiate the library users orientation programs or information literacy programs, or using mobile technologies to engage and empower the users? I think that can be the issue.
Okay,
Sir, I just
thank
want
you.
to mention this. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Pandey. The same concern, has also been raised by now Jyotikananda Das, saying that, sir, I'm also from Assam and we don't have a library act till today, and we don't have any library in government schools. What do you suggest to tackle and work in such a situation?
I have already answered that question, so there will be repetition only.
Yeah, and then also, yeah, another one from our colleague from I believe from Northeast. We had two colleagues from Assam and also from Manipur, and I think this needs to be taken. Maybe one has to approach the donor ministry and ask them if something needs can be done, and also the state governments also has to take.
Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, they can also associate the local MLAs and MPs. They should get political and community support to get the Library Act, the law enacted. So if they are not having influence or networking with the local MLAs or MPs, then it will be difficult. If they are able to involve them and the friends of the library and community leaders, I think then their task of having public library act will be more easy.
Thank you, sir. In fact, I just want to tell it to both of our professional colleagues that Delnet is very keen for networking and modernization of libraries in the Northeast. And already we are in the process of submitting a very detailed proposal also to the donor ministry. And also we are taking initiatives, especially with some of our universities, which are already our good members, including Assam University, which has got a number of around 80 plus colleges that they have. We have a couple of others. And so we are Rajiv Gandhi University, Itanagar. So we are in the process of ensuring that we are able to do some good work in Northeast. So we'll be happy to have you on board, and then to also discuss it at a very appropriate kind of moment. Thank you very much for this. We have, sir, Dr. Anuradha Seth from Government College of Education, Jammu, and she is wanting to know, sir, what is in your opinion regarding the purchase of books from GEM, as it is creating a big hurdle to develop the collection from GEM. I'm not, Dr. Anuradha, from GEM, I'm not able to, I'm not aware about this term. I think, let my distinguished speaker to.
Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, it's Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, it is a government platform through which we are forced to purchase orders. Put the purchase order.
I was not aware.
That is a bureaucratic intervention. I am not for it, because when there is a system of we can invite 3 quotations, or we can write to different publishers and booksellers and can buy books on minimum discount. They are forcing that the order should be placed through GEM. That's not a good practice. But we will have to take up that issue. When they have said that it should be purchased through GEM, then there is no way out. They will have to follow the order of the government.
So we have a question from Mrs. Lakshmama, who is wanting to say, sir, what measures can we take to make the use of the libraries by the users? A big question.
Can you
what
repeat?
Measures can, sir, what measures should we take to make the best use of our libraries, so that the users should get encouraged to come to the libraries and make the best use of the libraries? What, as a library professional, she is wanting to get guided.
See, the first and most important thing is the human touch. DJ Foskett has also said that reference service is humanism in practice. Librarianship is humanism in practice. Dr. Ranganathan has also said, take my hand, I have passed this way, I know the truth. That should do that. If the bewildered user is in the library, you should not wait that he or she should come. You should move out of your chair and ask him, may I help you? That is first thing. The reader must be made to feel at home. Then we will have to make SWOT analysis of the user. What is his or her inhibition? What is his lack of skills? Why he is finding it difficult to use the library? Similarly, if we are using a classification system of the arrangement of the books in the library, we should have information sheets from where the users can come to know. Where, supposing if I come to the IIT library, I do not know what is the system. Only there are library guides or somebody should be there to guide through. Otherwise, I cannot see what collection is lying on the floor. So that way, we should have those library guides also, and then reference system should be very strong. The reference staff should be very strong, and then we should also have this information literacy programs. You can prepare a module, and in the beginning of the session, either all the students, new the students can be in a hall, and you can give it a video presentation, or you can systematically invite the users department wise, and in one staff member can show them around, and then they tell this is the phone number or this is the person. If you have any problem anytime, you can connect us, and then ask a librarian. You can also create that program where if there is any problem with the student, he can or she can put the question and give the phone number, etc. Then the library staff can revert. So these are the small things which can make big difference.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And this is also, for you, Mrs. Lakshmama, to remind you that we have, the panel discussion, which is going to talk on the main central theme of NACLIN 2022, and engaging the users is one of the, the things that we are going to deliberate. So please do stay tuned in, because you are certainly going to get benefited, out of the deliberations, which are just going to get followed, after this session. So there's a question coming from Mr. Siva Kumar Balakrishnan, who is wanting to know, sir, that there is no relationship between library science teaching professionals and the practicing librarians. How really to build up this relationship?
That problem is not on the ground, that is in the mindset of the people. The people who are feeling insecure, they are creating this bifurcation. I have said in my presentation that first of all, we will have to change our mindset. So there should not be any ego or insecurity. Supposing I personally feel that I should go and work in the library as a librarian. I have no inhibition, and I would like to invite library staff members to deliver a lecture to my students. That way, horizontal mobility should be there. But that problem can be addressed either by self-regulation, that we will have to change our mindset, or it should be by prescription by the authorities, that both the departments and the libraries will have to work together. So either it is you can say या तो वो डंडे से काम होगा या फिर अपने वैल्यू सिस्टम से काम होगा. We will the better option is that we should learn to appreciate and change our mindset, and we should believe in partnership and collaboration.
Thank you, sir. So we have a question from Mrs. Anjuman Shaheen, who is wanting to know, is there any provision in our Library Act for higher studies for library professionals who are working on level 5 or 6? Is there any provision in our Library Act for higher studies for library professionals who are working on level 5 or 6? Asked by Anjuman Shaheen. Would you like to, sir, say something?
See, this question, I will address this question. See, there can be model library bill, but there is no single act. Every state has its own act. So Haryana is different act, Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, Karnataka. So there is no as such union that one act that is governing whole of the library and information professional. So you will have to see the provisions of the Library Act of the concerned state. I do not know the speaker, the person
so
who is asking.
Sorry, sir. Sir, she's from a central university, and she has written, that's what I'm asking about Central University. And she has further mentioned that as this provision for only library professionals are meant only for library professionals who are working as assistant librarians, and study leave is provided to them. And she's talking, sir, more, for the central universities.
See, when she is talking or he is talking about central university, then they are to see the regulations of the central university. Every university has its own. See, well, every university has its own regulation, rules and regulations. So you are to see, I think nobody stops you from training if you have met the certain conditions. After certain conditions, you can get leave with or without pay. And then, well, is there any motivation that after doing PhD you will get some benefit, or after getting higher qualification you will get some incentive? Well, that is to be seen from the ordinances of the individual or statutes of the individual university. What is there for the employees of that university? So that question I cannot answer because I have not seen the ordinances of this particular university.
Perfectly fine, sir. Thank you so very much. We are inching towards the closure of this last technical session, and we're just, I'm sifting through our chat messages and also the audio, just trying to see if someone else is still wanting any of the queries still remains unanswered. It seems that our distinguished speaker has been, yeah, we can see that. We have Gurpreet Kaur Kamboj, who has raised the digital hand. Gurpreet, I have unmuted you, requesting you to please unmute yourself. This is for you, Gurpreet Kaur Kamboj. Gurpreet, you have raised your digital hand. Could you please unmute yourself? I'm extremely sorry if you're not able to do that. Let me just go to our attendee, Vijay Gaikwad, who has raised the digital hand. This is for you, Vijay Gaikwad. Vijay, could you please unmute yourself and ask your question? This is for Mr. Vijay Gaikwad. Vijay, could you please unmute yourself if you are wanting, or it seems that you have, I think you just try to see what this particular option would do, and that's how the hand appeared. Perfect. It seems that we are now at the closure because no further queries are being there, and our distinguished speaker, Dr. Jagtar Singh Ji, has been very kind and gracious in addressing and sharing his vast expertise, on the subject, and answering also in such a, so patiently, taking all the questions and have been able to clarify the doubts of each and every one. Sir, we would like to, on behalf of Delnet, we would like to express our sincere thanks to you for being there, as our distinguished speaker and sharing your vast expertise. It is always a great honor and pleasure to have you with us. You are always there with us, whether on NACLIN 22 or anything, of Delnet. You are always of immense support, for which we always remain grateful. So it's a time for me, on behalf of Delnet and also on behalf of each one of us at this platform today. We can see right now also we have 850 attendees who are there and who are listening to you. This is a small memento coming your way, sir, with great sense of gratitude to you for all your, association, wonderful association, and immense support that you have been extending to Delnet. And we remain grateful to you, sir, for all your help to us, always. And thank you so much for always accommodating our request, always, helping us out. We remain ever grateful, sir. And this is for you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sangeeta Kaul. May God bless you. Thank you.
God bless you too, sir. Thank you so very much. And God bless each one of us over here on this platform, and it's so wonderful, to see each one of you. And we could notice that, we have our distinguished speaker of our panel discussion, Dr. Shantanu Ganguly. We welcome you, Shantanu. It's a pleasure to see you, and thank you so very much. Your presence is so, assuring that we are going to, have our panel discussion shortly. This reminds us that we have to commence our panel discussion shortly. And it's a pleasure now to inform you all. I think you all deserve at least a 20 minutes break. If not 20, at least a 15 minutes break you really require, so that you can quickly take a quick lunch and can be back here. It's right now. Let me just check the sharp timing because in order to ensure that it's 13:44, 1344. So 1344 means you precisely have got with you. You can take 10 to 12 minutes and try to be back here by 1:55, because we would like to start off our session, sharp at 2 o'clock, and that's the panel discussion, which is going to deliberate exhaustively. We have a very distinguished galaxy of our very eminent speakers, having a great, experience with them, who are going to talk on the central theme of the 25th NACLIN and which is on redefining and repositioning libraries, exploring, engaging, and expanding for next-gen library users. So we request you to stay tuned in, don't log out, stay always connected, just have something quickly and be back here because we would like to start the broadcast again sharp at 2 o'clock. So till then, a very good afternoon, have a quick meals and be back here again. So we really look forward to starting.
Sangeeta,
Yeah.
just a 1 minute, please. Can you please tell me where is the
I'm
point
going to do
for
that.
the, you know,
Yeah, Shantanu, we are going to do that. We are going to do that. So this is
Okay.
like, to say, for now with our other attendees, but yes, definitely you stay tuned in. We are going to have, our checking off our, the screen sharing and other things. We are going to do that.
Okay.
So
Okay.
this is
Fair
for
enough,
our
fair
other,
enough.
yes.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we
Thank you.
request all of you, please kindly ensure that you are back here, yet another 10 minutes, means precisely by 2 o'clock, we are going to start off the deliberations. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all. And thank you so very much for being there throughout the sessions. And as I said earlier, you always keep on inspiring and motivating us and continue doing that. We look forward to having you back here again in another 10 minutes time. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Truly appreciated and admired your presence with us. Thank you. And this is now for you, Dr. Shantanu. I'm giving you a control. We are giving you a control and making you as a presenter. This is for you, Dr. Shantanu. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Thank
That's
you.
right. It's
Thank
so
you.
easy. Yes, it's that easy. And also the slide mode. Can we just put it in the slide mode once? So
Yeah.
that we just
Share
check
my.
it quickly.
I have to do
Yes.
share my webcam.
Yeah, share your webcam also. Let me just switch on the webcam. I'm giving you perfect. Little hazy
And,
it is. Little blurring is happening, Shantanu. Little blurring. I think can you just try to switch off one of the light which is at your back? The one at your back, yes. It's giving a little glare. No, the one on the top of this AC. Yes, perfect.
Okay.
This is very perfect. As perfect
Okay.
as Dr. Shantanu. Perfect. Very perfect.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, dear. Thank you. Thank you. So I
Yes,
have just a quick, I have made a small presentation. So when my session comes,
yeah.
I'll present it.
Yes, surely. You are the opener. You are the opener.
Okay.
The opening batsman is you only for the panel discussion, and then we are going to have Dr. Nabi Hassan, Dr. Patkar, and Dr. Sheetal Tank. Yeah. So
Okay.
we can't offer you a cup of tea, coffee quickly. So request
I
you on
had
our
my
behalf.
lunch just now. It's a lunch time. From 1 to 2 is a lunch time. I quickly, in fact, I had a 2 pre-submission viva today. So I just quickly had. What about you? You should have your lunch first.
No, we are just being glued. We are very, onto here itself, so.
I was very scared because this morning, since morning, there was a, electricity is down. And even the internet was also not, the internet was also not working. So since it is just started, so that's why I could not join from the morning itself. So pray to Almighty that it continues like this. Otherwise, I am in.
It's continuously goes on, that prayers always goes on, yeah.
Yes,
We
yes,
may be
yes,
speaking,
yes.
but it goes on. So everything will go on well, yeah. Pleasure to see you.
And
Pleasure to see
how
you.
are you now, Sangeeta? Are you okay? Fine.
Chana is getting, and you know that broadcasted, everyone is still tuned in, and we are going to, and it's also getting recorded because this will also get it because we have to upload the entire deliberation. So this will also go onto our YouTube then, so
not an issue.
Catch up, yeah.
Okay. Not an issue.
Pleasure.
Okay.
But pleasure.
Do you want me to come back later? Do you want me to come back later?
Yeah, you just keep it like this. We will switch off from here. We are just going to mute you and switch off your webcam. You don't do anything. Just 3 minutes here. Right now we are at 13:49. We will just be back here at 1357. So another, precisely.
Fantastic.
Yeah, we will.
I am all set. I am all set.
Perfect. We are also set. We are all set. We are just waiting for Dr. Nabi Hassan, Dr. Patkar, and Dr. Sheetal Tag. They have not logged in yet. We'll just make a quick phone call to them. Yeah. Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. God bless. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Very good afternoon, Dr. Hassan. Very good afternoon.
Hi,
Welcome.
good afternoon. Good
Yes,
afternoon.
yeah, good afternoon. Good
Hi,
afternoon.
Good
Nabi.
afternoon. So finally you have left Delhi.
Yes.
Having a bigger role, bigger responsibilities, and
Requesting Dr. Patkar and Dr. Sheetal Dang to switch on their webcams.
Yeah.
Namaskar, Dr. Patkar. Hi, Sheetal.
Namaskar, Dr.
Yeah.
Patkar. Namaskar. Namaskar, Sheetal ji.
Pleasure, pleasure. Namaskar, warm greetings once again from Delnet Developing Library Network, and welcome to the panel discussion of the 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking. We are now going to have our panel discussion, which is on the main theme of NACLIN 2022. That's a redefining and repositioning libraries, exploring, engaging and expanding for next-gen library users. We are much pleased and honored to have a distinguished galaxy of our panelists of the session, and I extend a very warm welcome to each one of them for joining us today and for agreeing to be the panelists for the session, as they are going to discuss at length on the main theme of the conference. And definitely this panel discussion is going to contribute immensely towards the recommendations of NACLIN 2022. Immense pleasure in welcoming at the very outset to welcome Dr. Shantanu Ganguly. Dr. Shantanu, on behalf of Delnet, on behalf of 809 participants right now that we have with us, and very shortly many more will be joining in, we extend a warm welcome to you and thank you so much for acceding to our request and being there with us. We greatly value your support always, to Delnet. We have a profound privilege in welcoming, let me just also mention, Dr. Shantanu Ganguly, all of us are being aware, but also to update each one of you that yes, he's now being a professor, at corporate communications and director, NIMS School of Management Communications at NIMS University in Jaipur. All of us have been aware that he has been at AIMS, New Delhi as a chief librarian, and very recently Dr. Shantanu now has joined the NIMS University in Jaipur, one of the very prestigious university. So we also would like to extend congratulations to Dr. Shantanu on this his new assignment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Profound privilege in welcoming Dr. Nabi Hassan, well-known name again. We have all distinguished professionals who doesn't really require an introduction. They are well being known, by everyone, and it's a pleasure for me to welcome Dr. Nabi Hassan, the Chief Librarian at the Indian Institute of Technology at New Delhi. Pleasure in having you with us, Dr. Hassan. And thank you very much for all your support that you have always been extending to Delnet, in such a wonderful manner, always. It's a great honor that you have accepted our request and being as one of our distinguished panelists of the session. We welcome you on behalf of Delnet and on behalf of each one of us here today. Thank you very much. Thank you. Profound privilege in welcoming Dr. V.N. Patkarji from Mumbai, and he's a one like over the past when we are at the 25th National Convention. And if we really recollect back, I don't foresee that any of the conventions that Dr. Patkar, that we have missed out his presence being there. One of the, the great contributors, to the very significant contributions that when we think about, coming out from the NACLINs, Dr. Patkar always has been immensely contributing. And that was because all of his, intellectual contributions, he has been making by giving us much thoughts, and we are really looking forward to having deliberations. So thank you so much, Dr. Patkar, for being there with us on this 25th very special NACLIN for Delnet, and for everyone whosoever has been associated with NACLINs in this wonderful journey of NACLINs. It's a proud privilege that we are able to be here again today on this platform. So thank you so very much. Profound privilege and a very special privilege in welcoming Dr. Sheetal Dang now, and the Chief Librarian at Atmaya University in Rajkot. It's a profound privilege to see you, Dr. Sheetal, after such a long time. We have just been connected every day. We are connected, on the in the digital world with the emails, but after a very long time, and this such a great association for years altogether, and it's so wonderful to see that you are there with us today. And thank you so very much for always being so supportive of being there with us whenever we are in need. So thank you so much, and it's indeed a very wonderful pleasure to see you, and and you have been very kind in gracing this occasion as a distinguished panelist, and it's a proud privilege that you are there with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sangeeta.
Thanks, and
thank you for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Pleasure, Sheetal. I would just like to make each one of our attendee aware. We all are collectively, collaboratively, we are going to deliberate on the theme of the conference. So each and everyone is being involved in this thought process. Each and everyone has to contribute, in deliberating on the main theme, which holds a great significance. And all of us are stakeholders in these entire deliberations. So let me just apprise you that what we really intend to do in next 90 minutes, we have this session, the panel discussion till 3:30, which will be followed by the concluding session. So in these 90 minutes, I would just like to apprise you all that we have our 4 distinguished panelists who are going to speak. As we can notice, the title of the conference and well thought. It took us much time in because, as you can well understand from the perspective of an organizers, that if you have done 24 conventions and now you're into the 25th one, so you have to see that what are the things that you have never been discussing about. And then, because we always have been, and that has been instituted by the great visionary Dr. H.K. Kaul, and we have always been, deliberating to see to it that we're able to add something new to the universe of knowledge, something new that we have not been deliberated earlier, so that new thought process to emerge and some new significant adage comes. And that made us to think about having this year's conference on redefining and repositioning. So how we have designed this entire panel discussion is, in this 90 minutes, we are requesting each of our distinguished panelists, they may speak for around 15-20 minutes, around 15 minutes. So 15 minutes, like in 1 hour, we are going to have deliberations done on them. And this entire 4 facets that we have today, and that for the last 3 days, we all have witnessed that all our speakers of our previous sessions, they have been deliberating, in each and every aspect. They have been deliberating on the various aspects, whether we talk about technologies, we talk about NEP, you have cybersecurities, you have emerging technologies which are being there for the libraries. So this panelist, our distinguished panelist, what we have requested is that the 4 facets that on which this entire NACLIN 2022 is being focused on, and the 4 facets are, when we think about redefining and repositioning the libraries, what is the significance, how we can achieve, the task of exploring. So when we say the exploring, so you are exploring, your resources, you're exploring your services, you have to really look around and explore. It's like an adventure you are doing. You are getting into the unknown lands. You are getting into the places which have never been ventured earlier. No one has really stepped into those areas, and we really want to do. So we, the library professionals, have a greater responsibility now that we need to venture into, and we need to, widen our horizons. We need to have a very global thinking to come into place. So Dr. Shantanu Ganguly is going to take up the task of making us all know how do we think about exploring, through the exploration, definitely the thing what we want to do is to redefine our own selves, is to redefine the libraries, and also at the same time reposition the library and information science professionals. Our distinguished speaker, Dr. Nabi Hassan, we have entrusted and requested him to let us know about engaging. How these new engagements, our previous discussions have been held. Even today, we have been able to have discussions at how to engage. The major concerns remains how to have our users coming back to our libraries. How do we keep them in a how to strategize our roles, new roles, realigning our own selves to ensure that we are able to engage our users well. And so we have Dr. Nabi Hassanji, who is going to speak at length about it, and he is going to share his viewpoints. We have yet another important aspect is for expanding, the expanding ourselves. So it's not just simply that we are able to explore and engage, but at the same time, you also have to see that horizontally and vertically also the libraries and library professionals have to think about expanding, these. So whether we talk about resources, we talk about, the coverage of the library services, even to whom all are we catering to. So we have to think in those terms. So we have our distinguished speaker, Dr. V.N. Patkarji, who would be deliberating on that. And then we have Dr. Sheetal Tang, the University Librarian at Atmaya, who is going to speak about this next-gen library users, being in a university library, and handling, our next-gen library users. What are the, the growing needs and requirements? How their behavior now, our young generations, their information-seeking behavior, how it has changed over the years, and how we need to really rethink about, redesigning, and replanning our own services and resources just to be in tune with the requirements of our next-gen library users. So, and yet another half an hour's time, we would like to request each one of our attendees to be ready enough with a volley of questions that you may like to ask the panelists, so that we can have a very truly panel discussion, a brainstorming session of the theme, and let's each one of us contribute, towards the final recommendations, because that would be the recommendations of the conference also. Profound privilege once again in welcoming our first panelist, distinguished panelist, Dr. Shantanu Ganguly, and profound privilege in welcoming all of us are fully being aware this galaxy of discussants that we have today. They have made immense contributions, to the profession. Still, I would make an attempt, to the best of my knowledge, to introduce them, because we could see that we have a number of, besides the library professionals, we do have from our faculty members who have also joined, today, or not many from IQAC sales, they are there, with us. So it's a profound privilege in welcoming Dr. Shantanu Ganguly, who is undoubtedly with a, experience of more than 3 decades that Dr. Ganguly has in the knowledge management, capability management, building project management, reporting and documentation, change management, resource management. He's a professional who have prolifically been, contributing, towards and being one of the best communicator, I can say, if we think about who is the best communicator in the library and information sciences in India, no one else other than Dr. Shantanu Ganguly. And he's now the professor of business communication and digital marketing. And has been most amazed, you will be to know that he's the one who is doing for the MBA and for the BBA students. But yes, being a library and information science professional, so making us all feel so proud. He has handled, Dr. Ganguly has handled several leading projects funded by the government, bilateral and multilateral organizations, has leadership in developing the organization's knowledge management strategy in close collaboration with the peer group members, the program and grant managers, including a strategy for roadmap for implementation, develop a unique model of data analytics and visualization experiences. Also, he has got an expertise in data and research storytelling, something very, very unique, which everyone can just think about it, but he's the one who has really accomplished it, through his very, very dedicated efforts. He's also an expert in imparting training and support to program teams and partners for knowledge management tools, document management, workflow process management, and many more. He holds a distinction of conceptualizing and implementing the capability development programs and working towards making the organizations more effective and productive. He has an expertise in conducting profound research and generating valuable content and managing the same to accomplish desired organizational goals. He has developed several courses for PG Pathshala, where Netaji Subhash Open University, Kolkata, and ICNU, and many more. An effective communicator, undoubtedly with an unparalleled leadership building and interpersonal skills. He has been bestowed with a number of national and international awards and recognitions, and has also been a prolific writer. All of us are fully being aware about it, and also one of the best read professional, I can say, because when you listen to him, he would always keep on quoting, a number of, the writers and the books. That speaks volumes that he's truly, truly a scholar also at the same time. Profound privilege, a great friend and a great professional for the years altogether. Great honor and privilege now in requesting Dr. Shantanu Ganguly to kindly start the deliberations of this panel discussion. It's over to you, Shantanu.
Thank you, Sangeeta. It is always a pleasure for me to be a part of it. Well, I always love to have such kind of a thing, and I always remember, and I always feel myself a part of Delnet, because I can't forget my beloved Dr. H.K. Kaul. He was very close to me, and I mean, I always admire him as one of the versatile person and all. So thank you for bringing out such an interesting topic: redefining and repositioning libraries, exploring, engaging, and expanding for the next generation library. So you have already given a major part of it as a exploring part. I need to look at it, but all the three components which you see, exploring, engaging, and expanding, are entwined with each other. They are related to each other for the next generation library users. So probably in discussions, I'll be, probably I'll be switching from exploring to engaging and expanding. Some of the components I would be taking up, so with your permissions on that. So, and see, Sangeeta already mentioned that I'm wearing a multiple hats now. There was a time till 31st October I was on the library field, but now I am into a more policy making field. I am into joined as NIMS University as the director. So I work from a different angle also to look at from a user point of view how the resources are being used, how my students can also use my resources and all. So that particular, I stepped on the shoes of those people also. So that was another thing is basically I want to bring in here. So now we need to understand in this particular context that there are three major areas. If I look at it from a kind, I would say that I am an administrator now. So administrating point of view of addressing the issues and challenges of the National Education Policy 2020, where three major aspects are there. One of them is resources. The second is basically libraries, and the third is pedagogy. And if I seen that these three are very, very important nexus, we really need to look at these three nexus, and all these three nexus need a radical change. A complete change in itself is required for in all these three if we have to address the theme of the event, what Dr. Sangeeta mentioned just now about this. See, one of the important components and is basically an user-centric approach. In fact, post-pandemic, there was a radical change has taken place. I don't know how many of you are aware of it, that there was a research arm, there was an organization called Gensler. They are basically an architecture and a design firm, and they are the leading architecture and design firm who have been studying various libraries for several years to look at their defined design structures and the architectures and all those things. And they have also gone into the study of pre-pandemic as well as post-pandemic. And in the report, Gensler found that the libraries are now more people-centric and not collection-centric. And they have collected data from for a huge number of the library users of the different parts of the country, of the different parts of the world, and from there the data was collected and all. And those ranked the highest where and some of the data, in fact I have not given the complete report of that, but some of the ranks which are given as, like for example, community and social services, the decentralized library spaces, more pop-ups and book mobiles, low touch kiosks, driver pickup, webinar based story times and programs, and technology integrated conference spaces available to the community, and then the remote reference and information search services. So there is a more user centric parameter has come up, and the users are getting empowered today. So one of another study which was very and there was a prediction was also done by the OCLC people very recently, and it was like that. See, there is a major change in the metadata is taking place. In fact, I remember, I want to quote here that during my ICDL 2019, and I gave these recommendations that there is a radical change in the metadata is required, and that was brought in by the entire the people there, and it was said that there should be a radical change should take place on that area. So traditionally metadata was like, for example, the metadata was like mostly. Just give me 1 minute. So, like for. Just give me 1 minute, please. There is a problem.
This is perfectly fine, Dr. Shantanu. It's moving well.
Okay, so it's a it was more on record centric, and it has a historic limitations. The infrastructure has been meaning inducing an emphasis on the the perfections, and it's accelerated the slowness of metadata creation. In short, the metadata could be better, and there is not enough of it, and the metadata that does not exist is not widely used outside the library domain also. So there is a lot of changes in the metadata creation, and in fact OCLC has come up with a huge in fact I got the report, and there was a new thing which is coming up where they are talking about that how the creation of the metadata is taking place, and the creation of metadata is putting a lot of lot of radical change they are bringing in, where nowadays they have brought in the librarians, the publishers, the users, they are coming together, and the authors, they are coming together to create a different kinds of a metadata. So metadata now can be enhanced or corrected by machines, and even by the crowdsourcing also. So they have brought in a lot of new methodologies to get into the nitty-gritties of the metadata creations, and that is one of the component I looked at from that report. I thought why not to share in this particular forum. The another component is how the metadata itself is changing. So there was a metadata readable catalogs was created to replicate the found on the library catalogs. So from the transition of the mark assemblages of well coded and shared the components, now it is taking a complete, it is going towards a completely a new direction, and that what is most important thing is today. So instead of relying only on the vocabulary such as subject headings, and developing assemblages can accommodate vocabularies created for specific domains, expanding the metadata's potential audiences also. Because why it was there? Because there was a lot of lot of eliminative, they are trying to eliminate a lot of anachronicity. The problem is that there are a lot of interdisciplinary courses have come up, lot of linkages with the knowledge discovery is required. There is a one subject is there, along with that there is another subject is also a part of it. So these are some of the components which are very important, and they really look into on those areas basically. So library goes beyond a reading room now. So there is no such kind of a reading room. In fact, I would like to mention here that All India, when I was in All India Institute of Medical Sciences, in fact, I have proposed almost a 8-floor library there, and that has already been, the model has been, recommended, and that has been taken a shape now. And very soon the constructions and everything will start, where the entire, the entire library is going to be a completely there is a radical change, a phase shift change is going to take place in the library itself. Some of the libraries I've seen the the pictures of the library of IIM Bangalore, which Dr. Rama Patnaik has done. Such beautifully it was designed. So we can understand the library now goes beyond a reading room. So there was a new kind of setup is going to come up very soon when we are talking about a library. So there is a new expansion is there. One of the important component which I would like to enhance here, and in fact, when we are talking about those three nexus, the resources, the pedagogy, and the librarians, one of the important components is designing a flexibility. And we know that there is a lot of reliance on the digital resources, but changes in pedagogy are just as if not more of a factor. So the emphasis is more on active student-centric learning has compelled libraries to create more adaptable spaces for students to work both independently and in groups of all sizes. And libraries are now creating large alternative classroom environments where students might work independently or in tablet chairs at one end, and while faculty teaching at the class at the other. In fact, in my AIMS model, I would like to mention here that I have also proposed something called as a kind of a design makerspace lab, a design lab, and all some of these components, and I also looked at the some of the, even the if the faculty members, they can develop their code structure for their new pedagogy and all, they should do it in the library itself. So making them empowered to work everything in the library itself. Another is a cross-disciplinary area. So cross-disciplinary and increased pedagogy, because there is no more a single subjects where people work now. There are multiple subjects which are there, and these subjects are like that. So there's a lot of people are working on those subject areas. So they can have a group and cross-disciplinary discovery. So people would be, sitting together and making those correct, correct. And in fact, in AIMS also I have seen that, two of the 6 of the subject expert doctors are deliberating on a particular case to look into that particular case and coming out with the solution. So clinical solutions are created on that. So that kind of a thing is very much required and all. So makerspace is also creating, going to create a very big thing where, for starting from, robots, your animations, and whatever be the disciplines and all, those things are going to come up in a very big way. Another area which libraries as a part of an expansion model also look at the roving the research assistants. It is no longer enough to have a stationary reference desk and expect the students to approach it with some questions and all. No, those days are gone. The focus is now on roving the research assistants, like throughout the library, to provide guidance and expertise as needed, right where the users are working. So there is a lot of, digital literacy programs need to be done. In fact, being the professor of corporate communications and director of School of Management, like for example, I'm planning to launch, like for OBHR lab here, then communication lab here. So some of the things, some of the very interesting models are going to be developed. In fact, I have just proposed for an entrepreneurship and incubation hub in School of Management also. Then there is a in fact, what another important component is that currently there is a shortage of faculty members. There are new courses are evolving every day, and very difficult to get very good quality, faculty members and all. So some of the things which we have done even in the NIMS University also, like we have integrated with the Coursera model, and where we are integrated here. So some of the very important courses were offered to different students of the MBAs and the BBAs and all, everybody, and they can opt for it. And we are doing a lot of hand holding with them. In fact, I have requested, in fact, just immediately after this, I have a Coursera meeting also from 3:30 onwards with my faculty members, where I've requested all my faculty members also, they should augment their knowledge also through this Coursera model. And they should also get into some of the, also, upgrade their knowledge on some of the areas, and they should also try to look outside, four walls. What are the things we should bring in for the next year, academic year, when we are coming up with the new courses and other things. One of the important component I want to highlight quickly here is that there is a new and innovative and disruptive workshops to be designed for the next generation librarians. I know Dr. Sheetal Tank is going to talk about it, but while doing research on particular areas, in fact, I was in Pondicherry for doing some talk, then would be going for Mahe also for this area. So I was looked at some of the need based, because see, one hand we are talking about the pedagogy, the delivery models and everything. We have the courses, a vast amount of resources are there, and we really need to get into the nitty-gritties of each and every courses and all. But one of the important thing is that the librarians who are coming up, they should be well versed with the new systems and services which are to be provided to the users. So I have identified around 13 to 14 workshops to be workshops. In fact, I'm going to start some of the workshops in NIMS University itself. Like, for example, Searchers Academy. So rethinking the best practices. What is the new in the web search? What is the savvy search strategies and all? I mean, what are the kinds of new search mechanisms one should be aware of it? So because Google keeps on changing their algorithmic framework and all, and there is a lot of developments takes place in the entire the search engine optimizations and all those areas. There's a lot of changes are taking place. So I mean, the thing is that there are so many of the resources are there. how to get the best out of it from through the research or from through a search engine or search strategy. That would be a very important area, one workshop I have thought of. Other is basically like, for example, selecting and implementing library technology, how to do more practical and sustainable access and all. Like new technologies are there, and some real world technologies. So and innovating those best practices, alignment with the strategic priorities is a very, very important area. And people in today's librarians should also not have a practical knowledge of using the upcoming technologies. In fact, I personally go through the Gartner reports which are published on the new technologies which are look at it, and I try to find out that which technology could be the next technology we'll be using in our library information science field. So I need to look at that particular area. So I started getting into those areas also. Then there was a strategy library technology planning. In fact, there was a very interesting workshop which was developed by Marshall Breeding. In fact, Marshall has done that. See, if you are implementing a certain technology in your library itself, then what he says that there should be something, a technology for delivery, bringing out your products and services. You need to come up with a certain technology planning, how you do it, what is the current requirement. It is not that what is your next neighbor is doing. No, you have to sometimes you have to look into yourself and look at it, that what is that self actualization I should do for getting the best of the technology implemented in my libraries, and how strategically I can take it forward for the best of the users. So that kind of a kind of a workshop which has already been Marshall Breeding is doing it in a great way, and this is a half-a-day workshop. He really makes a completely a change mechanisms he has brought into the entire strategy technology. This is a very, very important area workshop. The fourth thing is that we have we need to get into the lot of digital marketing and all. Well, that's my favorite area too. Now there is a lot of marketing hands-on, but one of the important component which I started working with my colleagues here also, that what are the artificial intelligence tools which are available. Do you measure your post, the articles, the pictures, or the videos, or what are the kinds of technology, AI applications you are using in these areas? Like when you are putting it in your different social media platforms, what are those AI applications you are doing? So are you really making a game, you are a game changer, or you are a time saver for your library? Are you doing that? Are you doing it for your community? Are you addressing it? So those areas we need to look at it. The fourth one, which is unlocking a knowledge mapping. So there is a lot of sea change which is taking place, related to knowledge management, linked data, mind mapping, concept mapping. These are some of the areas, because there are a lot of tools and applications are available which are used for these purposes. Concept, like for example, in one of the platform I have seen that which is called as Ontotext. So it does a lot of picks up the data and does a lot of mind mapping on those. There are several other platforms are also available as far as the mind mapping and concept mapping is concerned. Then coaching to bring out the people's best. In fact, there was a study which was done by in Harvard Business School where they're asking questions like, see, every organizations we have they have a value in the organization, and it spurs learning and the exchange of ideas. It fuels innovations and performance improvement. It builds rapport and trust among the team members. So what is most important is why people who are there in the organization itself or in the system itself, are they bringing out the people's best or not? Or they need really a kind of a soft skills or a coaching skills is required, or is there any kind of a critical skill development is required within the library department, where they can look at it and there is a lot of changes can be looked at that particular area. The seventh one is planning for the near future in the secondary spaces and building. What happens if you what happens to your space if you have another pandemic? So what do you do exactly? The work, there is a workshop could be on redesigning the technologies and the flexibility which I talked about. So how will you address, and what kind of new gadgets, apps, and technologies to engage our communities in the new and exciting ways how you can do that. In fact, I would urge that if everybody can go through the report of the Gartner 2020 to summer 23, you will find that so many things have been addressed at a greater length, and some of these things will be coming up very much in 2023 also. Data analytics and fundamentals for the information professions. Well, that's a very important area, and there is a lot of development in these particular things, and we really need to look at the world of visualizations, where and the whatever be the findings which are coming up, how do you visualize it, how do, in fact, I have conducted a large, in fact, I just came from the AV Medical College, and I created a complete I have given them a complete scenario of how to do a research analytics and visualization on those areas, how they can carry out the entire visualizations using the data collected from several platforms, and how they can be used with different open source tools. Some of the price tools were there, so there was almost a half-a-day program I have conducted for them. So it is very important that you need to have a lot of strong points as well as data analytics and fundamentals for information professionals is concerned. Another is new tech for the libraries, which is coming up, which is called a 3D scanning, maybe riding on the 3D design printings, which brings out a lot of change. In fact, this is one of the things which is there. I have proposed in my aims also that, like for example, where in my library that they can bring in they can develop a lot of innovative products, a lot of like for example, like for example, my hand is broken, so probably can there be a hand can be developed using a 3D printing machines. So how do they carry out this entire process? So I proposed them and told them that this particular thing can instead be done inside a library itself, and they have really liked it, and they have made a provision for that. And slowly, in fact, in AIMS is already there as a 3D printing, but I have proposed that there should be a part in the in the library. Now there is another example I would like to highlight from my AIMS experience is that, like, see, one of the institute is there in National Cancer Institute is in Jhajjar, and one of the institute is in New Delhi, and either in Ballabgarh, in other places. So so recently, AIMS got the clearance for this drone. So probably they would be using it for the medicines and other purpose. So I proposed it to my director also that if somebody needs any information, or say for example even a book, information can be sent through an email or something like that. But if a doctor who is sitting at that NCI Jhajjar, he wants to refer a particular book and all, so what would be the best mechanisms if I can send the entire book, not getting it scanned or so probably that I proposed that if the drone can take that book to NCI Jhajjar and all. So that kind of proposals I have given to them, and I have also told them that if this can be implemented also. Another is a very important thing is that there is a lot of actions, and people are addressing the sustainable development goals at a global level, and one of the important thing is the climate. So there is a lot of climate aspects are there, so a lot of and people and a lot of library community actions is required. So it is in a very bigger scale, in a global perspective, and global initiative is there that how we should arrange all this activisms and all in as far as the library is concerned. Designing the library websites with library guides and bootstrap, that is another area that a workshop could be organized in it. And we prepare a lot of library guides and all, lot of research guides are prepared, but a bootstrap framework or a custom CS can be modern to structure, provide the library guides, making it your own to the point, and even when you will not be able to tell it is a library guide and all. So there is a new format of library guides if it can be open in for that. The 12th one is a KM initiative for the libraries, where basically, in fact, I have started this in my institution also, that there is somebody comes up with a kind of a bring an idea or a full-fledged business case they bring in. So how it can be implemented in the organization itself, and where library for a contextual information support, what the role they should play. So, how we can conduct a knowledge audit or a design of a pilot, or those kind of game projects can be implemented. So these are some of the areas which I find that they are of extensively used. The workshop, which is really on creating and stimulating a community makerspace and innovative hubs in libraries. This is a very, very important area. In fact, let me tell you, like, for example, I am currently, with all my students and all, and they really come up some of the best of the ideas. And one of the important component which I would like to highlight here is that every student, they want to target the bottom of the pyramid, which is called as a C capital Laws model. So basically what they could say, that there is, in the rural sector, there is a lot of opportunity, but how much we are addressing it in a more using, and they really, a lot of social entrepreneurs are coming up, and they are suggesting us that these are the kind of ideas we have. So we have now started creating a kind of an incubation and innovation hubs in my department, under my leadership. It will be coming up. So I would be creating a lot of social entrepreneurship thing. In fact, on 12th January, which is the International Youth Day, we are going to have a entrepreneurship mela in NIMS University. I have proposed already for that. So with this, I just have a very brief discussions on my thought process regarding our new roles, the expanding, the exploring, and the engaging the the users in a much more different way. Thank you very much. Sangeeta, over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shantanu, for so wonderfully deliberating on this, and not many of takeaways from your deliberations, and I think we have to cover a lot much of ground, because libraries at large, they are very, very new to many of the things, but they have to make some of the very concerted efforts. They have to do, it's all leading to that they have to get into collaborations, and they may not be directly be able to do that, but yes, you are leading the way. You are also trying to do all those things, but we have to have the partnerships, which also has been echoed earlier also in this platform. There is a need for the library professionals to get themselves into the partnership mode with other, other kind of domain experts, to see to it that we are able to make these technologies applicable. Means emerging technologies which are being there, but we also have to see that how the libraries are going to get help, and how the professionals are going to get helped by those specialized domain experts. So there's a need for this cross collaboration that has to happen. Gone are the days when we used to be just keeping ourselves limited to the libraries, and thinking about, we have to really think more in a broader perspective. And this inter collaborations, these collaborations has to happen. We have to think with a very global perspective. Thank you so much for really giving many of the fresh new thoughts, even mentioning about this Gartner report, which is on the emerging trends, technologies which are being there. So thank you so much, Dr. Shantanu. It's always such a pleasure, to hear, and you always bring in very new perspectives, in the discussion. So thank you so much. Indeed, much glad, and we request you, we assure you by 3:30 we are going to complete, because you do have a meeting, but we really want you to be here, because our other attendees would also like to, really get benefited with your presence here. So thank you so very much indeed. Thank you, Dr. Shantanu, from each one of us.
Sangeeta, if you don't mind, if anybody has any question, if you can, can you do it before the next session starts? So because I had to do my preparations for I had to leave.
If it's convenient to you, you can work on your thing, but we just request you, if it's possible enough for you, if it's feasible. We don't want to really intrude into your time, but what can happen is you can keep on listening to us, but we would, switch off your webcam from here. We will do it from here. You don't do it from there.
You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. Only thing is that my people would be arriving, and I have to work on that. That's all.
Yes, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, we would really, we would be happy if it's feasible for you, to stay on till 3:30. We would truly appreciate that if it's possible. Okay. But we don't really want to also barge into your time. You want to prepare for that. We do fully appreciate that, and you can carry on with that, but be here around. So seeing you
Okay.
around, would
Thank you.
be something that we
Thank
would
you.
really be wanting. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks, Atal. We have our next distinguished speaker, Dr. Nabi Hassan. And Dr. Hassan, I'm giving you a control and requesting you, yes, you just kindly accept. And if you may just kindly, in the meantime, you just accept that so that we can have screen sharing from your side.
So I think you can hear me.
Yeah. So do you want to show any presentation file, or you would be just speaking?
No. Actually, it was a panel discussion, so we didn't plan
Speaking. Yeah.
that way.
That's fine. That's what perfectly fine. This is perfectly fine. You can speak. It's perfectly fine. Great honor and pleasure in welcoming Dr. Nabi Hassan, the head librarian at Indian Institute of Technology, and he has been being a very well-known library expert. And I just would like to mention that Dr. Hassan has served also as a university librarian of Aligarh Muslim University. All of us are fully being aware. He's been contributing immensely on the library and information science landscape. And Dr. Hassan has been the first Norman Borlaug Fellow from India in Library and Information Systems, being trained at Cornell University in New York in USA. Dr. Hassan has been honored with the Fellow of the SLA 2022 award and has been the winner of SLA Engineering Librarian of the Year 2021. Also with Von Hiltig International Librarian Award of 2018, SLA Asian Fellow Award of 2019, and also won the Presidential Citation 2021 from SLA USA. He has been conferred with the Royal Society of Chemistry's Librarians Choice Awards, a big honor for the year 2019. And he has been the recipient of Vice Chancellor's Appreciation Award 2003 for exemplary work and conduct at HP's Agriculture University in Palampur. Many appreciations, and all because of his very dedicated work. He is also being bestowed with the IEEE Appreciation Certificate from IEEE twice and many other recognitions from reputed organizations. In April 2019, he has received the appreciation from Director IIT Delhi, where he is currently being there. Dr. Hassan has been making very immense contributions to the library profession, and with a number of leading global library associations he is being associated. He has served as a president of Asian chapter and currently is a co-chair ACAC and president of academic and education committee of the SLA USA. Dr. Hassan has, to his credit, more than 16 books and over 162 articles. That's commendable. He is also heading the National Resource Center in Library and Information Sciences of the Ministry of Education of Government of India under its ARPIT MOOCs program. Profound privilege, and we are indeed delighted to have you with us, Dr. Hassan, and we would immensely be, looking forward to have your deliberations, on the central theme of the conference as requested. We would really like to request you to share your viewpoints on engaging perspective, how to engage, the users, your viewpoint on this. We really look forward to hearing from you, Dr. Hassan. Requesting you to please unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Sangeeta. In fact, whatever little we could deliver for the profession, it is because of the people like you who gave us an opportunity to interact with so many people, late Professor Kaul, Dr. Kaul, and other such great friends. So in fact, with these opportunities, we could learn many things from senior people, and that's what we are trying to contribute for the profession as well. So I'm grateful to the DELNET, especially Dr. Sangeeta, for giving this great opportunity. I can see there are close to 1,000 attendees. And so I have been especially asked to focus on engaging aspects comprising of devising of new strategies for users engagement, new tools and technologies for enhancing users interactions, etc. So in fact, in IIT Delhi, we are lucky that we have gifted students. So our students are very innovative, and they are trying to take advantage of libraries in many different ways, and that is how we have to devise new mechanism for providing them the services. We have to keep them engaged. So like in IIT Delhi, we have different type of internship. One of the internship is to engage students in our directly library affair. So I think this is a concept which is being used outside India very frequently, like the BTech students who are pursuing their education here, they are also devoting a few of their hours on a weekly basis for the library. So not only they are monetarily benefited, but they are trying, they are helping in two ways. One, that they are trying to make use of their talent for providing better services, and of course another important aspect is to take the feedback from them as how to engage the students as far as the library is concerned, and how to help the students in providing better services. Because if the users themselves are coming to your library and working with you, I think they can give you a better perspective at what they are looking for from the libraries or from the resources of the library. So I think we are providing different type of customized services as far as our users are concerned. Especially, I have created a section known as research support services and outreach program. So the purpose of this basically section, mainly purpose is to engage the users with the library. So as per the requirement of the users, we are providing them different type of customized services. For example, if the students or the users are looking for how to use different type of citation styles, so we are holding workshops, we are holding in-person interactions with them. And if they are looking for how to submit paper, or how to avoid rejection at the desk while you are submitting your paper for the good journal, that is also we are training. Or IITs are about having great talented students, but it does not mean the students are good in English as well. So if there is a requirement, we are helping them as how to write good text, even if your English is not good, because we have different English correcting tools. So I think we have to see the requirements of our users, and we have to train our library staff accordingly. If our people are not trained to take care of the requirement of different type of users, how we can keep them engaged? We cannot keep them engaged. They may not be visiting much to the library because everything is available on their desktops. So uh, in this continuing with this discussion, I would like to answer a question, a big question which is being asked to all the libraries and librarians. And this question is linked with engaging aspect or serving the user as per their requirement as well. And this question is there any relevance of libraries in this digital era? Even the students or the administrators or the faculty members are asking us, because everything is available remotely as well, everything is available from the desktop, everything is available digitally. Why do we need the library, and how you can keep us engaged? What type of unique services you can offer to the users so that they are engaged? So this question is important, and I think I would like to answer this question from two perspectives. One from the perspective of the doctors, uh, and another from the perspective of the faculty members. And both these people are the most important part of our society. These are the people who are contributing most to the society, because one is doctor, who is saving your life, who is helping you to keep well so that you can contribute to the society, to the family. And another component is the faculty members, who are the people who are helping in the nation building. So of course, in this digital environment, there is a change in the role of libraries and librarians, and we have to offer library services from users' perspective. If we are not able to offer the library services from the user's perspective, of course, we cannot remain relevant in this society. So if the users cannot come to the library in many cases, let's library reach to them as per their requirement. We have to understand their requirement and what they are looking for, and we have to provide them the services the way they want. There is a need to see the library through a patron's eye, not what we think. We cannot dictate like we have to provide services like this. In the earlier days when we were a student, maintaining pin drop silence was one of the most important requirement in the library. Now the libraries are offering collaborative spaces. You yourself is allowing discussions in the library. We are in the IT Delhi also, we have proposed some renovation, and we are expecting renovation to start next year. So we have proposed different type of collaborative spaces. We have proposed collaborative spaces for faculty. They can discuss with each other. They can come in groups. The student can come in groups. They can use the virtual reality and augmented reality tools. They can use the multimedia room. They can appear in interviews, and of course they can also learn from us like how to make use of different citation styles, or how to uh, uh, write a correct paper, how the library can help them in the format. So we have to see the requirement of the user from the user's perspective, not from the librarian side. So smart librarians who are providing smart services, who are thinking smartly, and who are willing to go out of box, of course will continue to survive, and the libraries of those institutions will also continue to survive and prosper. And like saying that the librarians are obsolete now because we have the internet, of course I used to like continuously say this, is like saying that doctors are obsolete now as we have the telemedicine. For example, when you are going to a doctor, for example you have fever from last 5 days, you are going to a doctor may recommend you like CBC, maybe typhoid test, maybe dengue test, maybe some CT scan as well. Your liver may also be affected. So, and maybe urine test as well. So you have lot of tests done and you have the reports with you as well, but still you cannot prescribe medicine on your own. Still you need to visit to the concerned doctor for the prescription of the medicine. So it means despite telemedicine, despite help on internet, despite details of a particular medicine available anywhere in the book form, on the internet as well, still you are going to a doctor, and the relevance of the doctor is not decreasing. In fact, doctors are becoming more important in the society day by day. In the same way, we have online courses, we have online video tutorials, we have online universities. We also have provision okay, so you also have provision for credit transfer as well, from like your online courses to physical courses. And at least two state universities are also already functioning as digital universities. And in 2022 and 2023 budget, the government of India has already announced establishment of a digital university at the national level, and this university will provide access to students across country for world-class quality universal education with personalized learning at their doorsteps. This will be made available in different languages using ICT. But still, have we stopped hiring the faculty members? Still, we are not getting the quality faculty member. Still, we are looking for faculty member. For example, in IIT Delhi, we have a target of hiring the 1,200 faculty member, but still we are having less than 700 faculty members in IIT Delhi who are regular. Why? Because we are not compromising with the quality. Although our advertisement is open throughout the year, means you can apply anytime. There is no need of any specific advertisement. What I'm trying to prove is that it does not mean that the faculty members may not be required. In the same way, whether it is doctor, because why I'm emphasizing on this point, because everywhere we are these faculty members are also asking us what is the need of library. Now they are asking you have a one nation, one subscription coming up. When everything is available through one nation, one subscription, all the resources are available. So what is the need of like having a library? We can have a virtual library. But people are not trying to understand like who are the people who are implementing these things. I think uh, Dr. Jagdish Arora initiated this movement when he got 3 consortia merged. So that was one of the steps in the direction of a national consortia when INDEST or NLIST or UGC Infonet were merged to make it a eShow Sindhu consortium. Now we are talking about one nation, one subscription. So I think our role or services may change a bit, but our importance will remain there. So accordingly, we have to like keep the people engaged in the same way. So the you might have heard about the Lancaster as well. Lancaster taken back his statement before he left this world about the library without walls. That has yet not happened. Libraries are still there with walls, and virtual libraries are also coexisting. So there is a need to see a library through patron's eye rather than through a librarian's eye. We have to keep the users engaged as per their library requirement through collaborative spaces, outreach and research support services programs, student events, trying to provide them everything in the machine readable form to the extent possible. Even our students or faculty member asking couple of pages from the book to scan or take the photograph and send them by WhatsApp. So we have to like understand our user what type of services they are expecting. So some of the other reasons as why libraries and librarians are still extremely important and will remain relevant for the users are like not everything is available on the internet and it's a mess subject to manipulation. Digital libraries are not the internet. Libraries are not just books. Like businesses, digital libraries still need human staffing. Not everyone can afford books and other library resources. Eliminating libraries would cut short an essential process of cultural evolution. Libraries are stable, by the web is transient. Libraries can be surprisingly helpful for news collection, archives, etc. Librarians help in evaluations, matrices, rankings, accreditation. We are becoming very, very important. So if you are keeping yourself updated and you are a smart librarian, understanding the user requirement and understanding their minds as how to keep them engaged, then I can guarantee that the smart librarians will survive with smart services. Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hassan. Your last line that the smart librarians, with the smart services, they will be there and they will always stay relevant. So let's all get smarter and smarter with each passing moment and bring in the most smartest, services and make our libraries more smarter. And everyone should be, just in tune with the requirement of the time. That's great. A great message coming out from your deliberation, and thank you so very much, because since you handle, a large number of students, and that too, they are the technology students who are really giving the technology to the world. They are the ones, who really becomes the technology leaders, and you are handling them, because they carry that kind of a mindset. They require the services from the libraries. Their expectations are entirely different. It's wonderful to hear from you, and thank you so very much for so exhaustively, deliberating on this particular aspect of engaging, engagements. Now, much thanks for being there. Truly grateful to you for your time and efforts in being there. We would now like to move on to our third distinguished speaker of this afternoon, Dr. V.N. Patkarji, a close associate with Delnet over the years. It's always a great honor and pleasure, sir, to have you. And once again, thank you very much. We really look forward to the times wherein we can again confront the NACLIN volumes, because your papers have been the ones what Dr. Kaul himself, he used to, read it, again and again, because they have been the ones which used to carry so much of, futuristic, aspects used to be discussed all in your papers. And we really look forward to having our next NACLIN, wherein we can do it in a way that we have been doing it over for nearly 20, 21 NACLINs, we had it that way. So I have immense pleasure in welcoming Dr. Vivek Patkarji, who is a great well-wisher of Delnet. That's what I can be assured about it, that he's always there around and always there, so readily, he always helps us out always, and we remain grateful to you, sir, for that. It's a pleasure in informing you all that Dr. Patkar, he's a true scholar, a researcher, and a person, who has immensely been contributing, to the world of not only the libraries, but also many other, domain areas in which he holds a great specialization. He has a degree in mathematics and MSc and PhD in operational research from University of Delhi, and has been a professor of quantitative methods and operations management at ICFI Business School in Mumbai. This also reminds me to tell you all that he has authored a book, a very fantastic title on research methodology, which I think those of our research scholars in our librarians should know about it. And that's a must read for any researcher who may like to pursue the research in the very right spirits and with the right kind of an attitude. Prior to that, Dr. Patkar has worked for more than 25 years in the operations research specialist in the planning division of Mumbai Metropolitan Region Development Authority, wherein he was involved, in the land use planning, infrastructure financing, and also in the area of transport development. He has now an independent researcher and engaged in research on different themes besides popularizing mathematics and science, and has conducted several workshops on research methodology for both the natural and the social sciences. He has been a visiting faculty to the Department of Library and Information Science at Mumbai University since 1985. Dr. Patkar is a regularly invited resource person to various programs, and we feel always honored to have him with us on the NACLIN platforms. He has, to his credit, more than 13 books on his name, including 2 on research methodology, and he also has more than 400 research papers that he has written in reputed international technical journals, professional magazines, and many others. Dr. Patkar is a member of the editorial board of the international journal entitled Human Systems Management and the Journal of Public Affairs and Change, and is also vice president of Marathi Vigyan Parishad, and associated with this work regarding the revision of Marathi Vishwakosh. He has voluntarily translated about 100 booklets and other publications on cancer from English to Marathi and Hindi for an NGO named Jeet Association for Support to Cancer Patients, which we greatly, value, and we greatly, commend this effort of him. That is a very humanistic contribution by him. He is also associated with a large number of other academic research and professional institutions. I don't want to, sir, stand between you and our 937 attendees who are anxiously waiting now to hear and to get your viewpoint on, you're going to speak on expansion of library services, how to expand. And it's over to you, sir. Great honor and pleasure in requesting you.
Thank you, Dr. Sumita ji. At the outset, I wish to congratulate you and Delnet team for organizing 25th NACLIN in a row. This is, in my view, a befitting tribute to Dr. H.K. Cole, who formulated, founded, and nurtured the Delnet to make it a very leading institution in LIS field in our country. Coming to the topic given to me about expanding library services for the new generation, it will be useful to draw parallel to the web development, which is the backbone. We had seen progress from Web 1.0 to Web 3.0 and corresponding development of Library 1.0 to Library 3.0. In a nutshell, Library 1.0 was giving a passive services, means the users have to take whatever you are giving through online, offline mode. But when we came to 2.0, it promoted content creation, say through blogs, podcasts, a process in which librarians as well as users were involved. The Library 3.0, which is currently ongoing, it allows users and librarians to use social media and using virtual worlds where librarians play a role of apomediation, means just standing by the user and helping them whenever they need it. It is not that they are standing in between the resources and the user, but standing by the user. This is a big difference in Library 3.0, and our services are perhaps now geared in this mode. Evolving Library 4.0 means blurring the online space and physical space thanks to the artificial intelligence, IoT, and big data analytics, and so on. Ubiquity, identity, and connectivity are its features. Ubiquity of services, what I mean is always available. What Dr. Jagdar Singh was saying, 24/7 and so on. Identity means identity of the user, means user's identity is taken into account while designing the services. As we say, user-centric services. That is the second part. And the third is connectivity. Means all the time from anywhere the services and resources are to be made available. This is the essence of Library 4.0. And I think this point was also corroborated in the poll conducted by Dr. Jagannathan while talking on the NEP 2020, when he asked that what the library professional expect to be the first or the best point for the services, and that was the connectivity. So this is how we have to expand the services. Mind you that we have to talk at the ground level. There are very few institutions where very high-end services which were talked by Dr. Ganguly or IIT, those kind of institutes. But by and large, the academic institutes, they at college level, school level, they don't have access to resources. So we'll have to now build slowly using these web developments within our small resources, but go professionally. That is the main point in expanding our services. And though in imagination, we may think about Library 5.0 also, and what kind of services we're expecting. Those services will be dealing with the emotional and feeling aspects of information to be made available to the user using what is called haptic devices. Means today we just give the contents some experience through augmented reality. But if somebody is accessing, say, information on Himalaya, can he feel the cold of Himalaya? If he's having a, say, rose flower, he's studying it, can he get a smell of it? You know, these kind of things will be made available. The already technology is coming into place. So these are the haptic devices. They have to be incorporated into our services to give real life experience of the information the seeker is using or want to experience. The new services could be clubbed under the term context awareness services, means security services, about which we had a very prolonged, very good session in the early in the morning. Then convenience services, uses what the form he wants, or what could be the form which will be helpful to you. That kind of convenience services we'll have to plan. Information, entertainment, and community services will also form a part of this context awareness services. So not only the status, availability of the book or journal article or other content, but converting into knowledge, real knowledge. You know, we are really not making a distinction between information and knowledge services. Knowledge is a much higher term. So how to really process that information knowledge, that itself, that process should be understood by everyone, even in Elias profession. It is not that just information clubbed together forms a knowledge. It requires totally different kind of filtration, deliberation, reflection. So that should also form a part of the services involving the users, experts, faculty members, if you are working in academic environment. That is how the services will have to be planned. And this knowledge is not only theoretical, but how to put it into practice. Those kind of services will also be welcome, and they are required. We have to expand our services in that direction. Creating infinite creative space will be the objective of such intelligent libraries. Means they will help the patrons to think creatively and explore solutions, as well as explore the new display environment, like showing the information in head-up display units or flexible display units or transparent display units. These are now coming as a part of the hardware, but it is to be exploited through the expanded services to give the 360-degree view of the information to the users. In other words, archiving the resources. Again, I'm saying you that ground reality we'll have to archive the resources, that kind of services. Accrediting the information, creditability is very important. Actualize the knowledge. Again, I'm saying actualization of knowledge is very important. That services, analyzing the data, affirming the identity, associating with other networks, and animating the digital events. These will be some of the features of the new services, expanding services. Now, in that context, I will just touch upon the repositioning aspect of our theme. Now, reposition will vary with the type of library, because we are dealing with school libraries, academic libraries, special libraries, corporate libraries, public libraries. Now, for example, public libraries, as Dr. H.K. Kaul has been always propounding, that they should be converted to knowledge center. So again, I am telling you that the knowledge center concept was much higher than the currently thought of information center. So we have to work out on that. So public libraries could go on that direction, repositioning through knowledge filtering facilities. Another example, we had the day before yesterday, Prahlad Jadhav. He gave a very good illustration how a corporate library can reposition itself. The library professionals are using the new technologies, utilizing the available resources, combining them, reintegrating them to provide the services to the users and the organization. So the basic aim should be always that we have to serve our parent institution and the patron users, patron members, what they want. This aim should be there. So while you are using new technologies, anything new, but these basic fundamental things about the library services, library as an institution should not be forgotten. So we have to reposition, keeping all this the time, this basic requirement, that aim of the organization and users needs have to be addressed. And another thing is what is called the web scale discovery services. This is also a new terminology. People can just explore that kind of services. They will be also very much required, and that will be very easily possible with the new technologies. So I will request all the people gathered here that think about all these new services. And to end, I will just say we have to build digital confidence among the ALIS professionals, and that should be the aim of our ALIS education and training. Since I don't want to till upon the time of the next speaker, I'm stopping here. Questions are welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir. Once again, so wonderfully, you're the one who always shows us the future. You tell us the way, how the things are moving and what we need to do in a very concise manner, such in a wonderful manner. You have deliberated on this library 3.0, library 4.0, and even library 5.0, that how it may look like, wherein the emotions can also be engaged and the systems are going to, respond. And that's what is a kind of that human feel, the AI, whether it will be able to compete, that's something, only I think the time will tell. But yes, you have been able to really give us where we stand right now and where we are moving to and what the future holds for us. So the future of the libraries and libraries of the future both the things you have been able to deliberate in such a significant manner within a very, very short time, So where we stand and what future holds for us. Thank you so much, sir. Always, always much grateful to you for giving us very fresh new thinking. And I think that there are many things that we have learned from your deliberations here today. I would also like to make all our attendees aware that DELNET is going to transcribe, the entire proceedings of NACLIN 2022, because since we have not published any print, publication, but what we would be doing is this entire as a verbatim of the entire proceedings of these 3 days would get published. We are going to do it in the digital form, few copies that we are just going to keep it, but we are going to send across the digital copy. It would be in verbatim, what everyone has spoken. We are going to give it back, to the respective spokesperson, the resource persons, requesting them if they can further want to do it, but otherwise, DELNET is going to take care of that work, and we are going to come back to you with the entire deliberations day by day. So it will be like a kind of your proceedings of the convention, which will be available, carrying all the discussions that we are having it right now. Profound privilege now in welcoming our the fourth panelist, the distinguished panelist of this afternoon, Dr. Sheetal Pandey. Great, Dr. Sheetal Tag, it's a great honor and pleasure, the Chief Librarian at Atmaya University in Rajkot. Pleasure to get connected through this virtual platform for the first time on this virtual platform. We have met so many times, really looking forward to again meeting you in person, but it's such a really a wonderful pleasure to get connected, and have immense pleasure in introducing Dr. Sheetal Tag, whom I always greatly appreciate for her professional values and ethics. That's very evident from almost everyday interactions that we have it on the emails, and I'm really, really happy, to introduce her to each one of you. So Dr. Tang is a Chief Librarian at Atmaya University and handles all the institutional libraries on the campus. She is with the Atmaya group of institutions for last 17 years and has a total of around 19 years of experience in the field of library and information science. She has done her bachelor's in computer science, master's in library and information science with gold medal from Goa University. That's again quite visible, of her brilliant, academic records. Her research work was on cloud-based open learning environments in libraries, and has her PhD in information science and management from TIS Mumbai. She has been the recipient of a number of awards and recognitions, which includes Young Library and Information Scientist Award in 2002 by Society of Information Science, Best Young Library Science Professional of India in 2004 by Indian Library Association, and also an award, Innovation Award from GTU Innovation Council in 2013. She has been a panelist at a number of national and state level library conferences and seminars, and we are very happy that DELNET is also able to now add to your profile, and we feel really glad that we have got a chance to have you with us today. Dr. Sheetal has conducted national workshops and has also been a resource person for information literacy programs at different institutes and universities, and has provided consultancy for library development in upcoming institutes in the region of Saurashtra and Kutch in the state of Gujarat. She is also a resource person on the Universal Human Values Program recommended by UGC and AICT, and is a member of task force at Atmaya University for implementation. Let me extend an open invite to you, Dr. Sheetal, that we may like to have you on universal human values. We may like to hold a webinar someday soon. We are going to approach you. She has also been actively involved in many committees and forums, and providing better and better library services to the students on the campus is her passion more than just her job. And she strongly believes in teamwork, and her team library is one of the most active teams on the campus. Proud, privileged, and very happy also to know about your philosophy of being a library and information science professional. Much honored to have you with us today, and eagerly all of us look forward, now to hearing from you, Dr. Sheetal. It's over to you.
Thank you so much, Sangeeta. In fact, you have been one of those inspirations for me to give the service with a smile. I learned it from you, and you have always inspired me for years now that I know you. Thank you for being that role model for me. And Before I start the session, I have a PPT to share, so I would request you to please give me the privilege to do that. Thank you so much. I hope this is visible. Sangeeta, is it visible? Yeah. Okay. So thank you so much. First of all, I think I'm going to just culminate what all the other speakers have said in the form of a case study. Sangeeta had asked me to talk about the next gen library users. I'm going to just share about, rather than telling about what they do and, how do they, seek information, etc. I'm going to focus on a case study about Atmiya University in terms of like how we have created that environment that the library users, the next gen library users, make optimal use of the library. I think that would be more relevant for practicing librarians who are probably attending today's session. So my talk would be on, the next gen library users, what are the required interactions, interventions, and services, and a special case of Atmiya University. I would like to also share that Atmiya University Library is a state-of-art library. It has all the modern, resources and services in place in terms of its, beautiful design of the building that we have. We already have group study rooms. We have a learning commons setup. So it's more of a space, where people can interact and, have opportunities to come together. So my today's session, that I'm going to share with is going to be about how libraries have taken opportunities by being informed about what is the need of education today. So my talk would be somewhere about that, but with a little bit of focus on how we took sustainable development goals as one of the opportunities to extend our library services. So the next gen libraries, next gen users, largely misunderstood is what I feel. What they expect and what we think about them, if I could just put it in a couple of words, like I can see that they are confused, they are overwhelmed because, there are so many opportunities, so many options available, but what they lack is clarity, and they definitely seek support. They want to discuss, want to express their views over just being lectured. So, they want acknowledgement for what they know and a trust on their capabilities and capacities. But what we see is that we always have a complaint that they're always in their virtual world because they're confused, they lack clarity, they're scared, and they just want to escape. They do not want to understand. No, they want to, but they don't know what is the right question to be asked. They procrastinate. They do not understand the value of time. No, probably it's because they don't know where to start and how to, what is the purpose of doing what they are doing. And they do not want to attend lectures. I told you, they want discussions. They want to be expressed, allowed to express their views rather than just being lectured. And because they are not able to get clarity, they are not able to get the support that they are seeking for, probably they do not even have respect for the fraternity who's serving them. If we look at the definition, in terms of, just a second. I think I just need some help.
It is visible over here, Shita.
Okay.
Slide is visible here.
I think I need, yeah. In its technical
but it's now disappeared. It has disappeared now.
Okay, just a second.
Yeah, it's back.
Yeah.
It's back. Yeah.
So if we look at
sorry, it's
again, it's gone.
Perfect. Yes.
Okay, just a second. I think I am just getting used to. Yeah. So in its technical sense, education is the formal process by which a society, through schools, colleges, or universities and other institutions, deliberately transmits its culture, cultural heritage, and its accumulated knowledge, values, and skills to the next generation. If we look at this technical definition of education, I think we can sense as to what should our education be all about. So I think these are fundamental things that we have to have our vision clear about. So in this context, if we look at library as a learning center, because that has always been something that I have been researching upon, can we reposition libraries as learning centers? And more so, it has always been an opportunity for all the librarians to make libraries as learning centers, but more so now with NEP 2020, where the focus is on multidisciplinary approach to education and research. So can libraries be as spaces for those multidisciplinary endeavors, or at least brainstorming to begin with, and whether library interventions can be made to bring about the change of perspective, such as like which I will be sharing in the next few slides on, like I have taken 2 examples of SDGs and MOOCs. And also, like, whether libraries can also provide those awareness programs for global initiatives and movements, and whether libraries can also be co-working spaces, supporting startups, providing social internships, and developing the research aptitude. These are a few things that we have done as a learning center, which I will be sharing in the next few slides. But caution, as just now Patkarji also, highlighted of what Prahlad ji had also said, that all this needs a systemic thinking and nothing less than that. We have to be very clear about the system that we are operating into, what is expected of it, and not just copy, and just take some ideas and just go ahead with it. It has to be relevant to the community that you are serving. If we look at the definitions of education, and if we see how libraries come into picture, if you look at teaching also, the things that I've highlighted, it includes content selection. So this is also where the libraries can play an important role. Like what content can go in, keeping in mind the times that we are into, that will make learning more relevant, more realistic, more something that would connect to the students. And also in terms of education, it is said that it's also important educators to teach ways to use, to search and use the information. That's what we do in information literacy. Keeping aside whether we are called a teaching or a non-teaching staff, but I think education has a lot to, a lot of opportunities and a lot of avenues for librarians to contribute, only if we understand the definitions of it. Even if we look at outcome-based education and all the points that I've highlighted and those which I have not highlighted, if we even look at the details of it, I see a lot of contributions that librarians can do over here in a more holistic perspective, because these are not something that are restricted to only a particular domain. These are something more than that. So I see a lot of opportunities as librarians to connect in terms of education also. So coming to sustainable development goals, which is a case study which I'm going to share, how we at library promoted the sustainable development goals and got into the main course into the university. As you know, sustainable development goals, the 17 sustainable development goals. And when we talk about the multidisciplinarity of it, and even NEP 2020, it is to do with SDG 4, that is quality education, and it tries to cater to what is expected as a part of SDG 4. So again, when we talk about multidisciplinary research, we also look at it from the sustainable, sustainability definition, that it has to be an intersection of something that is, socially, justifiable, economically viable, and environmentally, non-damaging. This is what our research has to take our students ahead with. So we kind of bring this view to our university, to our leadership team, and we try to put that this should be the base as of now in whatever we have been doing at our university. And this was very well accepted. And then, also we talk about a lot of programs that are coming up on, making the students aware of climate change, and, we have to do something about climate change. But I think the important thing that we have to bring to the students is that we are a part of that environment. we don't own it. So this is one of the priority pyramid that we are trying to bring to our students. We are educating our students as a part of library, activities, that they better know about this. And of course, there's a lot of literature by many organizations like IFLA and on UN SDGs and libraries, where there are excellent tools available what libraries can do to contribute to sustainable development goals. Of course, NEP 2020 also gives us the guidelines for having that service environment and culture, which is, I think, very, very important for all of us to understand. We better understand what is expected in NEP 2020 and see how we can, kind of tune ourselves in order to create that environment in our own universities. Talking about Atmiya University. Well, Atmiya University, I'll just give you a brief about the ethnography that we have. The vision of Atmiya University is to nurture creative thinkers and leaders through transformative learning. So when we talk about leadership, leaders are those who have vision. Vision in terms of what are those principles that govern, whether it is about humans or whether it is about the human society or whether it is about the nature. They have to know what are the principles that govern it. They have to know how things get regulated, whether it is in the society or in the nature, so that there is a balance in the society and in the nature. So I think Niyam, Niyantran, Santulan, these are the three things that a leader should know. And this demands an multidisciplinary and holistic view that the students should have, or the researchers or the faculty should have when dealing with subjects. So this has been one of those bases on which we have been working, and the base philosophy that we have adopted at Atmiya University is, of course, of Madhyasth Darshan Sahastitwavad. As Sangeeta said about the universal human values, yes, this is what is the base of it. And of course, of our own president, Hari Prasad Swamiji, who talks about Atmiyata, that is a feeling of relationship with everyone. And the mindset that we have at our university is that your contribution is your value. आपकी उपयोगिता मूल्य वही है कि आप कितना contribute कर पा रहे हैं. So this is something that we want every one of us, all our faculties, all our researchers, all our students to be aware of. And the culture that we have is we prefer cooperation over competition. We have a bottom-up approach, not just top-down approach. Like as a librarian, I can go to my leadership team and tell about, okay, how we're doing this, and they would be more than happy to help me have it done at the university. So we have a leadership team, we have task force which promote peer learning and teamwork, and there is an appreciation for contributions, both academics and non-academics. And we at library also have something called as Vasant Panchami Awards, which are given to the best readers, to the contributors, on the campus. So that also kind of brings about a different culture, and we at library are building that culture also. And we do have social immersions. We have students working in the library taking internships with us. We have an earn while you learn scheme for our students. We have a club culture. At the university level, we have something called as Abhyutthan for faculties, where every month on the first Friday the faculty is can come and share about a topic which is of relevance to the education. And even for the students, we have something called as Ignite. So the students, every stream, the students are allowed to, every month, like 2 faculties are allowed to come and kind of give their sessions. Now all this makes them to come to the library, do some research. We help them with those presentations. We help them to connect it with, okay, what is this topic to do with which SDGs? So if you can see here also, like, we align them, we map them with those SDGs, etc. So this is the kind of culture we have at Atmiya University. And the foundational framework that we work with at Atmiya University is, at the base, we have the universal human values, okay, which helps them understand what is justice, what is order, what is truth, Nyaya, Dharma, Satya, what are ethics? This put together is ethics. So that is what we understand, and then we are able to kind of appreciate the Indian knowledge systems as a part of our culture and heritage in terms of human conduct and everything. And SDGs are there, which is also interacting with Indian knowledge systems to understand what was the sustainable life and living in our indigenous systems that we had. And universal human values also in terms of environment science, we are trying our students to understand that human is a part of an environment. They don't own it. They are just a part of the environment. And if anything happens to the environment, we were the last to walk in and will be the first ones to exit. So these are a few things that we try to make it very clear. So this is a kind of a foundational framework that we have kept, which is like, which the student has to go through in the first year before they go ahead and learn the core courses. So they better be clear why they are learning and what they are supposed to do with it as they graduate. Then putting whatever knowledge they are gaining, through all the core courses that they would be doing to work. There is a scope for library interventions. So we have students taking up, student internships in Indian knowledge systems. So they come for their research in this. So we help them with it because these are very new things. So this is where again the research intervention comes in. I always feel the research intervention plays a major role in the education system to get the students or the faculty, come into the library or interact with the library. So I see IKS as one of the interventions, student startup, initiative protocol that we have, or a kind of provision that we have. That also, helps them. Before they do the startup, we encourage them that they undergo a literature survey, find out, do a literature review, and see if they are not replicating what has already been done. So we help them do this thorough research. And there's also, at a very basic, like for example, IK is something that students would take up during their 3rd or 5th semester. SSIP is something that they would take up during the 4th semester onwards. But from the 1st semester, they are allowed to take something. They have a paper called
Dr. Sheetal, we are not able to hear you. I believe she has encountered some technical glitch. Dr. Sheetal, we are not able to hear you. Since we are all dependent on the technology, on the internet, I believe she has got some issue. This is to, I will just try to see if we get a chance to get reconnected. Yeah. Yes?
Yes. Am I audible? I'm so sorry for the
now you're audible. Now you are audible. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. So as I was saying that, we have this concept to practice, as one of the papers at a very, what do you call it, like from the 1st year itself. And they have the social immersion, and they have to do some surveys, analysis, and then come to some recommendations, etc. So all these activities bring them very close to the library. Okay, so they have to translate whatever they have been working into a kind of a paper, a research paper. So all these interventions have been helping our students to get connected with the library. And that's why, we have all the normal services that the libraries have, but a few services which are extended in terms of education and research is, of course, we have created an online course on sustainable development goals with the support of our faculties, again, coordinated by the department. And we do help mapping the syllabus and activities and events, whatever is done at the university with SDGs. We also, like we have seen that, once they start working on concepts like this, and then they have to look into some critical thinking, and they have to look into case studies, and so we have to do a lot of knowledge management in the process. So that has also helped us, like, they have a lot of online article requests. Again, let me tell you, we are a private university, so we do not have the luxury to have access to all the online resources. But thanks to Delnet, services, that we are able to cater to this article request. We have seen a huge, demand for article request, even the plagiarism check and everything. So this has brought in the students coming into the library and working with us in terms of education and research. And also, this has also made it important for us, along with the University Research Advisory Board, to work on research capacity building. So we have been collaborating with publishers, before even we have the resources on board. We are trying to build the capacity of our users so that once we have the access to these resources, they could be optimally used. So even about research tools and all these things. So all these activities are being done at the library. Very periodically, every month almost, we have one or the other activity for building the capacity for research. And of course, we do support with data analytics and interpretation. So when students come from social internships, we would sit with them and then help them create their instruments for survey, and also because this is something that needs, because they are working on something that is more multidisciplinary. So we need to help them with right instruments. So all those things also we are trying to help, and also help them translate that into a research paper. Even in terms of self-directed learning, so we are encouraging students to take up MOOCs. We have been taking care of the local chapters at our university, because I think centrally we can help students to do that. And now we are formally trying to have them as minors and majors, and also planning to have a minor degree in library science in the days to come, with the guidelines given by UGC. So all this has been helping us to do all these things. And I thought, it doesn't help working with all these things at the university level alone. So we have also started working with some of the schools in our campuses, right from grade 8, and right from kindergarten, and helping them with having storytelling as one of the effective pedagogy, and also working with the B.Ed students and teachers, Senic school teachers, with the support of IIT for B.Ed on how reading habits would help them in the future. Again, as we said, education is also about sharing the values coming from the state of Gandhi. So we also promote Gandhian thoughts. We have the library orientations in place, information literacy programs, and I was talking about the Vasant Panchami awards. So all this help the students and the faculties to get connected to the libraries. A few things that I felt what we learned was, our ultimate goal is to see that the library building, the resources and our expertise is put to use optimally. So we have to understand education and research purpose and processes to make our services, activities relevant to research, training and learning to all these communities on campus. And we have to develop a strong faculty librarian collaboration so that we can support all those processes and reach out to the students. We have to take interest in interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research activities, because they need intense literature support with precision. And we have to focus on knowledge management. We have to do a regular awareness induction programs so that we can build their capacity to understand the importance of resources that the library has, so that we can have the ROI on whatever we have invested, and update ourselves with policy changes and opportunities for the field of education and research, so that we can, we have to become technically competent, and we have to also, be proactive and be relevant. That's most important. So I feel the only message I can give to the librarians is be proactive, because that is what people expect. And as Annie Frank says, how wonderful it is that nobody need wait a single moment before starting to improve the world. I think we have a lot of opportunities to do so. So thank you so much, Sangeeta, for helping me reach out to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's it from me.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Sheetal, for what a wonderful, deliberation that you had. And that was a very practical, something, as you have rightly said, the case study from Atmeya, but we are greatly impressed by seeing that how much work you are doing, and how immensely the library is contributing to the overall academic growth of the university, and also to the research activities that you are undertaking and providing. And that's, I think, a very strong message that you have conveyed, that this is something which is very much doable and achievable. You are doing it, and there would be many followers of yours. You have inspired many of them over here, and very strong message: be proactive, be positive, and it is now the time has come. Start doing it. One should not really wait any longer, enough, has already been lost, and we should really try to, get the things going from here. Thank you so very much for a very, very, inspiring address, and also very happy to see, we were not really knowing, because we had you said 17 years, and we know you from the times when I still remember Atmia Institute of Technology and Science and our workshops that we had it, and it's a wonderful pleasure to see, and the immense contributions that you are making, Sheetal, much praiseworthy, and also the values that you hold along with that. That's really, makes the difference. That makes the difference. God bless you. Truly a great pleasure and honor in having you. And we look forward to, we look forward to have seen the other areas now, in which you specializes in, and will definitely be now requesting you. It has really been a pleasure listening to you and knowing about your wonderful work that you are doing. God bless you, and indeed a pleasure. Indeed a pleasure. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Great, my dear. Thank you so much. Thanks, you. Thank you. It's indeed an honor and pleasure to have such a distinguished panel here who have deliberated so exhaustively, and everyone has shared their viewpoints, very different kind of their perceptions about. And I think for each one of us, it has truly been quite an enriching session wherein we have been able to get too much. If we really collect everything, assimilate these thoughts, there are not many takeaways that we have been able to get. So thank you very much. Because of paucity of time, I think for 1 or 2 minutes, we are just making the floor open for questions. And we really request our attendees, if you have any specific question, because since we have to move towards the concluding the valedictory function, and we have our special invitees, our guests of honor for that function also already being there of that session. So I would appreciate, if you may kindly appreciate our standing on this, that it may not be that visible for us to keep the floor open for much time. And if you have any questions, we can see that, again, there are questions which are getting flooded on the screen. Let me just pick up while sending a question, please let us know, or I think I will make it open. Dr. Shantanu Ganguly has to, sign out because he has that meeting and he has sent me a text message. But we have our 3 of our distinguished panelists who are there with us, Dr. Nabi Hassan, Dr. Patkar, and Dr. Sheetal Tang. Quickly would like to take a question which is coming from Dr. Anuradha Seth, who says, respected members of the panel discussion, as rural areas are still facing digital divide, when we talk of physical access to technology, maybe due to administrative interventions or lack of administrative assistance to the libraries, how can the slogan of one nation, one subscription or digital India be justified, or could there be another catchphrase, one nation, one legislation for knowledge centers to strengthen the libraries? We may request Dr. Nabi Hassan to say that, because I think, but whether he may like to, any of the panelists may like to say something about it, that how to bring in this equitable access to everyone. Because there has been a question also by Dr. Sunita Parekh, from Purnima University, wanting to know whether one nation, one subscription, whether the private sector institutions can get benefited. I think Dr. Nabi Hassan would be the right person, to throw some light on this. Dr. Hassan, maybe request you if you may like to just say something about it.
So I would not like to speak much because I am a member of Planning and Execution Committee of the ONOS. But of course, I would like to say one thing, that in phase 1, private institutions have not been considered. In the phase 1, only government institutions and the government colleges have been considered for access to like e-resources.
Perfectly fine. So is there any model, Dr. Hassan? Is there any model right now? But no, in this right now, no such thing for the private sector, right?
No, there is nothing for the private as of now under consideration in phase 1.
Perfectly fine, but it may happen once but this gets implemented. There may be, let's have a hope. Let's have a hope that
it is likely to happen because it has yet not started. Like the negotiations have started from 14 only, and today is the last day of negotiation round 1. So, like cost negotiation committee is meeting with all the publishers during this 14, 15, and 16th of December in Vigyan Bhavan. I'm not part of cost negotiation committee, CNC. I'm part of a bigger or higher committee, which is Planning and Execution Committee. I'm representing CFTIs. So
Okay.
of course, there are three important aspects. In first aspect, like government colleges and all the government institution, the number could be any, like 13,000, 14,000, something like that. Those are under consideration, and as of now 70 publishers are under consideration. These are some of the official facts. And like another aspect is author processing fee. Like we want to improve the contribution of India and the citations as well. So the government is considering paying APC charges on the basis of some criteria. Like if you are publishing in a good journal having some impact factor or some other model which has yet not evolved, so the APC may also be considered from the government side. And of course, for like private institutions, these could be included in phase 2, because ultimately these are profit institutions, and this money is going from government's kitty.
So Dr. Hassan, because there are 3 or 4 of our colleagues who have asked this, they are just wanting to know that whether this circular which has been there, that you don't do any subscriptions till April 2023. So now we have a couple of our professional colleagues who have asked her that if they are from the non-government sector, if they're not a government institution, so that means that they have to go for their own subscriptions, right?
I cannot comment because there is another circular today.
It is still in there, I think let's better not to deliberate on this, because the things are, still, and everyone will come to know. Entire professionals will come to know.
Another circular has also come today, dated 16 December 2022. So lot of things are like happening, and lot of discussions are going on. I think in a week's time you will be having a more clearer picture. So if somebody is really want to know, and he need to inform his or her authority, then they can talk to me on phone.
Perfectly fine.
I mean, I can get the official version.
Fine, perfectly fine. We do fully, appreciate and understand that. Perfectly fine. So let's, for many of those who are here and who have asked this question, the clear message is you better wait for some time, and then Dr. Hassan, you may contact him to get more insights, if you are keen enough to know how the things are moving. There have been more questions coming in, but I'm extremely sorry. Especially, I would just like to mention on SDG, there have been a question from Dr. Rajesh Pandey, and he has been wanting to ask Dr. Sheetal that how SDG recommends access to quality education and resources, how this goal be met by 2030. Please elaborate. Sheetal, in a quick, if you can give, because he has been posting this question again and again, and thought that if you can say, but this is to remind that on 21st of December, we do have a very exclusive session wherein we have an invited speaker, Dr. Dilara Begum, who is from East West University in Dhaka, and she has been conducting a number of IFLAS workshops, on SDG and libraries. So we request you to join us on that day, and wherein there's an exclusive session on SDG and libraries. But Sheetal, for today, anything quickly that you may like to say that how this goal be met by 2030?
Yes, I think, there are a couple of things that we can keep in mind. One is the autonomy that the universities or the educational institutions already have. Okay, so that could be put into exercise. And in terms of NEP 2020, already the government has done the needful. We have to only see, understand it and implement it. And I think even one nation, one subscription is one step towards it. So there's a lot of effort being done. We have to be patient enough because it's a policy level decisions, but we have the autonomy to go ahead in terms of research and the other activities that we do at our individual institutions. Nobody stops us for that. Yes. So I think that is the way we can go ahead with the quality of education. Yes.
That's simply great. Thank you so much, our distinguished panelists. All of them, have been able to, it was very unanimously, everyone has been of the view we have to keep our efforts on in a more proactive manner. Let's stay relevant. Let's keep on adopting the newer ways, the way we think, we have to really do a lot much of, this change management has to manage it well. We need to know also from the users' perspectives that what are their growing needs and requirements, and we have to really realign our own ourselves. We cannot really keep on doing the way we have been doing the things. We have to really reorient our own selves and develop more, knowledge-centric, customer-centric, user-centric services. We have to go beyond the four walls of the libraries, have to take the libraries to the places wherein our users are. We have to expand, our own selves, give, the kind of services which are required. Also, the significant growing role of the libraries, the research support as a research enhancers. Libraries should remain as a focal points for that, because we are the ones who handles information and knowledge. We are the ones, we should tell that how to the domain experts, to your faculty, to your scholars, where the world is moving, in that specific field. So that clearly indicates we have to keep, working and getting more to work as a knowledge workers rather than just simply handling the information. We should be the one who should be able to give a more relevant, knowledge basis. We should develop in our own places. AI technologies are in place, you have not many other things, but we have to make ourselves all the time remind that yes, it is the professionals only who can make a difference. We are the one who possess those skill sets. We have to upskill, reskill ourselves, and to stay relevant. In order to stay relevant, let's, all of us take a pledge through this platform that yes, we do possess the power that to, think in a more innovative ways, to have that out of box thinking, and to ensure that we not only stay relevant, but we should exceed the expectations of our users. What they are wanting before they ask, you should already have a solution ready for them. So I think it's a really we have to become more visionary in our approach, more futuristic in our approach, and we should be able to see beyond but yes, it has been a wonderful pleasure that everyone, all our panelists have, laid focus on the libraries, and we professionals has a great responsibility. We are doing, but yes, we have to collaboratively also see. We have been able to see this has also been a kind of a recommendation that we feel is we should create a kind of best practices a portal wherein an online portal, and Ellen will be very happy to do that. I have jotted it that we can create a small portal wherein the best practices being adopted in the libraries. Let's all of us work together. If someone has done, and adopted a best practice, let someone else also do it. Because it's not that my library and your library, it's our libraries. It is, to do, we have to collectively contribute to the profession, contribute, to the libraries as such. So let's collectively and collaboratively work for that. It has been a great honor and pleasure in having each one of you. We truly remain grateful for your time and efforts, that you have done in being there. And on behalf of Delnet, and also on behalf of, right now we have got 888, what a figure, 888 attendees that we have it right now on this platform at 4 o'clock on 16th of December. Dr. Nabi Hassan, firstly for you, this is a small memento, yet another elephant, but this is a different one altogether. I was thinking you are again going to go back.
I'm keeping all your mementos in my showcase.
Then,
do come sometime to see all them.
I'll come down, and I was thinking
you can see all the mementos, and those elephants are also there.
Because I remember last time you showed me the elephant, but this is a one. It's a very unique one, especially being designed. Especially, it's a very unique.
Okay.
Once it's virtually you are seeing it, but once it comes on your desk, you'll be able to find a difference. It's a very, very different one.
Thank you.
And it's going to make you more mightier, and you're going to bring in more and more change now. A mighty change is going to happen, once it comes to your desk. Thank you so very much, Dr. Hassan, for being such a wonderful colleague, such a wonderful, hand. You always extend a very, very helping hand, very gracious support. And let me take also this opportunity to thank you and the entire colleagues also at IIT. You have been one of the really great supporter, and we truly greatly value that. Thank you so much, Dr. Hassan. I take immense pleasure in presenting this to you, Patkar sir. Thanks for being there, in NACLIN. We cannot visualize about holding a NACLIN without you being there. Let your wishes, your blessings be always be not only on Delnet, but also on the entire library fraternity, and we remain guided, with your vision. Your presence, your support always means a lot to us, and we greatly, greatly, cherish it always, forever. Thank you so very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
And this is for Sheetal. This is for you. Great, appreciation for what you have been doing, what you are doing, and what you will be doing, because we are sure about it. The way that you are doing the things, undoubtedly everything is going to help you. Everything will see to it that what you are planning, what you are envisaging, it will just come true. And because we are able to notice it very well, and I have been seeing it, I have noticed you right from when you had just started off. We can never forget that very first interaction. I still remember it very vividly. The session started, the workshop was at 10 o'clock, and you were there at 7:30, 7:40 in the morning. Don't think that I have forgotten that. No, I will always be remembering that, Sheetal, who has been.
Thank you so much, Sangeeta.
Yeah.
A lot to learn from you.
God bless you, dear. God bless you. I think it was 15 years old, but it's just that it happened yesterday. And I know that, what kind of efforts, dedicated efforts you have put in, and doing such a great work, really feel so very proud, so very happy, and may God bless you. This is for you with great appreciation for you. God bless, God bless. And for Shantanu, because Shantanu had sent a text saying that he has a, go for a meeting. So I have requested him, since he stays in Delhi, but now he's stationed in Jaipur. I requested him to come down someday, and then I would be happy to present it to him. And this is for him with great appreciation from each one of us and admiration for him in being there. So thank you very much once again. Has been a wonderful pleasure and honor in having our panel discussion. Because of paucity of time, we have not been able to really deliberate further. We know that it's 4:05 right now, and we have our the guest for our guest of honor, and also our chair for the concluding session. They already have signed in. It's a pleasure now for me to welcome you. You have not gone anywhere, so I won't say welcome back, but I extend a pleasure in welcoming you all to the concluding the valedictory function of the 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking, NACLIN 2022. I have profound privilege, firstly, in welcoming the chair, Dr. S.S. Murthy-ji, the vice president and also the founder member of Delnet. It's a great honor and pleasure in welcoming you, sir. I request you, if you may just kindly switch on your webcam. Namaskar, sir. Namaskar. Pleasure, sir. Great honor and pleasure to have you on this occasion of the auspicious occasion of the 25th NACLIN, and it's a great honor. And sir, thank you so much sir, could you please unmute yourself? I just want to check it once that, could you please unmute yourself, sir? I have sent you an unmute request. I just request you, sir, if you can unmute yourself. I sent you a request, sir. I have just sent you, sir. Yeah, please, sir, you may kindly speak now.
Yeah.
Yes, great. Perfectly fine, sir. You are audible.
Is my voice clear? Is my voice clear?
But very clear, sir. It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. So I'm muting it now, sir. From here, you don't do it anything from that side. I'm just muting, and we'll just have, and then I'm going to request you, sir. Please just, yeah, and don't switch off now. No webcam to be switched, and no unmuting. I'm just going to do it, sir, from here. We have immense pleasure in welcoming, since this is the 25th NACLIN. So Delnet has been wanting to really have with us on this occasion as a wonderful memories eminences of our past NACLINs. We have immense pleasure in welcoming as our guest of honors, the organizing secretaries of our past NACLINs, few of the organizing secretaries of our past NACLINs who have really been very gracious in accepting our invite in being there with us on this virtual platform. At the very outset, I extend a very hearty welcome to Dr. M.D. Baby. Madam, I request you, if you may just kindly switch on the webcam. May I request you, ma'am, if you may just kindly switch on the webcam. I have sent you the request. This is to request Madam Dr. M.D. Baby. Ma'am, could you please switch on your webcam? I was able to see you in the earlier session. It seems that the webcam is not on right now. This is to request Dr. M.D. Baby. Madam, could you please switch on your webcam, please? You are very much, yes. Because ma'am, the webcam is not on, and I'll just try to, I have also sent you an unmute request. I was able to see you, a glimpse of yours came in the previous session. This is what we call the
webcam.
Yeah, please, ma'am. Yeah, I'm sending you the request also. Now I think it should come. Great.
Okay.
Welcome, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome to the 25th NACLIN.
Thank you, thank you.
What a great honor and pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta.
Hey, ma'am. Moments to cherish, ma'am, forever. It is a great honor, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you indeed. Thank you. Great honor in welcoming Dr. M.D. Baby to the 25th NACLIN, 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking. And Madam Dr. Baby was the organizing secretary of the 5th NACLIN. The 5th NACLIN that Delnet had way back in the year 2002, that was NACLIN 2002, and which was the 5th NACLIN. The journey of NACLINs had just been started at that time. And that NACLIN, which was held, Madam was at the University Librarian at Cochin University of Science and Technology. And this brings back the most wonderful memories. So very kind, of you, ma'am, of, accepting our invite to grace this occasion. So from the 5th NACLIN, we have come down to the 25th NACLIN, and it's a great honor and a blessing to have you with us today. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so very much. Thank you indeed. We have with us Dr. B.B. Das. Sir is there in the audio mode with us. And I'm just requesting you, sir, if you may just like to greet once. We would like to welcome you on this platform. And if you may just kindly greet us once, if it's feasible enough. Sir is having a sore throat, so he has conveyed, but it's an honor and pleasure, sir, to have you with us. And sir has already sent his text message that I would be taking immense pleasure in reading out that. So we acknowledge the presence also of Dr. B.B. Das, the organizing secretary of the 6th NACLIN that Delnet had organized way back in the year 2003. That was NACLIN 2003, which was in collaboration with Jadavpur University, Kolkata, and Dr. B.B. Das was a university librarian at that point in time, way back in 2003. And that was the 6th NACLIN. We acknowledge, sir, your presence here this afternoon with us. Much grateful to you for your presence. Dr. Mayank Trivedi, since he's being occupied, the organizing secretary of the 15th NACLIN that Delnet had organized way back in the year 2012 as NACLIN 2012 with the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda and Vadodara. Dr. Trivedi has sent us an video message, which we are going to do, and we acknowledge his being there, though he is not there on this platform right now because he has got some meeting today at the same hours, and he informed it to us that it may not be, but he has been very kind in sending it to us, his video. Profound privilege in acknowledging the presence of Mrs. Anurupa Nayak, our guest of honor, at today's, the valedictory session of the 25th NACLIN, and Mrs. Anurupa Nayak, the librarian at French Institute of Pondicherry, her presence here today reminds, Delnet and each one of us of the 17th NACLIN that Delnet had it way back in the year 2014 as NACLIN 2014, and that was a 17th NACLIN, and that was a conference wherein we also had the very gracious presence of the great visionary Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam ji, and Mrs. Anurupa Naik was our the organizing secretary, of the conference. Great pleasure and honor, Anurupa, in welcoming you. Though you are not in Pondicherry, you are traveling, and in the areas wherein even the connection is not that good, but still you have been able to make it. It's greatly, greatly valued. We acknowledge your presence, Anurupa. Can you hear me?
Thank you very much, Sangeeta. And I'm sorry, I have a system without a webcam, but I hope you can hear me. And
very well.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
It's indeed an honor. It's indeed an honor. And thank you so very much for making it possible for us to have you here today. Thank you very much, Anurupa. We have Mr. R.S. Deora. We are just expecting him. I believe he would get into, he's not right now, who has been our organizing secretary of the 22nd NACLIN 2019 that we had it at Udaipur, and that was the last NACLIN which was held in person. And ever since then, we were able to hold the, we have Mr. Deora. Mr. Deora, we would be requesting you, please kindly unmute yourself. He's very much there. He's very much there. And so, Deora sir, namaskar, namaskar.
Namaskar.
We acknowledge your presence. We acknowledge your presence. Thank you very much, Deora sir, for being there. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So we are going to come back now. We would like to start, the 25th NACLIN, the valedictory function of the 25th NACLIN. Firstly, before I request our Honorable Chair, Dr. S.S. Murthy sir, to give his chair's remarks, firstly, we would like to, firstly, we would like to pay our humble tributes to our founder, Dr. H.K. Kaul, the person with a vision and the mission, who had, established Delnet, and who had also was one who, conceptualized this entire organization of NACLINs. So we would like to take you back, and we would like to have a chance of having his words of wisdom that he delivered in various NACLINs. We miss his presence, but yes, we remain committed, to his vision, his mission of networking libraries, to carry forward his work for which, he gave away his entire life so selflessly, that he did. And it's a great commitment of Delnet to carry forward his great legacy that he has left behind. And we are, through his work, he is going to be there forever, and we remain highly committed, to carry forward this work. Let's have a look, at some of the, his own speeches that he delivered in the various NACLINs. And we pay our humble homage and our tributes to the great visionary who had given us a chance to celebrate, every moment, the library networking, every year to have, an occasion wherein we all are able to get connected, whether in person, whether online, and we are able to celebrate, being a part of this wonderful part of the profession of libraries. We pay our humble homage and tribute through this particular, message, and which remains as our guiding force forever. It will keep on, making it, requesting my colleague, to do that. Yes.
What we notice today is that knowledge is still important. What we notice today is that knowledge is still important. It's becoming more and more important. The countries that have access to knowledge, that have control over knowledge, are now the more powerful countries in the world. And therefore, we have to have access to knowledge. But the means of accessing knowledge have changed. From the print, they are slowly going into the digital form, and information is becoming available in the digital form. But at the same time, it was manageable to handle books in the 20th century, but today, knowledge is doubling. Information is almost doubling every few months. 6 months, 1 year, estimates are there, and it is very difficult for the individual to get the best information from the internet or from web resources or from digital resources. So therefore, there is a great responsibility on librarians today, more than it was 100 years back. Today, the message of Sir Gaikwad is becoming much more important, and we are really going to take his blessings in seeing that people have access to information. We in Delnet, we have more than 4,000 libraries in the network throughout the country and outside India in 7 countries. E-content market and identify the new technologies and business models that are convenient, best, and affordable to them. We have a major issue facing libraries in the area of archiving of e-content, as the libraries are not able to archive useful content due to technological, manpower, financial, and copyright barriers that exist in different ways in different types of libraries. I feel that the Government of India and the state governments that spend billions of rupees on acquiring content should discuss with the publishers and aggregators of e-content and see how useful content gets archived in some centers in the country. The rapid growth of e-content has led to the fastest changes taking place in ICT and vice versa. Library professionals have to be conversant with such changes. Their interest in the social media will have to grow, and they should be able to use technologies that help in accessing all types of content. E-content is of special interest as it is basically collected or archived from every library user who may use the library today or in future. But we notice that in many libraries, the footfalls of users are falling in number. To attract such users back to libraries and to attract every person who should be interested in information, libraries need to become special places by organizing special programs, by offering special services and content, and by using special management techniques. Delnet is prepared to give a helping hand to every library user and official in order to bridge the gap which is growing between libraries and their users. It's the job of library professionals, as students and researchers can't do this job on their own. Library professionals need to be highly trained, motivated to undertake this job. There is a need for providing personalized services to every type of student, teacher, and service. The library professionals should be knowing exactly what are the needs of the users. They should make surveys, whether they are in the public libraries or they are in the academic libraries. So there's a need to provide personalized service. It's like a doctor providing services to a patient. Therefore, we have, as library professionals, an important job to do. There's also a greater need to bridge the digital divide that exists today between the resources available in libraries in the Northeast and in libraries in other parts of the country. Delnet is in a position to bridge this gap to a greater extent through millions of informational resources if the donor ministry and state governments so desire.
19 years, we have not increased the annual membership fee. It is just the same what we had started in 1999. The reason being we want more and more libraries to benefit, get modernized, and serve the users, serve the students, teachers, and scholars so that they move ahead. Resource sharing is the main objective with which Delnet was established. We started working on it in 1988. It took us nearly up to 1992 to register it as a society. and our interlibrary loan service is the best in South Asia, and a lot of work is being done. We are indeed grateful to the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, who in his message to NACLIN 2017 has reiterated that the libraries need to get modernized and they have to provide quality information to our users, students, teachers in the country. And this is one of the important tasks that he has mentioned.
What we at Delnet, we are dedicated. We have more than the library movement will spread. We take the blessings of Sir Gaikwad and we move forward and hope that this conference, this national convention will give us more strength to do better things in this field. Thank you.
Pay once again our tributes to the great visionary, and as he had in his address had said, Dr. Kaul, that let NACLIN gives us the strength, and we keep on empowering the libraries, transforming the libraries, and keep on inspiring our library and information science professionals. And we remain committed, and when we say we, not only Delnet, but each one of us being connected with Delnet, we remain committed, to the cause of transforming these libraries and carry forward that work. Thank you very much. I would now like to request the chair, Dr. S.S. Murthy sir, the founder member Delnet, and the vice president. It's indeed an honor, sir, and pleasure. And thank you so very much for all your continued guidance in carrying forward the work of Delnet, and also more specifically for NACLIN. It's a great honor and pleasure, sir, now to request you to kindly deliver the chair's address.
Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta. Dr. Sangeeta and all the participants of this national conference, good afternoon to all of you. On this occasion, I also join all others in paying homage to Dr. H.K. Kaul, who is a very long time friend and a great professional and a visionary and an institution builder. I think we all miss him in every conference in NACLIN we organize every year. Since the session has already been delayed, I would be very brief in my initial comments. This session on getting the feelings and the experiences and reminiscences of the earlier organizing secretaries, some of them would be very useful. People may think that it's all only the last session and not a technical one. But I consider this is as important as the technical session, even more, because of two reasons. One is every national conference like this, or international or great national big events, not even one can be 100% satisfactorily success. There will be some minor problems here and there, but a session like this would provide provide two purposes. One is for any success that happened, we take happy reminiscences, and for those mistakes, minor or major, that happened, we can learn from the past one and try to rectify for the future. That's how it's very important. So we have 6 important and senior library professionals today to share their reminiscences and experiences in coordinating with Delnet in organizing the NACLINs in different years as organizing secretaries. So without losing much time, I request Dr. Baby from Cochin University, former librarian, University Librarian of Cochin University, to share her experiences and reminiscences on this occasion. Dr. Baby.
Thank you, Moti sir. In fact, I am extremely happy and proud to be a part of this NACLIN 2022, that is reminiscence of NACLIN. As an organizing secretary for the 5th NACLIN, if I share my experience, it is contained in today's theme, that is exploring, engaging, and expanding. That NACLIN gave the university community or the library community in Cochin University to explore their potential and caliber and to find out what they can do. And this led to the new activity, especially user-oriented services. And as a result, the expansion automatically happened in Cochin University Library as a resource-wise, service-wise, and in multi-dimensional expansion. This was only because the Delnet, the trust they have in us, the confidence they developed in us, and their warmth and integrity in the dealings all developed our caliber, and we conducted the NACLIN successfully. And this gave us a courage to conduct more national and international seminars in Cochin University, a number of them. And the activities in the university developed not nationally, but internationally. And as a result, we got a Netherlands project, which totally changed the scenario of Cochin University Library. And for this, I really owe to Delnet and the confidence they have developed in us, the warmth and affection they have showed to us in their dealings, and the trust they shared with us. And before concluding, I would like to spend a second to bow my head in the memories of our dear Dr. H.K. Kaul, the visionary who developed NACLIN and put it in the right track. And I'm sure the next person, Dr. Sangeeta, with all the values of life, and as one of the panelists mentioned, with Be Positive, she will really lead it. And I'm sure Delnet will reach into more heights. And I would like to thank you, Dr. Sangeeta, and her team of Delnet for giving me an opportunity like this to share with you the venue of NACLIN 2022. With thanking you all, I remain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Requesting the chair, Dr. Murthy sir, can we present a small memento to Madam? This is, ma'am, as a token of a very warm, sincere gratitude and thanks, and you are so very special and will always remain so.
Thank you,
Sangeeta. Thank you so much for making it possible. We are going to cherish, ma'am, this moment. We're certainly going to cherish this moment. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for being there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Baby. Now I invite Dr. B.B. Das, Organizing Secretary of the 6th NACLIN in 2003, when he was University Librarian, Jadavpur University, Calcutta.
Sir, with your permission of the chair, sir, since Dr. Das has got a bad sore throat, so I would like to read out the message which has been sent by Dr. Das. He's there online with us right now, and I'm just keeping him here. He's unmuted from this side. And if it's visible, Dr. Das, if you may like to say something, but firstly, I would like to read out a message which has been sent by Dr. Das, and to quote him, dear participants, namaskar and best wishes to you all. Still today, I bear the loving memory of Dr. H.K. Kaul, founder of Delnet, who was amiable in behavior. Under his guidance, the NACLIN 2003 had been organized in Jadavpur University very successfully. The Delnet team, under the able guidance of Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, has been performing various professional activities. The webinars which have been organized for the last 2 years are keeping us abreast of recent developments in the professional field. I would like to attend your kind attention to the fact that the librarian must have service-oriented mind and ready to accept any change, particularly the changes happening recently. Changes in the reading habits of the users, changes in the availability of information from various sources, changes in the production of the information sources, changes in the organization of information, that is bibliographic tools, standards, and format, etc. The job of a librarian in today's world has become very complex, challenging, and demanding. The library professionals must be always ready to accept those changes and challenges. Thanking you all, Dr. B.B. Das, former Chief Librarian, Jadavpur University, Kolkata, and most importantly, also the organizing secretary of NACLIN 2003. Thank you so very much, Dr. Das, for sharing your valuable message to each one of us. We remain ever grateful to you, and we really look forward to having an opportunity to also interact. And thanks for being there online, but since he has a very sore throat, he has expressed his inability that he may not be able to speak today on this occasion, but we are indeed being much touched with your sending us this message of yours, and we remain ever grateful, sir, to you. Would be requesting Dr. Murthy, sir, to kindly present a memento, and this is, sir, for you. You are able to see us, and we indeed, grateful to you for your very, very kind presence with us. And this is from Delnet. The NACLIN, 25th NACLIN, is presenting a memento to the organizing secretary of the 6th NACLIN of Delnet. And we always, always greatly value your support in making it possible for us to carry forward from 6th to the 25th NACLIN. Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much indeed. So with the permission of the chair now, sir, with your permission, because we have Dr. Mayank Trivedi's video is there with us online, as he's there in some meeting, and he expressed. So this is to show now a video recording of the organizing secretary of 15th NACLIN, Dr. Mayank Trivedi, that the conference that Delnet had with Maharaja Sayaji Rao University, and he's also currently also the university librarian. So requesting my colleague to play that, yes.
Namaste. A very good evening to all. It is indeed a great matter of pleasure to be here as a guest of honor at 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking, that is NACLIN. Delnet, since its inception, working very hard for the betterment of the library and information science profession. President Sri Jay Kumar, Vice President Dr. S. Murthy, Director Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, Treasurer Dr. P.R. Goswami, and the entire team of Delnet desires much appreciation. At this moment, we should not forget Dr. H.K. Kaul, as Delnet is the brainchild of Dr. Kaul. I had an opportunity to work with the entire team of Delnet in 2012 when 15th NACLIN was organized by Srimati Hansa Mehta Library, the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda, in association with Delnet. All of you must be aware that the library movement was started by the Maharaja Sayaji Rao Gaekwad of Baroda in 1911 from princely state of Baroda. He invited W.A. Borden to establish library system in Baroda state. The theme of 25th NACLIN is redefining and repositioning libraries, exploring, engaging and expanding for next generation library users is very, very relevant, as post-COVID era is very, very challenging for the profession of library and information science. All the definitions of library science have to be redefined. Now our users have been changed. We are getting e-only content and many more challenges are there. This we need to address. After the independence of 75 years, when we are celebrating Amrut Mahotsav and our nation is heading towards ONOS, that is one nation, one subscription. all LIS professionals, all LIS associations, and all LIS networks have to be forced to collaborate. It is difficult to survive without collaboration, and to achieve the excellence in each field, whether it can be the research or teaching and many other fields, collaboration is essential. At this juncture, I wish to suggest 2-3 points for the consideration to Delnet. Number one, can Delnet start a journal, a research journal? Number two, Delnet can think to support young researchers for publishing books, articles, book chapters, etc. Number three, as this is 25th NACLIN, we all have to celebrate the silver jubilee of NACLIN till 26th NACLIN. So how do we celebrate it? In my views, initiatives can be started with the publication of 25 best research papers during the year. Delnet can conduct 25 workshops during the year. 25 books can be published. These are my few suggestions for the consideration of Delnet, as I personally feel that each LIS professionals has to be very strong in the area of research and publications. So all of you might be having a very good brainstormings during last 3 days. Try to take the optimum advantage of all the resources and services availed by Delnet. Once again, thank you Delnet, and thank you Dr. Sangeeta Kaul for giving me an opportunity to be a guest of honor at this valedictory function of 25th NACLIN. All the best to all my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Trivedi. And now we would like to request, we have with us Mrs. Anurupa Naik, Organizing Secretary 17th NACLIN, which was held way back in the year 2014 in collaboration with French Institute of Pondicherry. It's a pleasure now to request you, Mrs. Anurupa, to kindly share your views on this platform. I believe she has just clocked out perhaps some net issue, that she did mention it to us that she is having a net issue, and we are able to see that she's not logged in right now. Let me just take this opportunity now to request Mr. R.S. Deora, Mr. Deora, who has been the organizing secretary for our 22nd NACLIN, which we had organized way back in the year 2019, and that was the last NACLIN that Delnet could manage to hold it in person. We really look forward, because NACLIN 2020, 21, and this is the third one which we are holding it in online, but we look forward to the next year's NACLIN in the hybrid mode. Great honor and pleasure, firstly, in welcoming you once again, Mr. Deora, to NACLIN 2022, and would like to request you to kindly share your experience of being, the organizing secretary of NACLIN 2019. It's over to you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैम, डॉक्टर संगीता मैम, सभी गेस्ट, सभी पार्टिसिपेंट, सभी मेंबर्स को मेरा नमस्कार। नेकलिन 2019 ने हमें बहुत कुछ दिया है, इतना प्यार, इतना सम्मान, इतना बड़ा मंच, मुझे वो मेरी टीम को उदयपुर में आपके साथ काम करने का अवसर मिला, ये हमारे लिए बड़ी गौरव की बात है। हमेशा से ही डेलनेट ने लाइब्रेरी फील्ड की प्रतिभाओं को आगे लाने में अपना महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दिया है। नेकलिन 2019 बहुत सी यादें छोड़ गया है। सर्वप्रथम मैं डॉक्टर एच के कौल सर को याद करना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि यही वो आखिरी नेकलिन थी जब वो हम सभी के बीच हमारे साथ थे। मुझे याद है जब वो नेकलिन 2019 से पहले उदयपुर विजिट करने आए थे, तो उन्होंने मेरे मिनट टू मिनट प्रोग्राम को बहुत सराहा, पसंद किया था। नेकलिन के दौरान उनका स्वास्थ्य सही नहीं था, उनके हाथों में थोड़ी स्वेलिंग भी थी, फिर भी वे लगातार काम कर रहे थे। वे कहा करते थे कि उनके लिए उनका काम ही ईश्वर की पूजा है, और वे अपने जीवन के अंतिम समय तक काम करते रहे। अपने काम को ईश्वर की पूजा समझने वाले ऐसे लोग दुनिया में बहुत कम हैं। नेकलिन 2019 में उनका आखिरी पेपर प्रमोटिंग एकेडमिक इंटेग्रिटी एंड कॉम्बेटिंग प्लेगरिज्म रोल ऑफ LIS प्रोफेशनल था। इस पेपर के द्वारा उन्होंने पेपर की शैक्षिक गुणवत्ता को लेकर चिंता व्यक्त की थी। उन्होंने बताया कि ओरिजिनल रिसर्च वर्क बहुत कम हो रहा है और रिसर्च स्किल एंड राइटिंग स्तर में कमी आती जा रही है। दिनांक 18 से 20 सितंबर 2019 को होटल छोरीगढ़ में भव्य नेक्लिन का आयोजन हुआ था। 300 से ऊपर लाइब्रेरी प्रोफेशनल ने हिस्सा लिया था और इतने प्रतिभागियों से एक मंच पर मिलने व विचार साझा करने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ था। सभी लोगों ने उदयपुर की नेक्लिन को बहुत सराहा था और प्यार दिया था। चाहे वो हल्की बूंदाबांदी में होटल राम प्रताप का डिनर हो, चाहे वो हल्के म्यूजिक और बैंड के साथ ललित लक्ष्मी विलास का डिनर हो। वहां बैंड की आवाज पर कई प्रतिभागी मस्ती में झूम उठे थे। चाहे वो लोक कला मंडल का म्यूजियम हो, जहां डेलीगेट्स को उदयपुर की लोक कलाओं को जानने का अवसर मिला। यहाँ के कलाकारों का लोक नृत्य और लोक संगीत को देखकर सभी ने बहुत एंजॉय किया। फतेह सागर का वाटरफॉल देखकर भी सभी बहुत आनंदित हुए। अभी तक भी कई लोगों के फोन कॉल्स आते हैं और नेक्लिन 2019 को बहुत याद करते हैं। हमारी इच्छा है कि नेक्लिन फिर से उसी तरह देश के विभिन्न शहरों में पहले की तरह आयोजित हो, ताकि सभी लाइब्रेरी प्रोफेशनल को फिर से मिलने व जोड़ने का अवसर प्राप्त हो सके। एक बार फिर से उदयपुर की नेक्लिन को इतना प्यार देने के लिए आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। संगीता मैम एवं डेलनेट की पूरी टीम का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपका आशीर्वाद सदा बना रहे। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
शुक्रिया दियोरा साहब, ढेर सारा धन्यवाद आपको कि आज आप जुड़ पाए इस NACLIN 2022 में, और आपको श्योर करेंगे कि हम जरूर चाहेंगे कि नेक्स्ट ईयर जो NACLIN हो हम हाइब्रिड में करना चाहेंगे, क्योंकि इस पेंडेमिक ने बहुत चीजें बहुत कुछ इंसान ने खोया है इस पेंडेमिक में, और जो अदर साइड ऑफ द कॉइन इसका रहा कि कुछ नई चीजें जो हैं इंसान को मिली भी हैं। बहुत कुछ खोया है और लेकिन कुछ नया चीजें भी पाई हैं इसमें, और वही है कि जो ऐसा जुड़ाव जो पहले पॉसिबल नहीं था। कभी हम सोच नहीं सकते थे कि NACLIN जैसे एक कॉन्फ्रेंस को एक हम ऑनलाइन मोड में कर पाएंगे, जबकि कौल साहब और मेरा हमारा खुद का बहुत बार हम बात करते थे इस बारे में। वर्कशॉप्स के जब जाते थे देखते थे 150-200 लोग आ रहा है और यही कंसर्न रहता था। और हम थ्रू दिस प्लेटफॉर्म बताना चाहेंगे कि डेलनेट ने वेबिनार टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करने के लिए इन July 2019 only we started doing it. It was like seeing that what is coming in. It was like we were able to see that what's going to happen in another 6 months time, 6 to 9 months time. So we made, our inquiries for with the webinar, service providers across the globe. Way back in the year 2019, in July 2019 only. And that really helped us, but we were not knowing that how the things would unfold, in the coming months, and the kind of, the loss that the entire profession and we at Delnet had suffered, because of this pandemic. And but yes, there has been a preparation which was in place. But one thing is for sure, जितने भी जो भी हम NACLIN करेंगे वो हमेशा एक hybrid mode में ही रहेगा, because अभी हम देख सकते हैं this NACLIN in the last 3 days with such an overwhelming response of our professionals across the country. From many other countries, we had our professional colleagues who have been there with us in last 3 days. 1,000 professionals together listening on one platform, together connected on one platform. We cannot think about achieving it in person. Never ever. We could not have even thought about it that we will ever be able to do it. So one is think for sure that we will be holding it in the hybrid, just not simply in person, but definitely, having the connections meeting in person. But yes, it is going to be in both the modes. So we look forward to holding the next year. And thank you so much, Deora sir. I'm requesting the chair, Dr. Murthy sir, to present this memento to Mr. Deora. Sir, may I request you to present this to Mr. Deora? Okay, sir. आपकी Delnet की तरफ से हम Deora साहब, this is for you. Deora साहब, requesting you to accept this from Delnet.
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
हाँ, नहीं, हम आपको धन्यवाद करना चाहेंगे कि आज आप इस 25th NACLIN में जुड़ पाए हैं, और हमें बहुत खुशी है कि and always for all the support also that you have been extending. We would now like to quickly give you a little glimpse of the, the glimpse of few of the photographs that we have been able to capture from our albums right from 1998, just to give you, before we make the, now we have to do the feedback from our attendees. So just requesting one of my colleagues to have and to show it to you, some of the photographs. So it's over to you, Kushal. You can put it in the slide mode, Kushal. And this is just to give you a glimpse right from 1998. You can see Dr. Kaul, also our former president, Dr. S. Varatharajan, and Dr. N. Sheshagiri also sitting in this. 1998, the first NACLIN that we had it. Keep on moving quickly, Kushal. This was 1999. Keep on moving, yeah, 2001 at University of Hyderabad. Madam, you can see, Kushal, go back because that's NACLIN 2002. Madam is speaking at NACLIN 2002, Dr. M.D. Baby, and ma'am, this is to bring back those wonderful memories. Also the Vice Chancellor, Cusat, in this photograph. And so this is from Jadavpur University. We have Dr. B.P. Das with us. I will be able to relate this. NACLIN 2003 at Jadavpur. Quickly, Kushal, just quickly do that. Yes, Pune University we had, and just quickly showing it to you. At Bassett, we had the conference. Karunya University, 2008. Quickly, Kushal, yes. Vishwabharati Shanti Niketan, we had it here. Few of the, that we have been able to Geetam, and then yes, this is Mr. Deora, who was just there with us, the last NACLIN that we had it in person. So thank you very much, Kushal. Thank you so much. Now we would like to get a feedback from our participants, and firstly we would like to do it through the poll. So requesting each one of you, we are giving you, requesting you now to please give us a very candid feedback of NACLIN 2022. And the questions are getting flashed on your screen. What is the overall impression of NACLIN 2022? Please kindly give us your candid feedback about it, and we will be very much happy to get your inputs. And that would always, help us in further improvising our own selves, further to meet your expectations, your needs and requirements. And please do kindly be as frank as you can be, in giving us the very, very frank opinion, how you felt being a part of NACLIN 2022, which was the 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking. Thank you very much indeed. I quickly would be posting the questions. And here it comes. What do you think about the quality of, it's taking little time in getting displayed. What do you think about the quality of tutorial 1, smart and innovative tools to enhance library services, which was being taken by our distinguished speaker, Mr. Prahlad Chadha. Requesting you, please kindly give us your candid feedback. Requesting each one of you, we have around 715 attendees, who are there even at this moment. Requesting you, please kindly give us your candid feedback. 32% of you have voted. Please at least allow us that you should cross 40%, or we should at least would have, wished for a 50%, of you to be here to give us your feedback. Because of paucity of time, I think it's 36% who has voted. Thank you very much for letting us know about it. What do you think about the tutorial 2, which was on intelligent citation-based tools for research, discovery, and insights, being conducted by Professor Dr. Rupak Chakravarti from Punjab University, Chandigarh? Please kindly give us your feedback on this. 19% of you have voted. Please come forward, make it, visible for us to ask you some few more questions. So 36% of you have voted. Thank you very much for this. Let me quickly move down to the technical session 1. And the technical session 1, which was a new education policy, NEP 2020, we had a keynote speaker, Dr. G. Janardhanan from NITTR Chennai, who spoke at length on NEP 2020 implementation strategies and preparedness of academic institutions. Please kindly give us your very candid feedback. 37% of you have voted. Would appreciate if it's possible for you few of you who have not yet given your opinion, please come forward in doing that. Thank you so much in achieving a 40% milestone. In that, we have got a session that was a technical session too, which was on reading habits, growing concerns, which was conducted by Dr. Geeta Malhotra ji, the country director, Read India, Gurgaon, and she spoke on reading habits in digital era, growing challenges and concerns for libraries. Requesting you, please come forward. 32% of you have voted. Come forward and please give us your very candid feedback on this as quickly as you can. It would really be truly be appreciated. Thank you so much indeed. Let me now move to the technical session 3. Technical session 3 on emerging technologies for libraries, on data analytics and AI for libraries, which was conducted by Dr. Surbhi Pandey. Requesting you, please kindly give us your very candid feedback on this again. Give us a frank opinion. How did you find the session? And we would truly appreciate. 36% of you have voted. Please help us in achieving yes. Thank you very much. We could notice 42% of you have voted for this. Thank you very much for this. Now comes the session on technical session 4, which was on DELNET, empowering libraries through library networking and resource sharing, where we had shown you online services and resources and what DELNET is doing. We would really like to request you to give us a candid feedback. 17% of you have voted as of now. Requesting you, please come forward and letting us know, how did you feel about this session? 31% of you have voted. Please come forward and giving it to us your feedback. It has inching towards 38% right now. We would just, yes, thank you very much. We would now like to go to the technical session 5, which was held this morning on cybersecurity by Major Vineet Kumar. Requesting you, please give us your feedback. That's today morning we had an exhaustive 2.5-hour session, which was so wonderfully being conducted by Major Vineet, and requesting you give us your feedback about it. And requesting you to please come forward and giving us your response to this. Thank you very much indeed. Would now like to take you to the technical session 6, which was on upskilling and reskilling professionals. We had a presentation by Dr. Jagtar Singh Ji. Requesting you, please kindly give us your feedback on this session. How did you find being there in this particular session? And 24% of you have voted. Requesting many of you to come forward. Please kindly give us your feedback. Thank you so much. 42% of you have voted. And now here goes. How did you find the deliberations during the panel discussion that we had just witnessed prior to the session? We request you, please kindly give us your feedback on this. Requesting you to kindly give us your feedback on this. 36% of you, 40%. Thank you so very much. Truly appreciative of this. Quickly, we are making the floor open. If any one of our attendees may like to say something in the online, in the audio mode, or in the chat box, you can always do. But if you really want, you can use the chat box. We are going to really take out a print and then have a look at your feedback. And if you want us to get connected with you in the audio, requesting you, please kindly raise your digital hand. Raise your digital. I'm just lowering the digital hand of everyone. As I told you earlier, it's difficult to understand whether this is of this session, though, because in the panel discussion, we have not been able to take. So I'm just lowering everyone's now digital hand, and now requesting, if you are wanting us to get connected with you, please kindly raise your digital hand. Okay, let me just go from number 1, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Soni. Mr. Sanjay Kumar Soni, I have unmuted you. Please unmute yourself. If I'm not wrong, from IIIT Gwalior, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Soni, I have unmuted you. Please unmute yourself. Oh, so many hands, which are getting raised. So, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Soni, could you please like to say something? I think he's not able to do. Let me just go to Dr. Rajesh Kumar Pandey. Dr. Rajesh Kumar Pandey. Dr. Rajesh Kumar Pandey, please. Yeah, we are connected. Yes, please go ahead quickly.
Thank you. Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. It has been stated in Upanishad, Chare Veti, Chare Veti. It means move forward, move forward. So I think NACLIN 2022 has been given us this lesson to move forward. And in fact, it has given us so many things to learn, so many things to imbibe, and so many things to be implemented in our library. So thank you very much for organizing such kind of conference and providing such kind of platform. Thank you, ma'am.
Rajesh ji, could you please help us in knowing you a little more? I'm extremely sorry, we can see it later, but we just really want everyone also to know about you.
Yeah, I'm working as an assistant librarian in Sri Lal Bahadur Shastri National Sanskrit University, New Delhi.
That's a great, Rajesh ji. Thank you so very much.
And my best, and I also like to convey my best regards to Dr. Murthy sir and all the dignitaries there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey. Thank you so very much indeed. We have Dr. S. Suresh. I'm just have unmuted you, Dr. S. Suresh. Yes, we are connected, Dr. Suresh.
Yeah, very good afternoon, Nadal. I really appreciated the hearing about your creative process of NACLIN. It has helped me to feel more confident to jumping on the technology, how the tools are used in the libraries and the present technology. It is really appreciated to everyone, all the participants are very enormously contribute something. Thank you very much, one and all.
Dr. Suresh, please introduce. This is to all my professional colleagues. Please firstly introduce yourself so that everyone knows. Please, Dr. Suresh.
Myself Suresh. I'm working as a Chief Librarian, Anil Neerukonda Institute of Technology, Andhra Pradesh.
That's great. I was able to place you, but I was really wanting everyone else also to know about it. Thank you, Dr. Suresh. Truly appreciated your presence and throughout the sessions, Thank you so much. Thank you indeed. Would be requesting Dr. Sampasibarao Tadepu. Dr. Sampasibarao Tadepu, please unmute yourself. I have unmuted you from here. Please introduce yourself quickly. Yes.
Madam, my audible, madam? Can I audible?
Yes, very much, Dr. Sampasibarao.
My name is Dr. Samsra from Andhra Pradesh, Lakiri Dubalreddy College of Engineering. A really wonderful sections are is going, madam. Really fruitful sections are. We are learning so many things, so many information. Thank you, madam. Thank you for your kind cooperation.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Sampasibarao. Thank you so much. One of a very, very old member. Dr. KPS Senkar is there from IMTech Chandigarh. Dr. KPS Senkar, may I request you please unmute yourself? I have unmuted you from here. Dr. KPS Senkar, yes, we are connected.
Very good morning, good evening, madam, and dignitaries, Dr. Murthy and Dr. Baby. I am very thankful to organize such a very relevant topic, exploring, engaging, and expanding the next generation library. It is a very useful topic for the in this present era. So I am very thankful to attend the 3 days conference. I have learned so many new things. Dr. Professor Rupak Chakravarti delivered a talk on citation analysis tools. So many new things we have learned. So I'm very thankful, Dr. Delnet, especially thanks to Dr. Sangeeta ji. Organize such a very innovative and very knowledgeable workshop in this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Senkar. Thank you so very much indeed. We have Mr. Akshay Jain. Mr. Akshay Jain, could you please unmute yourself? Mr. Akshay Jain, could you please unmute yourself? I have sent you an unmute request also. Mr. Akshay Jain, extremely sorry, I can't, it's not possible. We have not many of our colleagues who are wanting to say, so I would be able to. Meena Dongre, Meena, I have unmuted you. Please unmute yourself. Mrs. Meena, yeah, Meena, we are connected. Please go ahead, introduce yourself. Meena, we are connected right now. I think Meena is encountering losses entirely ours that we are not able to. Meena, we are connected right now. You may kindly speak, Meena. Hello. I think this is what happens when you need the technology the most. It will not, at that moment, it will not work. We have Mr. Anil Jadhav. It's an alphabetical thing. Be patient enough. Mr. Anil Jadhav, could you please unmute yourself? Mr. Anil Jadhav, could you please unmute yourself? No, if you're not, I'm going to lower the hand. Mr. MP Batappa. Mr. MP Batappa, could you please unmute yourself? I have sent you an unmute request also. Mr. M.B. Batappa, yes, I have sent you an unmute request. Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, madam. Good evening, madam.
So this is yeah, very quickly, just because not many hands are there, not many colleagues would like to. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Batappa M.B. working as a librarian, pharmacy, College of Pharmacy, Karnataka, Ranebennur, madam. So this is NACLIN 2022 is a very good conference for the new knowledge for new year. So we ready to implement all those cyber security and theoretical and practical aspects also very good. We get a good knowledge and we will confidence to do something innovative works in our library. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you so very much. Let's embark on 2023, with a great determination that we are going to implement what all we have learned in NACLIN 2022. This is for Mr. Anil Chaudhary. Mr. Anil Chaudhary, I have unmuted you. Please unmute yourself. Mr. Anil Chaudhary, please quickly unmute yourself.
Good evening, ma'am.
Yes. Good evening. Introduce quickly. Yes, please.
मेरा नाम अनिल चौधरी, मैं महाराजा गंगा सिंह विश्वविद्यालय बीकानेर राजस्थान में हूँ। मेरा पोस्ट सीनियर असिस्टेंट है। मैडम, नेकलिन के माध्यम से हमने ये जाना कि नव परंपरागत पुस्तकालय की तरफ अपन कितनी जल्दी बढ़े। ट्रेडिशनल लाइब्रेरी से जो ट्रेडिशनल लाइब्रेरी थी उससे अपन ने एकदम अपने जो डिजिटल एरा में कैसा है वो नेकलिन ने 3 दिनों में बहुत ही बढ़िया प्रेजेंट तरीके से बताया था। और मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा सर डॉक्टर अपने एस मूर्ति सर को, और आज का जो इम्पोर्टेंट सेशन था डॉक्टर नबी हसन का IIT दिल्ली से। तो आपको नेकलिन को मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं ऐसा प्रोग्राम आपने रन करने के लिए, और मैं आपको 2023 के लिए भी नेकलिन को बहुत बहुत आगे साग्रिम शुभकामनाएं प्रेषित करता हूं मैम।
Thank you, Anilji. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining from Bikaner and much happy. हमें बहुत खुशी है कि आप जुड़ पाए और आपने अटेंड किया. Thank you very much. Special request to my professional colleagues. आपने जब एक बार once you have asked a question, please don't raise the hand again because it's difficult then to take the questions. There are not many of the colleagues who are wanting to say. Dr. Kiran R. Dr. Kiran R. Could you please unmute yourself? Dr.
Good evening,
Kiran
madam.
R. Yes, we are connected, Kiran.
Are you able to
audio? From Oxford.
Good evening, madam.
Yes, you are audible.
Myself, Chief Librarian from Radharashri Medical College and Hospital. All the dignitaries and delegates are in this NACLIN 2022. All the technical session was very much one-to-one. It was very competitive and very informative sessions. Thank you, Nandal.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kiran. Thank you for all the support that you always extend to us. Thank you. Much appreciated your presence. Dr. Kumanan S. Kumanan S, please unmute yourself. Kumanan S, please unmute yourself. We are connected?
Madam,
yes.
Good evening to one and all. Hello, madam, can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible very much.
Madam,
Go ahead, yes.
Number of more than 5 years, madam. Our Mahatma Gandhi Medical College in Pondicherry. I am the deputy lieutenant of this, deemed university, Sri Balaji Vidyapith. From last 3 days, we were giving the NACLIN very good exposure. Not only now, you are beginning from the pandemic, you have done the very good job. And most of our speaker also giving the lecture in enthusiastically, and we got the more information from their side because they are all most experienced person like Dr. S.S. Murthy, Vice President, and Baby Madam. And morning also our staff has taken the cyber security the very useful for us. What are all the things available? Future also we are expecting this kind of a seminar or webinar or workshop we are expecting, madam. More and more useful to us, madam. Thank you very much, one and all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Kumdal. We have Mr. Arun Sharma. Mr. Arun Sharma, could you please unmute yourself? Mr. Arun Sharma, yes, we are connected. Yeah, very good evening.
Good evening, Dr. Sangeeta. Thank you for keeping me in loop all the time. I'm very grateful for this wonderful session. My humble request is, I'm not a librarian, so that is very important to express myself. I come from Mount Abu. I'm an activist, poet, physician with 67 books published. I want some experts coming to Mount Abu from Delhi, from your institute, and encouraging the local administration to make our apology of a library to become a functional library. This is my humble request, and I thought this is what opportunity I'll take and request you. Thank you very much, Dr. Murthy. Thank you so much, Dr. Sangeeta. I'll request someone to come to Mount Abu.
Thank you very much, Arunji. Thank you. Yes, definitely. Would like to take everyone to Mount Abu, and then we can plan out, to have everyone may like to come to the wonderful,
Apology
Mount Abu Hill Station.
Apology of library was started by me last year, but it is languishing.
Yeah, Arunji, yeah. Sure. Thank you so very much. And we would definitely look into that, and we would seek your, guidance and also association in that. Thank you very much indeed. Much grateful for your presence. We have Mr. Balakrishna. Let me just see. Mr. Ravi Balakrishna Patil. Mr. Balakrishna Patil, please unmute yourself. Mr. Balakrishna Patil, please unmute yourself.
Hello. Good evening, ma'am.
You're connected. Yeah, very good evening. Introduce yourself, Mr. Patil.
Good evening, ma'am. My name is Balakrishna Patil, Delhi Public School, Panvel, Bombay. Very useful topic, new upcoming library knowledge in school library or other library, ma'am. Very much thank you, ma'am.
Good, good. Thank you. Enroll your school as a member of Delnet. I told you we have a special Delnet portal.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes, yeah. We'll be happy to have the school as a member and to offer our services.
Yes,
thank you. Thank you, Balakrishna. Thank you very much. Thank you. We are going to Mr. Mahadev Prasad Meena. Mr. Mahadev Prasad Meena, please unmute yourself. Mr. Mahadev Prasad Meena, please unmute yourself. I've sent you the unmute request. Mr. Mahadev, yes, we are connected. Mr. Mahadev. Mr. Mahadev, we are connected. Please go ahead. Mahadev ji, connected हैं आप please आप कहिए कुछ. I think Mr. Mahadev is not able to do. Let me go to Mr. Kumchung Nanda Singh. Mr. Kumchung Nanda Singh, I have unmuted you. Mr. Kumchung Nanda Singh, I have unmuted you. Please unmute yourself quickly. This is for Mr. Kumchung Nanda Singh. No, he's not able to do it. Our loss that we are not able to hear you. Kokila K. Kokila, we are connected. Please go ahead.
Yeah, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am. From Tamil Nadu. It gives me an immense pleasure to attend the 3 days webinar. Very happy, ma'am. Very glad to attend this meeting. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Rumbanandri, thank you very much. And it was a pleasure, was entirely ours that you were there with us, Kokila. Thank you. This is for Mr. Ravi Chandra. No, sorry, the moment I'm trying to do, there is one more hand coming in. Akela NVVSR. This is for Akela NVVSR. Akela NVVSR, could you please unmute yourself? If you're not able to do it, because since there are not many of the colleagues who have raised their hands, I may like to say only once. It's not, Mr. Anil Jadhav, we are connected. Please go ahead. Mr. Anil Jadhav, we are connected. Please go ahead. I think you have, Anil, some issue with your device, because earlier also we tried connecting, and this is for Akka Mahadevi BS. Akka Mahadevi BS, I have unmuted you, sent you an unmute request. Akka Mahadevi BS, could you please unmute yourself? No, it's not. So I have to lower down the hand. This is for Sarla G. Sarla G. Sarla, could you please unmute yourself? Sarla G, could you please unmute yourself? Not able to do it. Yes, Sarla, we are connected. Sarla, we are connected. Please go ahead. It's not getting connected. This is Dr. Pushkar Sharma from NHPC. Dr. Pushkar Sharma, please remember this is all an alphabetical list which comes, so be patient enough. Dr. Pushkar, we have unmuted you. Please unmute yourself. Dr. Pushkar, we have unmuted you. We are connected, Pushkar. We are connected. Dr. Pushkar, we are connected. Please go ahead. We are not able to hear you. I'm extremely sorry. I have to move to the next. We have N. Vivekanandan. N. Vivekanandan, could you please unmute yourself? N. Vivekanandan, could you please unmute yourself? If not, then I have to mute from here. Kavita Nattu. This Kavita Nattu, could you please unmute yourself? Kavita Nattu, could you please unmute yourself? No, this is Akka Mahadevi BS. Last attempt, I'm trying it with you. Akka Mahadevi BS, because that means you have some device issue and you are not able to get connected. Akka Mahadevi BS, could you please unmute yourself? This is for Abrar Suratne. Abrar Suratne, could you please unmute yourself? Abrar Suratne, could you please, otherwise I request you, please put your message in the chat box so that, you know, it reaches it to us. Anju Gupta, Anju, could you please unmute yourself? Anju Gupta, could you please unmute yourself? If not, I'm compelled to then lower the hand. Dr. Krishna Kumar Pandey, Dr. Krishna Kumar Pandey, could you please unmute yourself? Dr. Krishna Kumar Pandey, could you please unmute yourself? This is for Gangula Chaitanya. Gangula, you are sending me a message on the chat box saying kindly allow me.
I am audible, ma'am?
Dr. Krishna, we are audible.
Yeah.
Very much. Please go ahead, Dr. Krishna Kumar. Yes.
Myself, KK Pandey, librarian, NNN, Deemed University, Nalanda, very remote area. It is for the first time I am attending NACLIN, and that also in online mode. I found it is indeed very much helpful to enhance the professional skill, and it motivates the professional to contribute significantly for the profession. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pandey. The technology is there now, which is helping us. So no one is now in remote. Everyone are, you know, being well connected. And that's the major purpose for holding the conferences in the online mode. And that's, as we said, the DELNET is committed to reach out, you know, to all our professional colleagues across. And, you know, we are going to have all our programs, whether it's NACLIN or any other program, definitely in the online will continue. We may do it in person, but that will always be in the hybrid mode. We have Amit Uran. Amit, we are connected. Amit, please go ahead.
Yes, very good evening, ma'am. Myself, Amit Uran, working as assistant librarian, Assam University, Silchar. So this NACLIN 2022 was very wonderful in terms of the topics it covered in all entire sessions. All sessions were very informative and so meaningful to us. We learned many new things in this entire session. So my sincere thanks goes to the entire DELNET team for organizing such a wonderful program, and also to the dignitaries. So thank you, ma'am, and thank you to all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Amit. Thank you so much for joining us from Silchar for this. We have Dr. H.E. Prasanna Kumar. Dr. H.E. Prasanna Kumar, could you please unmute yourself? Dr. H.E. Prasanna Kumar, could you please unmute yourself? I'm extremely sorry, you know, I have to move to the next. Dr. Prasad M. Dr. Prasad M, if I'm not wrong, from Kumaragunam College of Technology. Dr. Prasad?
Good evening, Sangeeta.
Yeah, very good evening. Very good evening.
This is Dr. Prasad, librarian, Kumaragunam College of Technology, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. NACLIN 22 is an excellent informative session. Definitely, it is helpful for all our LIS professionals. Thanks for DELNET. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Prasad. Thank you so much, you know, for being there with us. You know, truly appreciated this. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. We have Ravi Chandra. Ravi Chandra, could you please unmute yourself? Ravi Chandra, could you please unmute yourself? Just requesting those of our colleagues to whom we are not able to connect, please don't raise your digital hand again. You can put your feedback in the chat box, because that means some issue is there in the connectivity. Sanjay Trimbake, Mr. Sanjay Trimbake, could you please unmute yourself? Yes, we are connected, Sanjay.
Hello. Good evening, ma'am.
Yes.
I am Sanjay Trimbake,
Very good evening.
working as a librarian in AC Patil Engineering College, Kharghar, Navi Mumbai. I have learned a lot of from 25th NACLIN 2022. It is a wonderful and knowledgeable session. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Stay connected. Stay connected. Yeah. Thank you. Dr. H.G. Prasanna Kumar. Dr. H.G. Prasanna Kumar, you have again raised the digital hand. Yeah.
Good evening, madam.
Yes. Very good
thank
evening.
you, madam, given an opportunity to talk. It is a very good, informative session. What you have organized online NACLIN 2022. Please conduct offline conference also. So it is
We'll
a
do the
very good
hybrid. We will
resource
do.
person, very informative resource person, very present day, very useful for the users and librarian connections. Thank you, madam. Thank you for given opportunity.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Prasanna Kumar ji. Thank you so much indeed. We have Dr. V. Singravalu K. Velasamy. Please unmute yourself. Dr. V. Singravalu K. Velasamy, please unmute yourself. I have sent you an unmute request. There is a digital queue here also, so please kindly just bear with us. We are going one by one. And we have Dr. Venkateshan Ramachandran. Dr. Venkateshan Ramachandran, could you please unmute yourself? Yes, we are connected, Dr. Venkateshan.
Yes, I'm Dr. Ravi Ramchandran, Director, Center for Faculty Development, Sri Saraswati Tyagaraja College, Pollachi, Tamil Nadu.
Okay.
And we have a special corner on Delnet, especially on Kaul Madam Ji. We had a program on Delnet services during May this year.
I remember that. Dr. Ramachandran. Yes.
And I applaud and appreciate all the sponsors, the organizers of NACLIN 2022. The topics were meticulously chosen. The resource persons were really resourceful persons. And you have proved that when a door of a library is opened, a prison of a door is closed. Thanks a lot. I take my bow. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramachandran ji. Thank you so much for being there, a part of NACLIN 2022. We have Dr. Ranjita Niladri Das. Dr. Ranjita Niladri Das, could you please unmute yourself? Hello. Dr. Ranjita? Yes.
Yes. Hello. Good evening, ma'am. Sangeeta, ma'am. Actually, how can I explain? Such a good topics, that innovative ideas, everything was so nicely explained to all as a library professional. You are saying that is not only it is required only for the library professional as a librarian, but as I am teaching faculty now, before that I was a librarian, but it is also very, very useful to the faculty members also. Such a good deliberation of that is invited speakers. It is, thank you so much, Sangeeta ma'am, and Baby ma'am, and Murthy sir, to all of you, all the best.
Yeah, thank you, Ranjita. Thank you so much for being a memorable part of NACLIN 22. Dr. Singravelu K. Velasamy. Dr. Singravelu, could you please unmute yourself? Yes, we are connected.
Ma'am, good evening. Audible?
Yeah,
hello?
Yeah, audible, please. Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
audible. Good evening, ma'am. How are you? How are you, ma'am?
Very good. But all well, everything well and good.
Very good. Thank you. It's a wonderful opportunity. My good name is V. Singaravelu, librarian from SRM TRB Engineering College, Tiruchirappalli. Ma'am, first of all, I am this wonderful past 3 days, the NACLIN 2022. Such a nice information sessions for our technical and also the new advanced area for cyber security. It's wonderful user for all LIS professionals. I especially thanks to you and your team members. God bless you, ma'am. Such a nice, wonderful program. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Velasamy. Thank you so very much indeed. You have been giving, your feedback in every session, and truly appreciate it. Now, finally, this is a turn for Mr. Gangula Chaitanya Das, who has been sending me on the chat saying that Please allow me to speak. Now this is for you. Gangula Chaitanya Das. Please unmute yourself. Yes, we are connected.
I am Chaitanya Das Gangula from Andhra Loyola Engineering and Technology, Institute of Engineering Technology, Vijayawada. I am an assistant, library assistant over there, and I'm very happy to attend this NACLIN 2022, and this is being a 25th year, like a privileged year, and I'm very happy. Madam, I want to appreciate you because you are conducting ferociously and without any strain you are conducting, and we learned how to conduct a webinar. Myself, I learned how to conduct a webinar from you, and this is like 3 years. It's like a very strain and stressful, and to manage all those people and the guests, patrons, everything. That's like very awesome, madam. Like I'm very happy, and Read India program like this inspired me so much. And coming to the second section, today's session, cyber security also very nice. And concluding, madam, I'm sorry for taking time. And concluding, NACLIN Zindabad.
Thank you, Mr. Das. Thank you. You are our strength. Our professional colleagues, each one of you, you give us a lot much of strength, and that really makes us to keep on moving, moving on and moving on. Mr. Johnson A, could you please unmute yourself? This is to tell everyone it's an alphabetical thing, so we have reached from A to J, and we have to go on till Z. So please be patient enough. Mr. Johnson A, we are connected.
Very warm
Mr.
good evening, ma'am. I'm Johnson from Infant Jesus College of Engineering, and the 3-day conference was very informative. And thank you. I extend a very gratitude to all the person, those who put together all their work together for the 3-day conference. Thank you, ma'am. It's very informative.
Thank you, Johnson.
You will attend.
Yeah. Thank you so much indeed. Thank you for being a part of the conference. We're really happy. This is for Jyotika Nanda Das. Jyotika Nanda Das, please unmute yourself. Jyotika Nanda Das, please unmute yourself. Jyotika Nanda Das, please unmute yourself. No, you're not able to do it. Let me move on. Kiran Kumar. This is for Kiran Kumar. Please unmute yourself. I've sent you an unmute request. Kiran Kumar, please unmute yourself. I'm extremely sorry. I have to move on. This is Madhur Ratnamkam Sivakumar. Please forgive for my pronunciation. This is Madhur Ratnakam. Yeah,
yes,
Madhur
yes, madam.
Yes, madam. We are connected, Mr. Sivakumar. Yes,
madam.
Please, yeah.
Good evening, madam. Good evening. I am very thankful to Delnet, madam. I am Madhurantakam Sivakumar, working as librarian in RGM College of Engineering Technology, Nandyal, Andhra Pradesh. We are very happy that we learn more from your.
Thank you. You have muted yourself. Mr.
We are going to.
Yes,
madam. Yes, madam. We are going to implement this chatbots the next week, madam, because of your webinar. I only prepared that the next week. We want to prepare that one also, madam. Many
very
informative
nice,
things are there, madam. And thank you very much, madam.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sivakumar. Very happy to hear. This is what we have been wanting, to inspire you, and we are very happy to get this feedback. Mr. Maniyakkam Kupuswamy. Mr. Maniyakkam Kupuswamy, please unmute yourself. Yes, we are connected.
Good evening, ma'am.
Very good evening. Very good evening.
It is very much a pleasure to talking to you, and very much thankful to the NACLIN 2022 in the year of 25th year. The resource persons are wonderful. We have received enormous information from the resource persons, and also we have learned a lot of things from this NACLIN, and what is happening around the world. The new technology emerges in the library side. We have a lot of learning point we have received. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Good evening once again.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Kupuswamy. Thank you so much indeed. Monica Mok. Monica, could you please unmute yourself? Monica.
Yes, a very good evening.
Monica.
Yes. Yeah, very good evening. My sincere gratitude to each and everyone present here. Ma'am, really, I am a school librarian, and I have learned, a lot of things, lot of new things to sustain as a librarian in the digital era. So this is a paradigm of shift from from traditional to digital libraries, and it is a challenge for the school librarians, ma'am, to sustain themselves. We save our time. We save actually, we spend our time to save others' time. So we have learned a lot, ma'am. This was really an intellectual minds interactions. So I really thankful, ma'am, for such a a webinar or conference you have organized for each and everyone. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your team.
Monica. Thank you, Monica. Thank you indeed. Truly appreciated your presence. We had Dr. Anuradha Seth, Government College of Education, Jammu. Dr. Anuradha Seth, please unmute yourself. Yes, Anuradha, please. Yeah, we are connected.
Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes. Please go ahead. Yes, very much. Go ahead, please.
Ma'am, very good evening to all of you, ma'am. And ma'am, a day is not sufficient to describe your personality, your leadership. I am really impressed. I hope I could have also been blessed like a personality like you and the qualities you have. And the program was, ma'am, outstanding. All the topics, all the sessions were very eye openers, and I learned a lot. And I hope in near future also I keep on joining all such kind of intellectual webinars so that I learn and take my profession ahead with good outcomes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Anuradha. Thank you. And this is sorry, yeah, Anuradha, I think we have lost this link, right now.
Hello. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I can never forget the times you helped me whenever I approach you, you reciprocate, and you have been helping my daughter, my faculty members with the resources whenever required, ma'am. I'm really thankful.
It is all what the library network does and what we as professionals need to do. And it's all a teamwork, everyone putting their hands together and everyone is working in a very collaborative. So we feel happy.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. God bless you, dear. God bless you indeed. We have Santosh Kumar Kadam. Please unmute yourself. Santosh Kumar Kadam, please unmute. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, all of us. My name is Santosh Kumar Kadam from the Indira Institute, Pune. I am as assistant librarian here. We are very thanks for the NACLIN. It's informative session, and we learn so much from this. Thank you so much for the Delnet and also NACLIN.
Yeah, thank you, Santosh. Thank you so much for being there. Yeah, thank you. We have Mr. Rafiq Rather. Mr. Rafiq, could you please unmute yourself? Mr. Rafiq Rather. Yes, we are connected, Rafiq.
Hello, good evening, ma'am.
Yeah, very good evening, Rafiq. Very good evening.
Hello, good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Rafiq. Yes.
Myself, Ahmad, librarian, GDC Sundarbani Rajouri. I express my gratitude to the whole team of NACLIN for organizing such a wonderful webinar, which was very much expressive in terms of content and which was very much useful for the library professionals. Hello.
Thank you so very much. Yes, Rafiq, we are able to hear you. Yes, very much. We are listening to you.
Okay, ma'am. I experienced many new concepts which I try to implement, I will try to implement, and I hope that such programs will continue in future. Thank you very much again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rafiq. Thank you so very much indeed. Yeah. We have Mr. Ramavat Nagasaidulu. Mr. Ramavat Nagasaidulu, please unmute yourself. So we have moved from A to R. Yes, please go ahead.
Good evening, ma'am, and also good evening to all the dignitaries of the media and on the media. I really sincere thanks to the Delnet organizers, and I really learned about the indigenous society, what is the indigenous and what is the means indigenous and medieval, and what is the modern technology implemented in libraries. I learned from 3 days, since 3 days, and I feel very much impressive, and your management. And I'm very happy to see and interact with all the informative, all library professionals after completion of pandemic situations, 2020 onwards. First time I attend the NACLIN programs. I did not guess this kind of programs. After attending these programs, I feel very happy, ma'am, to see you, and thank you so much. I feel myself. The intellectuals follows the intellectual footsteps, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to one
Thank
and
you,
all.
good. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you so very much. And once you have joined one session of Delnet, you are going to be notified about all our webinars. That's what happens, if you join even one single webinar, we get your details and you are going to keep on getting, our invites from Delnet. So we really want to ensure that once you get connected, then we'll ensure that you don't go, you never go into the disconnected mode. We have Shikappa S. Kumbar Kumar. Shikappa S. Kumbar Kumar, could you please unmute yourself? We are connected?
Good evening, madam.
Yes. Very good
Madam,
evening.
myself Sekappa S. Kumbar, librarian BVS Polytechnic, Bagalkot. Madam, NACLIN 2022, all technical sessions are very informative. Not only informative and intellectual session for all our young librarian professional. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumbar. Thank you so very much. Thank you indeed. We have with us Mrs. Surekha Kaul. Surekha, I request you, please unmute yourself. Surekha, please kindly unmute yourself. Yes, we are connected.
Good evening to Murthy sir and Sangeeta. Time has come to pay my gratitude now. Delnet is crown of the library profession, always organizing amazing programs. The best part is that Delnet is organizing thoughtful training programs which gives deep insight to the professionals. I am thankful for keeping us abreast with latest technologies and techniques. All the best for the future endeavors. You and your team deserves great appreciation. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, Surekha. Thank you. On behalf of Team Delnet, we are much humbled, with your inputs. Thank you so much indeed. We have Mr. Trinath M. Mr. Trinath M, could you please unmute yourself? Yes, we are connected.
Good evening, all. Good evening, all.
Good evening.
The thing is,
Good evening.
all the sessions are very well placed and in the time being, like need of hour, especially in new education policy, next cyber security and reading habitual inculting. These three sessions are wonderful like anything we can say, and rest are also are fine, but the thing is need of hour are these three in future and present, and you can say in the past also it has been. But cyber security nowadays it is coming into the force due to the many crimes are going around in and around. And reading habit, the generally students won't be having the habit of reading, but it should be inculcated. It was word in the session. That's it, madam.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Prina. Thank you so very much indeed. We have Dr. Hindu Rao Vedande. Can I request you, Dr. Vedande, could you please, yes, we are connected?
Yes, madam. Very good evening. Very good evening. I am thankful to you, madam, for organizing such a nice and excellent this one. After putting my 45 years of service in the library profession, now I am the professor of library science and the university library of one of the universities of Somaya Vidyavihar University. Luckily, Honorable S.S. Murthy sir was my examiner for my PhD in the almost 25 years back. I am very thankful to you, and one thing I wanted to bring to here. Now, whatever the topics are there, it need to modify in the curriculum of the Master of Library Science and the Library Science Education. Because nowadays, with the high school concept, based on the high school concept, we have developed this in the Somaya Vidyavihar University, the high school curriculum. Now, whatever the topics are there, they are most relevant for the today's age and need to all the LIS education teachers and the professors and the advisors need to look and revise to the syllabus, putting the relevance of this IT and then new educational policy, which already it has been implemented in my university. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, and I am very thankful for the organizers, basically Madam Director of the NACLIN and all the experts. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Vedante, for being there with us on this platform. Requesting now we have Mr. M. Selvam. Mr. M. Selvam, could you please unmute yourself?
Yeah, good evening, ma'am.
Very good evening.
Ma'am, this is Selvam, librarian from Sacred Heart College, Tirupattur, Tamil Nadu. Actually, you are inculcating a habit of learning whenever you conduct a series of programs, and also I could see a lot of notification of various program on my mail, and also it is very useful. And so since you are conducting a regular programs on regular intervals, we are addicted to learning, ma'am, on different topics. So really it was all the programs are very useful, and also sometimes whenever I miss a program, I felt that something I missed. So that is the feeling I have doing this conference, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Selvam. Thank you so very much. And that's the reason we really want that you should not miss any sessions. We are also now planning to have the mobile integration, mobile app developed, especially to reach out to our colleagues, and also to have through WhatsApp now to have a special account wherein we can, can forward those messages to you even through WhatsApp, because we also don't want that none of our professionals should get missed out by us, and they should be notified, and they should, though we are doing it through emails, we are also now in the process of developing a mobile app wherein in addition to our programs, not many of our other notifications, about Delnet can be, can reach out to you through the mobile. So we really look forward, and just wanted to, because I'm just sifting through, I believe that we have been able to reach out to each one of you who have really desired to speak on this platform today. And Sanjay Kumar Soni, I can see that you are still wanting to speak. Mr. Sanjay Kumar Soni, if you are online and you want to speak, you can do that right now. No, I think if it's not so, then let me mute him because he's not able to. We do hope, because we don't want that no queries should remain unanswered. None of you, you want to speak, we should be able to really do that. It has been a great honor and pleasure, having each one of you. And now I would like to request the chair, Dr. S.S. Murthy, sir, to kindly give the concluding remarks before I place the vote of thanks. May I request you, Murthy, sir? Murthy sir, may I request you? You may like to give a concluding remarks, and then I would like to place a vote of thanks. Yes.
Well, I have been attending all the sessions without fail, and I see gradual progress in the quality of the content from NACLIN to NACLIN every year. Although this is an online mode, it has been as good because the communication system is better than the last year. So we feel it is as good as physically participating. And all the credit goes to Dr. Sangeeta and her team. And I can congratulate all of them and then wish Delnet more and more and higher success in the years to come, and greater fame in the years to come. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to chair this session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much for all your blessings, wishes, and guidance. It means a lot, sir. It means a lot. It's a moment now. It is 15 minutes to 5:45 on 16th of December 2022. We have reached to that particular time now, wherein we are on the verge of closing the 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library, and Information Networking, NACLIN 2022. As all of us are being aware that last few years for everyone has been the most challenging ones, and so was it for Delnet. We have been contemplating on organizing NACLIN, this year's NACLIN, in a hybrid mode, but we were never being sure that what would be the scenario after 8 months or 9 months. And that kept us on being on the hold. And that was the reason, if we really see, if we look back, we had announced the NACLIN around 22nd or 23rd of November only, because we have been just trying to see, can we hold it in the physical environment? Can we hold it in a hybrid mode? And but the kind of an overwhelming response, I must highlight, we have got more than 3,600 registrations for this NACLIN 2022. Let me also confess that Delnet has got a license. We have this GoToWebinar platform that we have subscribed way back in August 2022, and on which we are holding we have upgraded our entire IT for this. We have got a very state-of-the-art, our ISPs now, very high bandwidth that we are having it as we are holding the programs now. But one of the things that we really have felt it, that this 1,000 simultaneous users, all the time, we had reached to the threshold of 800, 810. That was a kind of a thing we have been able to have it in the last 3 years, but it had never happened that we have been able to reach this 1,000 simultaneous users, being. So it gives you a sense that 1,000, it's not the devices which are connected, but it is a feel that 1,000, professionals are together. It has given you such a humbling moment that, that has been the most, the highlight, the high points of the 25th NACLIN, the sense of being truly in that connected phase. It's like that you are looking at someone and then there are 1,000 other professional colleagues who are also looking at the same thing. It's like in one go, you have been able to look at 1,000 of the professionals. Such a great strength, such a feeling of being empowered that, that yes, you have everyone together with you. You have everyone being there. And I must really, truly, we at Delnet remains indebted to our professional colleagues. You are the one, when we say that you are the strength of ours, we truly mean that. You are the ones, who always keeps on, inspiring us that, no, fine, when is the next program? When are we, what is the monthly end program that we are doing? And this year's NACLIN, we have been able to notice if we notice that this year especially, we had well thought about it to keep the sessions, few sessions, more time for discussions. Let our online attendees, professionals, to get benefited out of the experts. Experts, they have been the most prolific experts, those who have, been tremendously, contributing in their field of, areas of their specialization, and they have been so kind enough in being there. So I feel much with great sense of humility and gratitude, I would like to express a vote of thanks. And if we look back on December 16th, we started off the conference. We had the inauguration done by the Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi University, Professor Saket Kushwaha-ji, who's been very kind in gracing. He has been traveling, but still made a point saying, no, though I'm away to Sikkim, but Sangeeta, I'll make a point, I'll join. In spite of, so the message very loud and clear, whatever, hindrances may have, let's not focus on that. We should keep, ourselves more committed to the purpose, for which we are there. And that's a strong message, that even our chief dignitaries of the inaugural function had conveyed. We have been very blessed, to have the presence of our guest of honor in our inaugural, Dr. Vinita Sahai, the very distinguished, most influential, women educator, who is immensely contributing, and they remain, awfully occupied, but they have been very gracious in accepting our invite, in gracing this occasion and being there, with us. And that has truly been a very, very inspiring part. And that has given us a kind of an impetus that we were wanting to have it on the very first day of NACLIN 2022. We remain much grateful to our Honorable President, Shri K. Jayakumarji, for spearheading the Delnet, for always being a source of great strength, to Delnet, who has always have shown us the way ahead, and we remain indebted to him for gracing and for delivering the presidential address on the very first day. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the entire office bearers, and I'm much grateful. We have Dr. S.S. Murthy sir, with us, our founder member and the vice president, sir. Thank you very much for your continuous support, for your guidance, for your blessings, and that makes us possible for Delnet, to keep on following, the footsteps and to keep on following the journey being started off, commenced by our founder, Dr. Kaul. And this is, again, a great tribute by organizing these programs, by organizing something to keep on moving ahead. Same direction, what he had always been. He's not around to see, what he had always had envisaged or dreamed about, but we feel truly, blessed that we are able to move into the direction what was being set by him. And he's watching, he's seeing, he's, blessing, and that's there for everyone, for each of the library and information science professional. Our very special thanks, we can't thank enough our invited speakers of NACLIN 2022. Only because of them, it was truly highly intellectually stimulating, sessions that we had, and who have been very gracious, to the core in accommodating our requests, firstly, in ensuring that they are there, and they have been the ones, and I think all of us have equally felt that our distinguished speakers of the conference, have been the ones who were genuinely been wanting to, to give you that knowledge that they possess. They have been really, and they have been the ones, who had who have, the most seasoned professionals, those who have been into those domain areas and have been just knowing everything, and was also wanting to see to it that they are all, they are able to do this knowledge transfer. It's not only that you possess the knowledge, most important part is how many of us are able to transfer that also, but all of them in such an effective, manner, in a very, very lucid manner, in something easy to understand. So they all have been coming down to the level which we understand, and in a very easy to understand, easy to comprehend, they have been able to do. We remain much grateful to all our invited speakers. We really can't thank them. It has been all because of them that we have been able to engage in such a, in a highly enriching, in a highly engaging, highly interactive manner we have been able to conduct. Our very sincere gratitude and thanks, right from Mr. Prahlad Jadhav and Professor Rupak Chakravarti, who have been very kind in conducting our first two tutorials on smart and innovative tools and to enhance library services, and on intelligent citation-based tools for research, discovery, and insights. On December 15th, the second day of the conference, we had a technical session 1, and we had a very wonderful, very impressive presentation on NEP. I think NEP, if anyone wants to now, those of our attendees who have attended, each one of us, all our doubts, no doubt, remained, with us now, and that was all possible because of a very, very truly excellent presentation by Dr. G. Janardhan, who is basically also the head of Department of Curriculum Development, Planning and Coordination at NIITR Chennai. And I would like to take this opportunity also to thank Professor Dr. Usha Natesanji, who is also the director of NIITR and also the governing board member of Telnet, a former advisor of AICT, who has been the one, because since we had requested Madam, but since she was traveling during this period outside India, so she recommended the name of Dr. G. Janardhan, and we are indeed much grateful also to Dr. Usha Natesanji for the support. We remain much grateful to Dr. Geeta Malhotra ji, who is, doing this very humane work in setting up these community centers, the library community centers across the country. And we were also able to, on the reading habits and this Read India initiative, and best highlights remain that, yes, many of our professional colleagues, who have been there in the session, and you have express your desire that you would also like to set up your community library in the villages nearby to your institutions. And yes, Read India, and this is one of the recommendation that Delnet is definitely going now to approach Read India. And in turn, we are going to approach the institutions, if you may like to undertake this work of setting up a small libraries, community libraries or village libraries, wherever they are, and it can be under a CSR that the institutions can think about doing it. So that definitely Delnet, for Delnet, this is some of the major recommendation and takeaways from the session. We remain indeed grateful to Dr. Geeta Malhotra ji. We had a very fine session by Dr. Surbhi Pandey on the data analytics and AI for libraries, a very impressive talk yet again, a highly enriching and thought-provoking talk by her, showing us what are the AI technologies which are in place. And it was very heartening to note from one of our attendee who said that yes, they are next week they are going to implement this chatbot, and we ourselves also would be, because with IAPA they have been one of our very old member institution. We may even like to explore that can we do something collaboratively to help our institutions, at least to start off on this AI front. Can we introduce this chatbot? Some of you would remember last year in the month of March, I think it was 13th or 14th of March 2021, we had a session on chatbot, and that was in collaboration with Mr. H.R. Mohan, from CSI, Computer Society of India. We had organized that session, but we will definitely be wanting to do in such a manner that something which is doable, something which is achievable, and you feel truly, felt like coming forward and embracing that particular technology. So we indeed remain grateful to Dr. Surbhi Pandey and all our distinguished speakers. They remain awfully occupied because they are onto the, their own assignments, their own work, but they have been able to take out time for us. We remain grateful. This morning has been the most exciting morning, wherein everyone, because we are able to see even in the sessions at what is the interest rate, which is the speaker is able to generate. That's a kind of a tool that we are using, this GoToWebinar. Everyone remained glued. Dr. Vineet Kumar, Major Vineet Kumar made it sure that each and every single word that he spoke this morning, such a great, means everyone with a very rapt attention. No one was wanting even to wing for a while, everyone was wanting to see, ensure that they are able to get what he was speaking about, because it was so related, to everyone. All of us using, being into the digital world, using the digital devices, and it has been a thought-provoking, address by him, because certain things we just take it casually, telling us how vulnerable we are, and how really to safeguard our own selves. So we remain grateful to Major Vineet Kumar, to Cyber Peace Foundation, and we have a very long time association. Again, from the session, there has been a major recommendation. Can we think about having the cyber security cell, cyber security corners in the institutions? And DELNET will be very happy, and we really want each one of you, each one of our library and information science professionals, each of our libraries, to become those centers, where an institution should also get this feel that you are the one who are bringing in, you are the one who are taking care of the entire institution's security aspects, sensitizing your students, sensitizing, everyone about it. So we remain indeed much grateful to Major Vineet Kumar for conducting that session in a highly, invigorating manner, and we are much grateful. We remain much grateful to Dr. Jagtar Singh ji, who has been very kind in taking this technical session 6 on upskilling and reskilling of professionals, having a great expertise. He has been able to share that what are our growing expectations and how we as a library professionals needs to gear up, and do. Lastly, in our panel discussion that we had, redefining and repositioning libraries, we had the distinguished panel, wherein we had Dr. Shantanu Gangli, Dr. Nabi Hassan, Dr. V.N. Patkar, and Dr. Sheetal Tang. Each one of our, distinguished panelists, they have been able to deliberate and gave us a fresh new thinking about, when we talk about exploring, engaging, and expanding and next-gen library users, the best practices which can be followed, what is really happening, and how we can transform the libraries, take the libraries to the next level, think about, redefining our roles, redefining the roles of the libraries and repositioning libraries to the place which everyone, the society expects. There are, I believe, means we, all of us are knowing about it. It's not that our institutional administrators or our users, they are expecting. Society at large, is really looking at the library and information science professionals. They are looking at the libraries, that they should, gear up and come to the level of their expectations. So we remain much grateful to each one of our panelists for being there. And now we are into the valedictory session. We remain much grateful. It's not only for those specific NACLINs, which have been so wonderfully being, conducted and organized and well taken care of. Much grateful to you, firstly, ma'am, to you, Dr. M.D. Vebiji, who has been very gracious. And it's an it's a connection, of the years all together, which will always remain. It's like whether we are able to get connected once or twice in a year, but the intensity would always remain the same. And we have the common connector of the NACLINs, and you have, enormous support to us always, and ever remain grateful. And your presence here on this platform of the 25th NACLIN, that's so very special. It has really made it so very special that we have been able to get connected. So from 5th to the 25th, we are able to have your association, such a wonderful, wonderful association with you. Much grateful for your very gracious, ma'am, presence and all the support that you have been extending over the years, to Delnet. We are much grateful to Dr. B.B. Das, who has been able to join us today, and also for sharing his message. Also much grateful to Dr. Mayank Trivedi, who was, in spite of being in some of the meeting, but he said that, never mind, I'll ensure that my message reaches out, and was very kind in getting it recorded and sending it. It has really, this has been, truly, truly something which we remain grateful. Much glad that Mrs. Anurupa Naik, Anurupa was, because since again she was traveling out in Northeast, and she told me that the connections are, but she was able to at least greet on this occasion of the 25th NACLIN. We remain much grateful for her presence. We remain much grateful to Mr. R.S. Deora, who has been very kind in being there with us this afternoon, joining us from Udaipur, our organizing secretary of NACLIN 2019. We remain much, much grateful. I would also like, firstly, to now convey my very warm, sincere, it's a vocabulary sometimes you're not able to get. Whatever hard you try to express yourselves, you may not be. And because it's very difficult to express how grateful, we are indeed have truly felt touched by each one of our library and information science professionals who have come forward in being a part of this. The overwhelming response to the NACLIN this year, and more so, your being there, all the time, and this, as I said, 1,000 and the number, it was not something which was 1,000 and coming down to 700 or 600. No, consistently, and we as an organizer, you have to keep on watching what is the interest. It is there, and one can see it. And you have been the part of the NACLIN that we are going to just cherish and treasure. Your highly engaging, interactions with the invited speakers. All of us know speakers, they are the distinguished speakers, and they also feel really happy to be a part, when they also find that, yes, there are interactions happening, from the floor. And each one of you are very, very special in, attendees of NACLIN 2022. You made a difference. You made a difference. And when we look back, it was what have been the highlights, apart from our resource persons, have been the you. Each one of you who have very genuinely have participated, each one of you have shown the kind of an interest that, yes, we are wanting to bring in that change. We are the ones who are ready enough, to take the challenge on, and we are there, all set to redefine and reposition our libraries. And we possess now the skill sets, whether we talk about exploring it, we talk about engaging our users, we talk about expanding it. Yes, we are much, much wanting to bring in that change. So it's a pledge, which was quite evident from your participation today, that each one of us, each one of you, through this platform of 25th NACLIN, have taken a pledge that I want to be an agent of that change. I will bring in that change that everyone has been expecting, us to do. And that has truly been an inspiring part for Delnet. That has been, when we get a feedback, don't think that, these chat box messages, whether of an individual session or of others, they are closely being, seen. We keep on taking out, you have given us enough, to further work on. We are not that, that you have done and it is, no, it's going to be the entire prints. It's not even reading from the screen. You will take out a prints, you are going to underline, and then you are going to make a recommendations. You are going to assimilate those points together. So each and every word that you speak, each and every thought that you share, it holds a great value for us. So our only humble request, always as a reason we say, keep on communicating, keep on telling us. You are the ones who are showing us a way. We are following, we are trying to do something in that, because you are practically into the libraries, you are with the users every moment you encounter that how this can further get transformed. So please keep on having those interactions with Delnet. Let me also share with you that we will be uploading the entire proceedings, as we said earlier. Please allow us another 2-3 days time by Tuesday, or it may be post 21st, because on 21st December again we are going to notify you the link. In fact, you are shortly going to get your certificate of participation. In that, there will be a link for 21st December program to commemorate 81st birth anniversary of Dr. Kaul that Delnet celebrates as a library networking day, a tribute to the founder of Delnet, a tribute to the great visionary in setting up this library network from nowhere, from a thought to where we stand today. Do join us in that. So, and also we are going to send it across to you as a couple of other things. One is this on the cybersecurity, this 15-16 page handout that we are going to send it across to you as a booklet, a digital copy of it. We are also going to make it sure that we are going to send it across to some digital poster. And those of you, we would be very happy to just make it possible for you to further help, so that you should be able to see that, yes, it's not that you should not forget NACLIN, you should not forget about Delnet. When we conclude this today, we really want to keep on reminding you that, yes, there is an organization which is committed. We are committed for this. We are highly committed to ensure that we always remains in that hand-holding with our institutions. And for this, we need your support. We need your collaboration. And we remain grateful for all the support that you have been giving. So we are certainly going to do. Also, please mark December 29th, one of the session by Dr. Pierre Goswamiji, that we are going to take care of as an exclusive session on 29th of December from 3 to 4 o'clock. Lastly, I would like to convey, I would be not able to convey, and I would not be, adequately ever be able to express myself in thanking, my own, a strong, dedicated team. We feel truly blessed that Delnet has got the team, the spirit of working together collaboratively. Everyone feels, and everyone is so much connected for a common cause, because the purpose of service. I'm much grateful to my colleagues, and would make a special mention of my colleagues, including Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Sinha and Mr. Deepak Yadav, who has been instrumental in conceptualizing the entire the content of the program, and much grateful for all their inputs that they have been able to share, and making it possible for us to plan out this entire 3 days program, the entire content coverage of the program in such a meaningful manner. My very, very special thanks and appreciation to my colleague, Kushal is here. He's the one, he's still here. I want him to come in the frame, because he's the one who always, and my very special appreciation to him, a truly dedicated colleague, and who has technically been in the frame for a little while more, Kushal, yeah. So he has been the one who has really been of immense strength, technically, all being coordinating all the trial sessions, and doing everything, to ensure that we are able to have a very seamless, conduct of the program, because it's all getting broadcasted. You have 1,000 members simultaneously to check with the things. He has been all. So God bless you, Kushal. May you keep on, doing, and has been really truly an asset for Delnet. And I would also like to convey my very special appreciations to two of my colleagues, Mr. Dinesh Kanthura, who has been taking care of much of our secretarial assistance, in doing the program and ensuring that we are able to get the things, well in time. And also to Mrs. Ranjana, who has been, helping out and sending across the invites, ensuring that no one is being missed out. We have just been, and my other library, other colleagues at Delnet, because once you are being with the 3 days sitting and doing, but yes, the other work, it's a network, the work has to go on. We have to keep on, doing the things. So the entire team, right from Delhi, also at our Bangalore office, my special thanks to Mr. Owen Safapuri, our consultant at Bangalore, my colleagues, Mr. Subhash there, Dr. Neela J. Deshpande, and also Mr. Rohidas Rathore and Mr. Maleshwan at our Hyderabad unit, and undoubtedly, a great support coming in from Dr. Murthy sir, and also in helping us out in reaching out to our institutions in the respective regions, in making it possible for us. I would also like to convey our thanks to GoToWebinar. This is a platform. Tinsy, who is their coordinator from India, has been, because we have made it very, very clear. And this is a very proven technology. This is one of the most robust platform, and it's a flawless platform. It's really a flawless platform. But yes, we also have to ensure a plan B, because it's a technology, and we also say it's a disruptive one. So you have to ensure that everything goes on well, everything, is has to be. So we are much, much grateful also to number of forces, that we are not able to see, the invisible forces who have been helping Delnet all throughout. If we look back right from our inception of Delnet, there have been some divine forces which have been helping out Delnet in doing, besides the visible, there have been also numerous invisible forces which have been really helping it out in carrying that mission of spreading light, illuminating the lives of the people, and yes, building up those connections, building up those collaborations, and there is a purpose attached to it. The purpose is much higher, and the purpose is to spread that light, to make it sure, to make it possible for us to be together, to to be together for a cause, to serve the society. So we are much grateful to all forces which have been able to make it possible for us to organize the 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library, and Information Networking, NACLIN 2002, in a very meaningful, in a very fulfilling manner, and the presence of each one of you. We are just going to remember, you have given us an ample opportunities to keep on celebrating the 25th NACLIN forever. And we really wish, and we assure you from Delnet that we remain committed, we remain highly committed to empower you, to empower the libraries, to inspire you, and to ensure that, collectively and together, we can make a difference. Always, this is what we have been the strong believers in. And with each passing day, it's getting much stronger, this conviction that yes, together we can make a difference. So let's all be together. Let's all work together. Our purpose is the same. The purpose is to serve the users, bringing in our intellect together, bringing in our efforts together, and just to ensure it's not only helping the users, we have to help our own selves. And when we say help our own selves, we have to help our own library and information science professionals, thereby bringing the more, the fame and the glory to the name of the profession. That yes, we must feel very proud enough that we are a library and information science professional, and let's continue our sincere deeds to bring in that change. And it's something which is much achievable. We have made a beginning, through this platform of 25th NACLIN, many near things, because of our expert speakers, knowledge expert speakers, we have been able to see. And we are going to now write back to you in next few days' time, giving you the recommendations of NACLIN 2022. Many of these recommendations you may like to execute even in your own individual libraries. There would be many takeaways. There are many takeaways for Delnet. Definitely for each one of us, there are takeaways. So we are going to really sum it up. We are going to bring it together. And also, as I indicated earlier, entire deliberations of NACLIN in verbatim. Well, in verbatim means they are just going to get recorded. It's already recorded. They're going to transcribe it into a content, into the text. and then we are going to also share. So it's not only that you will be listening as a video lectures on the YouTube, you also want to read it, so it's going to get documented, and then we are going to create a digital copy of these deliberations and going to pass it on to you, and you in turn can pass it on to as many as possible. Let's reach out to as many as possible. Let's reach out to those which are not reachable. So it has been a great honor and pleasure in organizing the 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library, and Information Networking. It has been a very special occasion, and all of you, the presence of each one of you, have made it a very special for us. We remain highly indebted. We remain highly grateful to you, and we are always, always going to remember your profound contributions in making the 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library, and Information Networking a truly an enriching experience, an experience that you would always like to, carry it with you all the time. So with this, we close the 25th National Convention on Knowledge, Library, and Information Networking, which was organized from December 14th to 16th, 2022 by DELNET Developing Library Network, New Delhi, India. With great sense of humility and gratitude, our very warm greetings to each one of you, and thank you so very much for being such a wonderful and a beautiful part of NACLIN 22. May God bless you all. We look forward to having an opportunity to having you back again. Please be back 21st of December. Please be back. You're going to get a link in the certificate of participation. You are going to receive sharp at 7:20. You are going to receive the certificate of participation, which is being given truly with great admiration and appreciation for your efforts, for your interest, and we would not be able to thank you enough. And we really look forward to having our continued collaborations and connections in the days to come. Thank you very much, one and all, from DELNET. We wish you the very best, wishing you very happy and blessed times ahead. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you very much.